Chapter 3455. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The cicada shedding its carapace. Hamba, the ancestor of the corpse tribe, looked down on everything. She had escaped from the joint attack and imprisonment of 10 equally powerful figures of the universe twice. This was not something that could be explained by the fact that she was a wisp of the spiritual sense of a powerful figure from the remote antiquity era. Everything must be related to the treasure of the remote antiquity era, Yinluo. Although this strand of corpse ancestor Hamba's spirit sense was sealed in this treasure, it was also because of this that this strand of her spirit sense had fused with this treasure. Perhaps there was more than one strand of the Huanggu Yan Xiu's spirit sense that was sealed in this treasure, but she was the only one that had awakened. The power of the treasure Yinluo could be fully exerted in her hands. From a certain point of view, this was actually the same as if the treasure was obtained by a powerful figure of the present age and completely refined. However, if it was in the hands of a powerful figure of the present age, even if they refined it, if their cultivation was not high enough, they would not be able to exert the power of the treasure to such an extent. The power of the treasure that Hamba, the ancestor of the corpse tribe, had just displayed, could be used to attack and defend. It could also enter and leave the void as if there was no one there. Perhaps this was not its strongest state. At least, it could only be exerted by a powerful figure of the universe. If one's cultivation was higher than that of a powerful figure of the universe, the treasure would be even more powerful after being refined. At this point, the powerful figures of the starry sky who had witnessed everything were all enlightened at this moment. They had a deeper understanding of this mysterious treasure of the remote antiquity era. Precisely because of this, when a large number of gasps sounded in the void, the fleets of the top forces immediately activated their kinetic energy and surrounded the Black Lion Starry Sky fortress from all directions. A large number of powerful figures of the starry sky followed behind the 10 powerful figures of the universe. They all took out their magic treasures and used all their means to seal this part of the void and do their best to stop the escape of the Black Lion Starry Sky. At this time, the treasure Yinluo, which had turned into a blood-red waterfall, finally entered the main passage of the Black Lion Starry Sky, which had been opened in advance. Then the main passage closed, and the rumbling sound of kinetic energy starting came. In the Black Lion Starry Sky, Yin Qi's excited roar faintly sounded. Charge! Charge! Once it's done, we'll perform a spatial leap and leave this place. Even he had realized that he had to flee now. Otherwise, he would become the target of all the fleets and experts in the surroundings. He had obtained the Yinluo, and the corpse ancestor and the drought demon had been subdued by the ancestor. The other forces would not be willing to accept this. This matter could not be settled peacefully. You want to leave? I'm afraid that's impossible today. That's right. We must not let him leave. Otherwise, who will be able to suppress the Netherworld young master in the future? This guy was already heaven-defying to begin with. He was comparable to Prince Xian of the human clan, the invincible god of war, and young master Linghu. He could be said to be one of the 4 great evildoers of the present age. Now, he has obtained the precious weapon, the smokescreen net. Just the wisp of spiritual sense that has already been awakened in the world is already a top-notch universe mighty figure. He is like a tiger that has a seed. If we don't suppress him today, he will definitely bring disaster to the present age. Especially the various races of the second universe. I'm afraid that everyone will be in danger in the future. This guy is a big foodie who is not inferior to young master Linghu. Even lion boffing was roasted into a braised lion's head in public. What else is there that he doesn't dare to do? Surround him immediately. We must not let him escape. If the Black Lion wants to perform a spatial leap, even if the precious weapon, the smokescreen net, is destroyed, we can only take action. At that time, thousands of cannons will fire at the same time. The Black Lion will be turned into powder after a round of fire, not to mention the Netherworld young master in the ship. Buzz! Buzz! Along with the exclamations in the surrounding void, the space oscillators of the battleships were fully loaded. Thousands of battleships of different levels. Thousands of space oscillators of different types and powers were aimed at the Black Lion that was surrounded at the same time. Ripples immediately appeared in the void, and it was completely trapped. Not to mention performing a spatial leap, even ordinary navigation was extremely difficult. Its speed could not be increased at all. It was like moving at a snail's pace. Under such circumstances, it was no longer realistic for the Netherworld young master to use the Black Lion to escape. It was simply impossible. However, whether it was the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, or Zhan Tu and the eyeless old ancestor, none of them were worried in the slightest. The former basically knew a little about Yi Xian's background, and the latter at least knew his identity as young master Linghu. Previously, in the Heavenly Chan Star region under the rule of the Heavenly War Empire in the Third Universe, the situation was the same, but young master Linghu still left calmly. Today's situation was also not difficult for him. At this time Zhan Tu and the eyeless old ancestor were secretly communicating with each other. This brat is full of tricks. Now that he has entered the Black Lion, if nothing unexpected happens, he has most likely changed his identity. I think something will happen soon. Yes, at that time, he will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to escape. You and I have to be careful, don't let him escape. Exchanging a glance, the two of them quietly retreated to the back. Their figures gradually faded away, disappearing from sight. The 10 mighty figures of heaven and earth were originally eye-catching figures. However, at this moment the void was too chaotic. The energy and chi were extremely chaotic, and the shadows of people were flickering. For a short period of time, no one noticed the mysterious disappearance of Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows. At the same time in the Black Lion Star Fortress, Yi Xian's figure appeared, and then the pink silk cloth that was originally wrapped around his body automatically loosened. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami did not appear, and the pink silk cloth was directly absorbed into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Seeing this scene, especially that the corpse ancestor Hitorigami with a terrifying aura did not appear, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou were slightly relieved and immediately came forward, their faces full of panic, because in the void around the ship, the space oscillators of thousands of battleships and fortresses had been activated, so it was impossible for the Black Lion to perform a space jump to leave. It doesn't matter, it's just a group of chickens and pottery dogs. I need to heal now, and after I recover, I will refine the precious weapon Yen Luo. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He did not have the slightest good impression of this group of people, especially Yin Qi. Yi Xian now knew that he was the one who put the immortal and imperishable bead in the Shenong cauldron, so it was good that he did not kill him personally. After waving his hand with a calm expression, Yi Xian walked towards a cabin. There's no need to pay attention to those fellows outside. The treasure, Yen Luo, is still in this ancestor's hands. They won't be willing to destroy it. At most they'll just threaten me. After I recover from my injuries and refine the Yen Luo, it will be easy to join forces with Hitorigami to break through the siege. After that, the secret door of the cabin behind him was already closed. Yi Xian waved his hand to set up a restriction, and then directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body, immediately activating the universal coordinate jumping ability, attached to the system title, and jumping to the destination. The second universe Bitwall, the ancestral land of the Yin Demon clan. Yin's Nest. Chapter 3456. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations. I don't understand. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. During this period of time, the Black Lion had been under tremendous pressure. The thousands of warships, fortresses in the surrounding void had been fully activating the space oscillators, trapping a large area of the void. The Black Lion in the central domain could not even perform a normal flight, let alone perform a space jump. It had been 2 hours and it had not moved half a step, remaining in the same place all the time. During this time, the flagships of the top forces of the 3 universes in the surrounding void sent out threatening words from time to time, saying that they were going to use force. Each time, the tens of thousands of Yin demons in the Black Lion were scared witless. After all, there was only one Black Lion, while thousands of warships and fortresses of various types were surrounding it. There were even many small fortresses and real space fortresses. If thousands of cannons were to be fired at the same time, the heat of the energy light beams from the star cannons could directly vaporize the Black Lion. However, these guys didn't take action in the end. On the one hand, they were unwilling to let their precious weapon, the smoky net, be destroyed. On the other hand, they were still hoping that they could capture Yixian alive or force him to surrender. In addition, the 8 powerful figures of the universe, including Long Ziwen, the imperial elder of the everlasting dynasty, each occupied a region. However, they didn't take any action in the past 2 hours. They had already discovered the strange disappearance of Zhan Tu and the elf-less ancestor and realized that there must be something fishy about it. However, they didn't have time to care about it. After all, they had all seen young Master Netherworld enter the Black Lion with their own eyes. Now that this part of the void was confined, teleportation, space jump, and even teleportation formations couldn't be used, young Master Netherworld must still be in the Black Lion. As long as this didn't change, they didn't have to worry about Zhan Tu and the elf-less ancestors' tricks and plots. They just had to keep an eye on the target. However, because they were afraid of the corpse ancestor, Hamba, these 8 great figures hadn't made a move during the past 2 hours of time, and it was even to the extent that they didn't speak much. All of them resided in the surrounding space as they thought bitterly about a good plan. In fact, they were anxious and worried that the situation would change if they delayed. However, none of them dared to act rashly. If they took action and were ambushed by Ancestor Corpse Drought Demon as soon as they entered the Black Lion, that would be too unfair. The other party was a top-notch almighty who could fight against several universe almighties at the same time. He could not let his guard down. At the same time, on the top floor of the Black Lion Star Fortress, the 3 elders Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou had been waiting in the main control cabin on the top floor the entire time. They were more than 1,000 meters away from the cabin door that Yixian had entered. Ever since Yixian had entered, the 3 old fellows had not taken a single step away. They stared at the cabin door, hoping every minute and every second that it would open immediately. This kind of situation of being surrounded by enemies and threatened from time to time, yet being completely unable to move an inch, was too heart-wrenching. Every second felt like years. Unfortunately, it was useless for them to be anxious. After entering the cabin, the ancestor did not come out. After 2 hours, the 3 old men's patience was exhausted. At this moment, they finally could not sit still anymore. Yin Zhou immediately got up and walked toward the independent cabin where Yixian was in seclusion. Yin Qi and Yin Ba looked at each other, but did not say anything. They stayed where they were and waited. The door of the independent cabin was not closed from the inside. The restriction set by Yixian was only a simple tactical array that blocked the detection of divine sense. Therefore, after the cabin door was opened, Yin Zhou stepped in quickly. After a short while, Yin Zhou, who had finished walking around the few rooms inside, walked out with a pale face. He was like a completely different person from when he went in. In just more than a minute, his eyes were staring blankly, and his eyes were dull. He was simply like a walking corpse. He even muttered to himself, "Gone, gone, gone." Yin Qi and Yin Ba's expressions changed immediately. They hurriedly went up to him. The former asked anxiously with a trembling voice, "Old Zhou, what's wrong with you? What's gone? What's gone? I don't quite understand." "The ancestor is gone. The ancestor is..." Hearing Yin Qi's questioning words, Yin Zhou's body trembled. He shuddered and came back to his senses in an instant. Then he jumped up and roared in exasperation. "Old ancestor, my ass. That guy is really a fake. He left us behind and ran away alone. Let alone the people in the cabin, there is not even a hair. We're finished." "Ah, finished, we're really finished. Those guys outside will eat the 3 of us." Yin Qi and Yin Ba's expressions changed drastically. They fell to the ground and were completely dumbfounded. In the surrounding void outside the cabin of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, for 2 hours the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress did not move at all. As time went by, the atmosphere in the surrounding void became more and more strange. The Starry Sky Masters and the fleets of the top forces from the 3 universes became more and more anxious. Some of them even began to feel restless. Finally, from the flagships of these fleets, several figures dashed out one after another toward the 8 supreme beings of the 15th realm, who were occupying one side of the inner circle of the encirclement. Then they all asked the elders of the Universe Clan for help. "Elder, we can't go on like this. 2 hours have passed. Even if young Master Netherworld wants to recover from his injuries first, there should be enough time. This is too strange. I'm afraid there is something fishy. Although the surrounding void has been confined, and even the teleportation array can't be activated, young Master Netherworld is definitely still in the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, but if this continues, the situation will become worse. If something unexpected happens, it will be even worse. Should we take some measures? Why don't we send some masters to approach the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress and test it out? If there is no problem, then we will invade. Long Ziwen, the 8 supreme beings of the Universe clan from the Green Rock clan, the Blood Dragon clan, and the other clans frowned. They turned to look at each other and exchanged glances. In the end, they nodded one after another. This couldn't go on like this. They were already impatient. The dozen or so figures who came to ask for help were overjoyed and immediately returned to their flagships. After a short while, a small team rushed out from the flagships of the fleets in the surrounding void. There were a total of hundreds of people, and they swarmed toward the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress from different directions. They approached the fortress cautiously. At this moment, the hearts of the other masters were in their throats. They were afraid that the moment this group of probing forces approached the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, they would be ambushed by Corpse Ancestor Hamba, who was hiding inside. However, a scene that no one had expected suddenly appeared at this moment. Whoosh! An energy light screen flashed, and the main passage of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress suddenly opened. Then a large flag stretched out from inside. The flag was actually a large piece of white cloth. Surrender? Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3457. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations gone just like that. It was not only Jean Tu and the ancestor without eyebrows. In fact, the moment the white flag that represented surrender stretched out from the main channel of the Black Lion, all the experts of the big influences in the surrounding void, especially Long Ziwen and the other 7 powerful figures of heaven and earth, were on high alert at the first moment. With young Master Netherworld's temperament, how could he admit defeat, surrender, and allow himself to be captured? It should be known that he still had the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who could fight against several powerful figures of the same level. In addition, he had the primordial antiquity treasure, Yenluo, which could attack and defend, and had the terrifying power to break restrictions. Even if he could not take the Black Lion battleship and the more than 10,000 clansmen of the Een Demon clan, he could not leave together with them. But if he risked his life, it was very possible for him to leave alone under the cover of corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Therefore, in the eyes of the surrounding experts, this kind of surrender after waiting quietly for 2 hours was clearly a trick to deceive the enemy. The Netherworld young master wanted to numb the opponent, and perhaps create chaos later, and then take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to escape. In the surrounding void, some people started to sneer. Jean Tu and ancestor Wu Mei, who were hiding in the distance, secretly opened their divine senses to the maximum extent, and gazed at everything invisibly. A few breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. The white flag swayed for a while, and then slowly extended outward. Then a pair of hands appeared at the end of the flag, and then a face stretched out, full of anxiety. His head stretched out stealthily and looked left and right. After revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, Yin Qi finally gritted his teeth, and walked out of the main passage shakily, and his figure appeared in the void outside the battleship. However, all the experts in the surrounding void ignored him. Their gazes were fixed on the main passageway behind Yin Qi, and they locked onto him. There's more, of course there's more. Yin Qi was stunned and then smiled awkwardly. He bowed to the surrounding like a grandson, and slowly walked out. He still held the white flag in one hand, and the other hand he gestured to the main passage behind him. Soon Yinba walked out. Then Yinjiu. Then one by one the clansmen of the Een Demon clan followed. It was almost like a long line. One by one they walked out in succession. Their faces all looked like they had just lost their parents. After exiting the main passage, they obediently lined up in the void outside the ship one by one, as if they were waiting to be inspected. Realizing that their ancestor was an imposter who had abandoned them, those guys lost all their temper. The only thing they could think of now was to behave themselves with their tails between their legs, hoping to appease the fury of countless experts from the fleets of more than 100 top forces in space. At this moment, the surrounding void was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the main entrance of the Black Lion battleship. At the same time, some eyes were patrolling the other parts of the enormous Black Lion battleship, in case the Netherworld young master hid himself and walked out from other directions and left quietly. However, this void was now under the full power suppression of thousands of void oscillators. Coupled with the fact that there were 8 supreme experts of the universe who were only several hundred miles away from the void and shrouded it with layers upon layers of divine senses. No matter how good the concealment technique or secret technique was, it would definitely be exposed. Therefore, although the Netherworld young master didn't appear in the main passage or other positions, the experts in space weren't worried at all. When the map was exhausted, the dagger would appear. However, what no one had expected was that the dagger had been delayed for too long. There were more than 10,000 clansmen of the Demon clan in the Black Lion battleship. When they walked out of the main passage one by one and filled the void outside the battleship, the Netherworld young master still didn't appear. Xinyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru glanced at each other suspiciously. They had successfully met up with the rest of the clansmen and squeezed into a corner. She even lowered her voice and muttered to herself, "What the hell is this guy doing? Wearing down their patience? But what's the use? He hasn't left, has he? Look at the expressions of these clansmen of the Demon clan. It's as if they've all died. This clan is disagreeable. They wouldn't be like this unless they've lost all hope." Although the 3 of them knew of Yi Xian's methods, the current situation was still like this. Under such circumstances, even a supreme expert of the universe wouldn't be able to leave quietly. Therefore, even they were certain that Yi Xian was still inside the Black Lion. Zhao Qianru's guess was just a casual guess. At this moment, all the clansmen of the Demon clan in the Black Lion battleship had come out. There was no one at the main passage of the Starry Sky Fortress. Outside there was only a black mass. However, the gazes of many experts in the void were still fixed there. Inchi also saw the problem at this moment. He complained in his heart. His face twitched a few times, and he turned his head to look at a kind-looking expert hundreds of miles away. He swallowed his saliva and said weakly, Senior, everyone has come out and gathered. There's no one in the Black Lion battleship. Can we start the next step?" In his opinion, since they surrendered, they naturally had to give an explanation. No matter if it was circumcision, compensation, or other humiliating terms, as long as these fellows were willing to negotiate, there would be no problem. At least they wouldn't have to worry about their lives. "How dare you? How dare you fool me?" The old man whom Inchi was interested in was the imperial elder of the everlasting dynasty, Long Ziwen. Although he looked kind, he had a violent temper. Before Inchi could finish speaking, he roared and almost slapped him to death on the spot. "No, the little bastard you're looking for, he's gone." Inchi was so anxious that he was about to cry. In the end he told the truth. "More than 2 hours ago. Oh, just before I raised the white flag, I found that the secret room he entered was already empty. We are also victims. That guy is not the young master of the Netherworld at all. He must be lying. I don't know what kind of trick he used, but he disappeared just like that." At the end of his words, Inchi spread out his hands. He looked so dejected that he almost sat down and wailed on the spot. His demeanor and expression didn't seem to be fake. The 8 powerful experts looked at each other, and an extremely bad feeling surged in their hearts. In the distance, Zhan Tu and ancestor Wu Mei, who had been waiting in ambush, couldn't sit still anymore. They showed themselves in the void and turned into 2 streams of flowing arrows, flying straight into the main passage of the Black Lion battleship. At the same time, anxious words were heard. "Fellow cultivators, half of you stay outside to guard in case there's a trick." Chapter 3458. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nayerbo Studio 3rd Form Whoosh. A ray of light so weak that even his divine sense could not detect flashed past. Then Yi Xian stepped out of a void vortex that had suddenly appeared. As soon as he pulled his hind leg out, the void vortex behind him completely disappeared without a trace. Even the fluctuations in the void were extremely weak. The range that it spread out was not more than 10 feet, which was only slightly bigger than Yi Xian's body. It was also because of this that when he stepped into the same void vortex in the independent cabin of the Black Lion, he could leave so quietly. Even though there were 10 powerful beings of universe in the void around the fortress, they did not sense him at all. Although it was not the first time that he had used the universal coordinate jumping ability of the system's title, there had never been so many powerful beings of universe guarding nearby, including the time in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. Therefore, this time, after successfully leaving without attracting anyone's attention, he once again had a clear understanding of the devouring system's ability. It was really hard to believe that this was just a technological product of the human race's technological race. Back then, the human race's technological pioneer Xingbo was really amazing. His talent was simply amazing. Until now, there were still too many unexplainable things about the devouring system that he left behind. Xingbo back then was probably not as simple as a technological pioneer. Unconsciously, Yixian was lost in thought for a while. But soon, he shook his head and dispelled the thoughts in his mind. The time and place were not suitable. Looking around, he quickly saw his surroundings clearly. It was the Yin pool in the heart of the Yin demon clan's nest in the 2nd universe, where he had left the interstellar coordinates not long ago. The reason why he chose to return here instead of the Death Star vortex in the 3rd universe was that this place still had value. Yixian did not intend to let go of this pool of innate Yin cold spiritual liquid. Before he left, he had to take it with him. In addition, his nether body also needed to be healed and restored here. This was the Yin nest's forbidden area. Apart from a few elders and the leader of the Yin demon clan, Yin Di, no other clansmen were allowed to set foot here. Therefore, Yixian was not worried at all, even though there were still many of his clansmen left in the Yin's nest. As for the patriarch Yin Emperor in the depths of the Yin pond, he was in a life and death seclusion. Before he broke through beyond the universe realm and evolved his bloodline into the netherworld physique, he couldn't come out of seclusion. But now, Yin Emperor, who was at the peak of the universe realm, had been in seclusion at the bottom of the Yin pond for several hundred years, but there was no sign of him making a breakthrough. Yixian didn't believe that things could be so coincidental that Yin Emperor would make a breakthrough, just as he quietly returned and began to treat his injuries. It was precisely because of this that Yixian could be said to be extremely confident. He directly sat down cross-legged in the depths of the Yin pool, circulated the nether body, and started to recuperate. The innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid was not something that could be found anywhere. In the entire 2nd universe, there was only one such place, and it was the birthplace of the Yin demon clan. It could be said that every drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid in the Yin pond was a treasure. For the Yin demons, one drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid could sustain their cultivation for a year. It was enough to show how precious it was. But this was the 2nd time that Yixian had bathed in the Yin pond. At this moment, his entire body was immersed in the boundless innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid. He sat cross-legged and gradually sank to the bottom of the Yin pond. As the nether body circulated, Yixian's injuries from the corpse ancestor Han Ba's attack began to slowly heal. As the saying goes, break and rebuild. This time, although Yixian's nether body was far from reaching that level of breaking, it was extremely serious. After all, after taking that attack from the corpse ancestor Han Ba, his nether body had reached a state where it could only maintain its current state, and he couldn't use the nether claw to attack anymore. At this moment, as the large amount of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid in the Yin pond turned into pure innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid and entered his body through the 108,000 pores on his body, Yixian's nether body seemed to be nourished by an endless drizzle. Not only did it rapidly heal itself, but it also improved in some way. A small part of the special energy transformed from the innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid was used to heal Yixian's nether body, but more than half followed his nether body and was absorbed by the dark green withered claw that represented the bloodline ability of the nether claw, which was suspended above Yixian's sea of consciousness. Gradually, some complicated and obscure patterns appeared on the surface of the dark green withered claw. It became more and more simple, and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Faintly, there seemed to be circles of invisible mysterious ripples that rippled out from Yixian's sea of consciousness. They passed through his nether body and appeared in the Yin pond outside his body. These invisible mysterious ripples were clearly related to Yixian's nether claw bloodline ability. At this moment, they rippled out from Yixian's sea of consciousness and appeared in the Yin pond, gradually affecting the enormous pool of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid. Some kind of ripples occurred, as if some kind of resonance. In the end, it affected the entire pool of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid. Moreover, A certain cave dwelling at the bottom of the Een pond that had been completely sealed off by a restriction seemed to be affected by this mysterious resonance. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, a translucent black light curtain appeared, and this light curtain gradually began to ripple. This was the place where the Een Emperor, the patriarch of the Een demon race, cultivated in seclusion. At this moment, the mysterious power of the Netherclaw bloodline ability in Yixian's Sea of Consciousness had passed through the black light barrier of the cave dwelling and seeped into the cave dwelling. Yixian was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his entire body and mind were immersed in the complicated patterns on the dark green claw that hovered in the air above his Sea of Consciousness. Even though he too did not know why all of this was happening, he vaguely understood that this was a sign that his nether body was evolving. Along with the evolution of the nether body, the corresponding bloodline ability, the Netherclaw, would become even more powerful. Previously, when he used the Netherclaw bloodline ability, he could only manifest two forms. The first was the dark green claw, and the second was the claw manifestation Netherclaw. The complicated patterns that gradually appeared on the dark green claw, hovering in the air above Yixian's Sea of Consciousness, represented the third transformation of this bloodline ability. However, the third transformation was even more powerful. It clearly couldn't be fully manifested with just this one evolution. After an unknown period of time, when Yixian's nether body was completely repaired and his battle prowess recovered, the surface of the dark green withered claw that floated above his Sea of Consciousness was completely covered by this ancient and complicated cryptic pattern. However, the patterns were very faint and blurry. This meant that the evolution this time wasn't complete, and the third transformation of the Netherclaw bloodline ability couldn't be manifested yet. Chapter 3459. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Refining Yin Luo. I didn't expect the Netherworld Claw to have so many forms. Just the second form of the Netherworld Claw was already so powerful. How powerful will the third form be? I'm really looking forward to it. Yixian's eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. He wasn't in a hurry. The harder it was to complete the third form, the more powerful it would be. Faintly, Yixian started to look forward to it. Presumably, the next time he had the opportunity to encounter an energy that could allow the nether body to evolve, the third transformation of this bloodline ability should be able to be completely revealed. And now, although the innate chilling spirit liquid was useless, it could at most be used to repair the netherworld body in the future. At this time, the familiar system notification quietly sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Level 6 Grotto Heaven Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Level 7 Grotto Heaven Realm. As expected, even the Netherworld Claw that was floating above his Sea of Consciousness had started to evolve towards its third form. The benefits that Yixian's Netherworld body had obtained were obvious. It was reflected in his original body, which was the evolution of his physical body. He had taken another solid step forward. Level 10 Grotto Heaven Realm Late Stage. Yixian clenched his fists and muttered to himself. There was a surge of confidence in his chest. Previously, his physical body's qi and blood realm was at level 5 Grotto Heaven Realm, which was the middle stage. But now it was at level 7 Grotto Heaven Realm, which was the late stage. Although they were still in the same realm, the gap between the middle stage and late stage was still very big. If he were to face either the fallen demon sun or the demon dust woman now, the result of the battle would probably not be a tie. Yixian was absolutely confident that he could suppress them one by one. Of course, a big battle was unavoidable. After all, he had only advanced by 2 small stages. It was impossible for him to instantly crush opponents who were on par with him. But even so, Yixian was very satisfied. But when he thought of the zombie king Tuo Balinfeng who unexpectedly didn't die, his mood became heavy again. Although he had already obtained Yu Yen Luo, it would not be so easy to capture the zombie king, Ta Balinfeng. Other than gathering a powerful elite zombie army under his command, that fellow had unexpectedly evolved into a heavenly demon body. His cultivation had soared to the late stage of the profound light realm, which was the 11th great realm. He was afraid that when Yixian finally found him, his cultivation would at least be at the void realm. Thinking of this, Yixian shook his head and bitterly smiled. Normal cultivators at the Void Realm were difficult to deal with. With Yixian's various powerful methods, it was possible to kill them, but capturing them alive would add endless variables. This was a long way to go, and the pressure on his shoulders was still very heavy. After tidying up his mood, Yixian did not leave. He quickly took out the Yuyan Luo from the primordial era in his undying world. Even though this treasure had not been refined by him, because of the few strands of the primordial era's incomplete spiritual sense sealed within the treasure, one of the corpse ancestor, Hitorigami, had fully awakened. Therefore, before this treasure was refined, it was obviously under the control of Hitorigami. Because of this, if one wanted to refine this treasure, they would first have to go through Hitorigami. This was absolutely a headache for the other experts in the starry sky. Because corpse ancestor Hamba was in existence at the advanced stage of the universe realm. So one had to possess a cultivation that surpassed the universe realm in order to suppress her. It could be said that even if Long Ziwen and the other cosmos realm experts joined forces to temporarily suppress Hitorigami and seize the treasure, they would not be able to refine this treasure. After all, the 10 of them could join forces to suppress Hitorigami, but to refine this treasure, even if the 10 of them were willing, they would not be able to refine the same treasure together. However, to Yixian, this most troublesome problem had become something that he didn't need to worry about at all. With the headless corpse of the infant, the corpse ancestor Hamba took the initiative to recognize him as his master. It was also because of this that Yixian was able to casually absorb the treasure into his body. It was no different from refining it. However, the necessary refining process was still necessary. Otherwise, if Yixian wanted to display the power of this treasure, he would have to rely on Hitorigami, who was like a spirit of the treasure. That would be too troublesome. At this moment, Bao Luo transformed into a wisp of pink light that shot out from Yixian's body. He immediately floated in the cold water of the pond in front of him, and as the scales in the pond undulated, due to the fact that his power was completely restrained, it was only the size of 2 palms, making him look like an ordinary silk cloth soaked in water. However, on the surface of this seemingly ordinary pink silk cloth, there were 6 vivid female cultivators. There were 3 of them. These 6 female cultivators looked like figures embroidered on ordinary silk cloth. However, upon closer inspection, they were extremely delicate. Even their eyes were extremely vivid. Under the insight of divine sense, the tiny pores on the exposed skin of the hands and necks of the figures were extremely clear. The 6 figures, each with a different temperament and aura, were all stunning without exception. Their figures were even more heaven-defying. Perhaps the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, would not lose in terms of beauty, but their temperament was obviously inferior. After all, these 6 figures were all the top powerful figures of the primordial age. Their aura was a kind of peerless temperament that people could only look up to. His original body was second only to the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Turtle, who were at the supreme level of the remote antiquity. His incomplete spiritual sense was already at the grand completion of the universe realm, which showed how powerful he was. Naturally, he was far more powerful than the 3 women of the Purplish Warbler, who had not yet grown up. Among them, the 3 figures in front of Bao Luo clearly had a gentler temperament, while the 3 figures behind him had a more sinister and ferocious temperament. This should be the difference between good and evil. Hamba the corpse ancestor was one of the 3 beautiful figures on the back of Bao Luo. Amongst the 6 figures, only the aura of the corpse ancestor, Hamba, was the most obvious, whereas the other 5 were extremely dim. Obviously, they hadn't awakened yet. So this is the 6 paths of desolation's most powerful being's incomplete spiritual sense source? In this lifetime, these are 6 terrifying existences at the perfection stage of the universe realm. If all of them awaken like the corpse ancestor and Hamba, then wouldn't this young master's tent instantly possess 6 almighty generals? As he muttered to himself, Yixian's eyes blazed with a fiery light, and a feeling of incomparable anticipation surged in his heart. Chapter 3460. In Emperor, the process of refining the treasure hunt luster was very smooth. Yixian didn't encounter any obstacles. In just a few minutes he successfully refined the treasure hunt luster. Of course, this was all because he had the help of the fully awakened Hitorigami corpse ancestor inside the treasure hunt luster. Previously, When Hitorigami Corp's ancestor was still in the outside world and hadn't entered the treasure hunt luster, Yixian could communicate with her verbally. Of course, this kind of communication was almost non-existent. The situation at that time didn't give them the time to do so. But ever since Hitorigami Corp's ancestor entered the treasure hunt luster, Yixian had lost contact with her even though the treasure hunt luster had been absorbed into his body. This was all because Yixian hadn't refined the treasure hunt luster yet. And now, as the treasure hunt luster was being refined, Yixian immediately received Hitorigami Corp's ancestor's consciousness from the treasure hunt luster. What surprised him was that Hitorigami Corp's ancestor's first consciousness was that she needed to be healed. Moreover, she clearly said that she had sensed the rich innate chilling spiritual liquid in the surroundings. It was very beneficial to her injuries, but she needed a large amount. She was asking for Yixian's opinion. This made Yixian feel a little strange. A great expert from the primordial era, an existence at the peak of the ninth step of the universe realm, needed to absorb energy to heal her injuries, but she was actually asking for his opinion so carefully. From her words, it seemed that she would immediately give up if Yixian didn't agree. This really made him feel speechless. But thinking about it, it was understandable. It seemed very normal. This was because in the eyes of the corpse ancestor, even if Yixian wasn't the headless infant corpse from back then, he definitely had an extremely close relationship with the headless infant corpse. This could be seen from the fact that when she heard the headless infant corpse's roar, she immediately rushed out of the encirclement and kowtowed to Yixian, calling out to him as her master. In that unprecedented battle back then, the headless infant corpse was an existence that could contend against the will of the heavenly way of the untainted land, which was suspected to be the green eye of the heavenly way. Although Yixian did not know his specific origins and details, he vaguely had a guess in his heart. Back then, the headless baby corpse had countless powerful creatures of the untainted land under its command. There were 108 supreme beings of the remote antiquity like the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, the desolate Wuxia, and the netherworld emperor. On the other hand, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami was merely a top-rate almighty of the primordial era all those years ago, and he was a level weaker than the exalts of the primordial era like the divine gold dragon. Headless infant corpses must have at least hundreds of such existences under their command. Therefore, even if Yixian was only closely related to the headless infant corpse, and not himself for Hitorigami, he was an existence that she absolutely had to respect and revere. Not to mention that she was only an incomplete wisp of the origin of spiritual sense now. It could be said that if Yixian really refused, the wisp of Hitorigami's incomplete wisp of origin of spiritual sense in the treasure tool desire for smoke would definitely obey, and immediately give up the idea of absorbing the surrounding innate chilling spiritual liquid to heal his injuries. But that was obviously impossible. Yixian would not do that. Anyway, it was someone else's thing. It would be a waste not to use it. Although his netherworld body would need this innate chilling spiritual liquid in the future, Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor, was obviously more important to him. Moreover, Yixian had already collected 10,000 cubic meters of the innate chilling spiritual liquid, which was more than enough for him to use for a period of time. Moreover, there was such a large pool here. Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor, could not use up all of it. Yixian could still take away the rest of the innate chilling spiritual liquid in one go. That was the reason why he had come here again. Soon Yixian gave a reply. Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor, did not say anything else. As a top mighty figure in the remote antiquity era, and one of the four ancestors of the corpse Tao, she had a rebellious temperament. Even when facing Yixian, who was closely related to the headless infant corpse, she could not be too friendly. Soon, Yixian felt that the innate chilling spiritual liquid in the surroundings began to rush into the treasure tool desire for smoke floating in front of him. At this time he was still immersed in the depths of the pool. In front of him was the treasure tool desire for smoke. As a large amount of innate chilling spiritual liquid flowed into it, a small whirlpool gradually formed above the treasure tool desire, and the range of its influence gradually expanded. What surprised Yixian was that in less than a minute, the entire pond was affected. The water of the pond, which was originally just rippling scales, started to ripple. Fortunately, it wasn't very violent, otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the demon clansmen who were guarding the nest. Of course, even if that was the case, Yixian was not afraid. There was nothing to worry about. At most, he would put on the airs of an old ancestor and scold a few old bastards. Another 2 minutes passed, and the water level of the Yin pool had decreased significantly. According to Yixian's estimation, about 1/5 of the innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid had been absorbed into the treasure tool desire for smoke. At this time, the treasure tool desire for smoke finally transmitted a message from Hitorigami, indicating that she had obtained enough energy. Now she needed to refine and recover from her injuries. 3 minutes ago, the whirlpool above the treasure tool desire had disappeared. Yixian immediately waved his hand and stored the treasure tool into his undying world. With a flip of his palm, he took out a bottle-shaped storage magic treasure. He had a lot of these things in his possession, and he'd obtained a lot of treasures and resources from extorting them time and time again. Not to mention Yixian had a huge fortune before this. Yixian had already stored a bottle of this innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid, a total of 10,000 cubic meters. And now, the treasure tool desire for smoke had an even larger capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. According to Yixian's estimation, there was about 40 to 50,000 cubic meters of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid left in the Yin pool. The treasure tool desire in his hand was enough to store it all. Following the activation of the treasure control technique, a powerful suction force immediately emanated from the cyan spatial bottle in Yixian's palm. The innate cold spirit liquid in the Yin pond was quickly poured into the mouth of the spatial bottle at a speed that was even faster than when it was absorbed by the corpse ancestor drought demon. At this time, if one were to look down from the top of the Yin pool, they would see that the surface of the entire Yin pool was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short 2 minutes, Yixian's body, which was originally soaking in the innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid, was revealed. And the surface of the pool was still dropping. Finally, after another 2 minutes, the entire Yin pool was completely dried up. Not a single drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid was left. This time it was all gone. At this time Yixian's figure was floating above the Yin pool. Seeing that the last drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid had been sucked into the bottle, he immediately sealed the bottle and put it into his undying world with a flip of his hand. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a dense black light suddenly blossomed from the bottom of the completely dried up Yin pond. Immediately after, a low and sinister sneer entered Yixian's ears, causing his body to violently tremble. GGG. Although you inadvertently helped this old man break through the bloodline shackles and successfully reach atavism, forming the nether body and stepping into the Star Lord realm, you destroyed the foundation of my race, leaving not a single drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid behind. Chapter 3461. Planar coordinate jump. Little doll, tell me, should I kill you? Or should I kill you? As this sinister voice sounded, the light screen at the bottom of the Yin pond suddenly flickered again. Then a figure walked out from the black light screen. He wore a black robe, had black hair and a black beard. He looked to be in high spirits and was around 50 years old. He had the formless majesty of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. In addition, he referred to himself as this emperor, so it was obvious that this person should be the patriarch of the Yin Devil clan, Yin Emperor. Yixian's heart sank, and his expression immediately darkened. Yin Emperor had been in seclusion for several hundred years, and it was a life and death seclusion. If his bloodline couldn't reach ancestral awakening and form the netherworld physique, he wouldn't be able to come out. This was no longer a secret in the 3 universes. The reason for this was because this person had been forced to do so. The Yin demon race wasn't liked by other races in the 2nd universe. Although they didn't make many enemies, they were still a race with more than 10,000 people. It was inevitable that they would stumble when they were outside. Therefore, there were many enemies who were secretly eyeing them. Furthermore, the Yin demon race had to contend with both the myriad Luo Federation and the overlord of the 1st universe, the Tianji race. They were opportunists who wanted to take advantage of both sides and curry favor with both sides. Originally, this was a dangerous action that was equivalent to walking on the edge of a blade. Under such circumstances, if there were no top-notch powerhouses in the clan, they would have no confidence at all. Even though the clan leader, Yin Emperor, had already reached the 15th Great Realm, the Great Circle of Universe Realm 9th stage cultivation several hundred years ago, for an enormous clan, this level of strength was clearly not enough. Among the top 10 races in the second universe, there was an existence that surpassed the 15th grand realm of Universe Master. There was even more than one. As for the human race of the third universe and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race, there was no need to mention them. The Heaven's Legacy tribe announced that their tribe leader Diyi's cultivation was at the 15th level, and that he was a supreme expert of the universe. This kind of statement only made people laugh. If one took it seriously, they would probably die very miserably. Such a childish existence wouldn't be able to survive for long in the current starry sky environment. It was precisely because of this that Yin Emperor made a grand vow to publicly announce that he was going into seclusion and wouldn't come out until he made a breakthrough. And now, since he had already walked out of the cave at the bottom of the lake, the truth was already very obvious. Coupled with his words, Yixian instantly confirmed some things. Not only had Yin Emperor broken through the universe realm, becoming an existence that surpassed the universe realm, even his bloodline had successfully returned to its ancestral state, obtaining the netherworld physique. Originally, the Yin demon clan only had a little bit of the netherworld bloodline. Although the growth paths of the starry sky experts were different, to put it bluntly, it was actually a variety of different evolutionary methods. In the second universe, the path to becoming stronger was basically the evolution of one's own bloodline. In other words, it was atavism or even transcendence. Before going into seclusion, Yin Emperor, who had the cultivation of the 15th Great Realm, Universe Realm 9, had already reached perfection in his own bloodline and was about to undergo a qualitative change. Following this breakthrough, the netherworld body formed, and the innate talent imprinted in his bloodline would immediately appear. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the Yin Emperor in front of him was most likely the same as Yixian. He had already grasped the netherworld claw's magical ability. Thinking of this, Yixian's heart immediately sank again. No one in the current world was clearer than him about how powerful the netherworld claw was. Currently, he was only in the 10th Great Realm, Heavenly Passage Realm 7, but the power of this bloodline magical ability was already so powerful. Yixian really couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scene it would be when a heaven-defying existence that surpassed the universe realm used the netherworld claw with a wave of his hand. At the very least, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it, and even escaping would be a problem. If it was the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm expert, Yixian might have been able to use all kinds of methods to barely escape, but now he was facing a super old monster that surpassed the universe realm. If he wanted to live, there were only two paths he could take. He could directly ask the headless infant corpse to suppress the other party, or he could directly use the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape in an instant. The former method was naturally the most reliable. Once the infant corpse took action, the other party would only be beaten up. To put it more harshly, the Yin Emperor didn't even have the qualifications to be beaten up by the infant corpse. As for the latter method, Yixian was confident in facing the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm expert, but the current Yin Emperor was a super old monster that surpassed the universe realm. No matter how fast the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title was, it still needed time to activate. Yixian didn't dare to be sure whether he could successfully use the coordinate jump ability to escape under the watchful eyes of the other party at such a close distance. In addition, the place where Yixian was standing was already the Yin Pond where he had branded the interstellar coordinates in the second universe. If he wanted to use this method to escape, he would have to directly activate it. The interstellar coordinate jump ability was on the level of the first universe's black hole, or the third universe's Death Star vortex. This was even less safe. Although Yixian had experienced the interstellar coordinate jump ability many times, he had never experienced it before. If it took even longer, Yixian might not even know how he died when facing the Yin Emperor. It was too risky. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Yixian bitterly smiled inwardly. He couldn't count on the headless infant corpse. That fellow was just a brat. When he wanted to attack, he would naturally attack. However, if Yixian took the initiative to ask him, he wouldn't even respond. His only choice was to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, but before that, he had to at least use some methods to distract the other party's attention. Or perhaps tie him down. There was no need to think about the Netherworld Claw and Fallen Sky Bow bloodline abilities. There was no doubt that they were powerful. Unfortunately, Yixian's cultivation was too weak. The power he displayed couldn't cause any trouble to the super old monster that had surpassed the universe realm. Even the Rai D seal and Thunder Origin bead were useless. Yi Xian had already tried it in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates in the 3rd universe's cultivation camp. The Thunder Origin bead couldn't even injure the core of a universe realm expert like Tian Qianzi. It could only cause him to fall into an awkward situation, let alone a super old monster that had surpassed the universe realm. Perhaps when Yi Xian's cultivation was stronger in the future, he could compress and condense the Thunder Origin bead a second time. This would give the bead even more power, but right now it was useless. It was the same for the Farmer God Cauldron. It might not be able to seal the super old monster in front of him. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian suddenly realized that although he had many precious treasures and powerful abilities in his hands, his cultivation was too weak. Once he encountered a true super expert, none of them could be used. Fortunately, he had just refined the Yen Luo not long ago. Even if it was stored in the undying world in his body, Yi Xian could directly communicate with corpse ancestor Hamba. With her battle prowess that could rival 10 universe realm experts, even if she couldn't defeat the Yin Emperor in front of her, she could at least contend with him for a period of time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian secretly gave orders to Hamba as he sneered at the Yin Emperor, who was currently soaring into the air from the bottom of the Yin Pond. Chapter 3462. Terrifying Methods. Old bastard, are you the patriarch of the Yin demon race, Yin Emperor? Since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to your ancestor? So what if you're a Star Lord? Your nether body was bestowed upon you by this ancestor. Could it be that you still want to devour your master? At that moment, Yi Xian was standing in the void above the Yin Pond with his hands behind his back. He had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he didn't care about Yin Emperor at all. However, in reality his heart was bleeding. Only now did he know that the 16th realm of the starry skies was the Star Lord realm. Previously, it had always been mentioned as an existence that surpassed the universe, and all the great forces had done the same. It was a form of reverence. The reason why Yin Emperor could break through the universe was all because of Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian had been careless when he was healing his injuries, causing the mysterious fluctuations that appeared from the dark green withered claw floating above his sea of consciousness to spread out from his body, allowing the Yin Emperor to capture and inspire him. Thus, he was able to sever the bloodline shackles in one fell swoop and achieve the netherworld body. How could this old fellow enter this realm? At the very least, there was no chance of that happening right now. Yi Xian had already understood everything, and his intestines were turning green with regret. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only pretend to be calm and hope to numb his opponent. That was because he still had to use Yen Luo. Although it was something that could be done with a wave of his hand, the person in front of him was an old monster that surpassed the universe. The so-called Star Lord was the master of a star domain, and it meant that he was the sole ruler of a star domain. The methods he grasped were not to be underestimated. Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that his opponent had the ability to make him unable to use his treasures. He had called him an old bastard in order to anger his opponent and distract him. Otherwise, why would he be so reckless as to seek trouble for himself in such a situation? Unfortunately, the old monster wasn't as simple as Yi Xian thought. Not only did Yin Emperor not get angry in the face of his provocation, he even started to laugh strangely again. Gigi. Kid, are you trying to anger this emperor? Are you deliberately trying to distract me so that you can take the opportunity to escape? I advise you to give up. You won't be able to escape. If you obediently surrender, you'll be spared some physical pain. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly sank again. This old fellow was indeed not simple. As expected of the patriarch of the Yin Devil clan, his schemes were too deep. He was not as easy to fool as Yin Qi and the other old fellows. This time he was in trouble. Not only did he fail to divert the other party's attention, but he also alerted the other party, making them even more vigilant. Just as he was secretly annoyed, hesitating whether or not to grit his teeth and give it a try in front of the old man who was eyeing him covetously, an unexpected episode occurred. Ancestor? When did you come back? Patriarch? Heavens, the aura within the patriarch's body. This is the netherworld divine body. This must have been bestowed by the ancestor. No wonder the ancestor suddenly returned. So it turns out that he had taken all of the clansmen away to confuse the outside world. Now, he has specially returned to help the Patriarch condense the netherworld divine body. The commotion at the Een pond finally attracted the Een devils who were guarding the Een nest. A large group of black figures gathered from all directions. There were at least 1,000 of them. This group of people didn't hear the conversation between Yixian and Een Emperor at all. At this moment, they rushed over and saw that the ancestor who had led everyone out to patrol had returned. Furthermore, there was a figure rising from the Een pond. It was actually the Patriarch who had been in seclusion for several hundred years, Een Emperor. After being stunned for a moment, they were overjoyed and immediately knelt down with their heads lowered. Immediately after, a large number of chants of praise rang out and entered Een Emperor's ears like a clap of thunder. Ancestor Huan Ting. #1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever. And live as long as the heavens. Ancestor Huan Ting punch and kick. The three great cosmoses cry bitterly. Greetings ancestor, welcome Patriarch out of seclusion. You bunch of idiots. Why this emperor is angered to death. No matter how deep the Een Emperor's shrewdness was, he couldn't remain calm at this moment. The people kneeling in front of him were all his clansmen, but now they were calling Yixian ancestor over and over again. Moreover, they were all shouting out such a shameless slogan. No one would be able to endure this kind of thing if it happened to them. What shocked him even more was that from the words of this group of people, the entire Een Devil clan's 10,000 clansmen had been abducted by this person in front of him. In such a large nest, there were probably only 1,000 or 2 clansmen kneeling in front of him. As the Patriarch of the clan, this was what shocked Een Emperor the most. Under the combination of the two, Een Emperor felt an overflowing fury surge up from his chest. His brain buzzed and he felt like it was about to explode. Although he wanted nothing more than to immediately slap Yixian to death on the spot, the tens of thousands of clansmen were still in the other party's hands. He didn't know where they'd been taken to, so he subconsciously restrained this impulse. His heart was filled with anger as he vented it all on the Een demon clansmen kneeling on the ground. If the 10,000 or so clansmen that had been abducted could still be brought back, the 1,000 or 2 clansmen wouldn't make much of a difference. If the 10,000 or so clansmen couldn't come back, then it would be better for them to die completely. That way they wouldn't be tied down. When he thought of this, Een Emperor's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He raised his hand and slapped the ground in front of him. As he shouted, he pressed down with his palm. So stupid. What use does this emperor have for you? Boom! Rumble. In the next instant, a world-shaking energy rumble rang out, and the ground below was completely turned into powder. The flat ground with a radius of 3,000 feet was turned into a huge crater by Een Emperor's palm. Such a method was truly frightening. Yixian didn't even see any energy fluctuations. Everything was without a trace, but it was as if a large piece of ground, as well as the thousands of Een demon clansmen that were kneeling on the ground, had completely disappeared. Within a radius of 3,000 feet, not to mention hair, not even a single rock was left. It was as if they had been vaporized in an instant. Yixian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so scared that the white hairs on his back broke out in cold sweat, as expected of a star lord who surpassed the Almighty of the universe. Just a casual palm strike without even using the netherworld claw was already so terrifying. Wouldn't it be terrible if it really hit him? As his heart trembled, an even stronger sense of danger enveloped his body and mind. Yixian didn't dare delay any longer. Taking advantage of the Een Emperor's furious distraction, he shook his hand and summoned the Yen Luo from the undying world within his body. Whoosh! Just as Bao Luo appeared from Yixian's palm, a figure flew out from within. Like a bolt of blood-colored lightning, it shot straight towards the Een Emperor in the air. It was corpse ancestor Han Ba. At that moment, the injury she had suffered when she was besieged by the 10 almighty universe masters had completely healed. Perhaps it was because she had refined the large amount of innate Coldine spirit liquid that she had absorbed before, but her aura had increased slightly. Although she was still at the peak of the 9th rank Universe Master realm, she was infinitely close to the Star-Lord realm. Chapter 3463. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations. How could this be? Whoosh! as the corpse ancestor drought demon flew out at an extremely fast speed. The desolate ancient treasure smoke net that Yixian had just taken out also instantly shot out. It transformed into a blood-colored waterfall that was a foot long and as thin as a cicada. However, it was incomparably sharp as it directly slashed towards the Yin Emperor's neck. The treasure was miraculous. It could turn into a curtain to protect the user, and it could turn into all kinds of weapons to slash at the enemy. It might not have been able to display too much power in Yixian's hands, but in the hands of the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was infinitely close to the Star Lord realm, its power could only be described as terrifying. Both the speed and the invisible murderous aura were shocking. Even the Star Lord super-old monsterine emperor couldn't help but look askance. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of kilometers away, but he laughed arrogantly. Kakik! What a treasure! It's actually a desolate era treasure with both offense and defense. It even has the remnant soul of a half-step Star Lord Hitorigami as its artifact spirit. It's really extraordinary. This emperor wants this treasure. Amidst the strange laughter, the old fellow suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dark green light shot out from his palm. It instantly transformed into 100,000 feet long withered claw that enveloped the blood-colored waterfall and the corpse ancestor Hitorigami that were charging towards him from the front and back. It was the Netherworld race's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. Yin Emperor's bloodline had already undergone ancestral awakening, and he had formed the Netherworld body. Naturally, he had also obtained the innate ability of the Netherworld race. A Star Lord was indeed extraordinary. Although it was his first time using it, he was clearly still a little shaky, but he could condense a 10,000-meter-long dark green withered claw with a wave of his hand. The aura of the Netherworld race assaulted his face, and even Yixian, who was thousands of kilometers away, felt his heart tremble. It was too powerful. It was the same ability, but when Yin Emperor used it, it was completely different from when Yixian used it. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami obviously didn't dare to face it head-on. His body flickered, and he moved 10,000 meters away, narrowly escaping the edge of the dark green withered claw. However, the blood-colored chain formed by the Netherworld race was even faster. Under the control of the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, it rushed out of the area covered by the claw and slashed at Yin Emperor again. Boom! However, at that moment, a corpse ancestor Hitorigami suddenly, a faint muffled sound of thunder, and her expression changed. Her body froze and then she jumped to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. The old man was truly worthy of being the leader of the Yin demons. He was a Star Lord, yet he had launched a sneak attack. The Hellish Claw's attack was just a feint. The invisible palm power he launched in secret was the real attack. Humph! The almighty experts of the universe at the 15th realm were already able to come into contact with the laws of the universe, so Star Lords were obviously even stronger. They had most likely grasped some kind of special mystery in this regard. Even though Yin Emperor was 1,000 li away and had such boundless energy, he didn't leave behind the slightest trace of his attack. Even Corpse Ancestor and Hitorigami only noticed it when it was right in front of them. Although she managed to dodge it in time, she was injured by the invisible energy that brushed past her body. Her body swayed, and she let out a painful groan. Seeing this, Yin Emperor, who was thousands of kilometers away in the void, laughed strangely again. Although you are a half-step Star Lord, you will always be an ant if you don't take that step. Surrender. I can take you as my slave because you have cultivated hard. Humph, you are already a remnant soul, but you are still alive. I presume you don't want to be completely annihilated, right? Old bastard, you are too shameless. A Star Lord is actually launching a sneak attack. Bao Luo, return quickly. That old bastard's palm is too strange. There are no traces at all. Immediately turn into a curtain and protect this ancestor. Before the Yin Emperor could finish his threat, Yi Xian, who was on the other side of the void, jumped up and cursed. He even raised his hand and waved towards the distance. Whoosh! In the next instant, the blood-colored waterfall that was shooting toward Yin Emperor, as if it wanted to cut him in half, quickly turned around and floated toward Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami, whose body was covered in torrential corpse flames and looked extremely ferocious, stopped at that moment and activated teleportation. After Yi Xian summoned the Yanluo, he immediately ordered the system to activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump at full speed. However, he didn't stay idle. He fully activated the dark green withered claw in his mind, accumulating power and waiting. Although only a few breaths had passed, the system's response had already arrived. The planar-level interstellar coordinate jump had been warmed up, and he could leave at any time. Old bastard. It seems that this ancestor still needs to teach you the true power of the netherworld claw. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Yi Xian waved his hand and shot a ray of light toward Yin Emperor, who was 1,000 kilometers away. It expanded with the wind and turned into a dark green withered claw that was 1,000 meters long in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, the withered claw exploded, and baleful Yin energy filled the air, transforming into a dark green skeleton that looked like a mountain barbarian. Baleful blood flames flickered in its eye sockets, and it opened its mouth wide, swallowing Yin Emperor with a howl. Previously, it was corpse ancestor Hitorigami who had bought time for him, but now Yi Xian had summoned the Netherworld Claw and activated the second form of the Netherworld Claw. He had even deliberately shouted to attract the other party's attention. His goal was to cover for Hitorigami, who had already been lightly injured, to take the opportunity to retreat. As expected of the Netherworld Claw, can actually transform like that? Why didn't this emperor know? Little bastard, where did you come from? Sure enough, when he suddenly saw Yi Xian use the second form of the Claw Netherworld, the eyes of the Yin Emperor, who was thousands of kilometers away, flashed with a bright light. His attention was instantly focused on the enormous dark green skeleton that was rapidly opening its bloody mouth and swallowing it in one gulp. He let out a cry of surprise and then laughed strangely again. Kakik. But it doesn't matter, no matter where you come from. After I capture you, I will be able to search your soul, including all the secrets of this netherworld claw. Whoosh! At the same time, Yanluo, which had turned into a blood-colored waterfall, arrived in front of Yi Xian. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami directly teleported back and turned into a blood-colored ray of light that entered Yanluo. Old bastard, the next time we meet, this ancestor will definitely kill you. Yi Xian's heart settled and he grinned. He even raised his hand and waved at Yin Emperor, whose expression had changed. But today this ancestor's body is a bit tired, so I'll take my leave first. Don't send me off. See you later. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure had already completely disappeared. This time he used the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability, and even the dark space vortex that was several meters wide didn't appear. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air, but there wasn't the slightest bit of spatial energy fluctuation. Chapter 3464. The nest exploded. No matter who you are, no matter where you run to, if this emperor doesn't kill you, I will never return to the nest. Hong! After being stunned for a moment, Yin Emperor's expression became extremely gloomy, and he roared towards the sky. He then punched out, and this time, although he didn't use the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw, all of the cultivation power in his body surged out as if he was venting it out. He then smashed it towards the huge dark green skull in the sky that was about to swallow it whole. Then, Yin Emperor didn't even look at the result of this punch, and with a shake of his shoulder, he disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Yin nest. It had to be known that the Yin nest was an innately cold place, and it could be considered a half-independent space like a secret realm or a heavenly passage. It was only connected to the void of the second cosmos by a half-open passage. And at this moment Yin Emperor took a step forward, and he actually went from the Yin nest to the void of the second cosmos. This wasn't teleportation but rather some kind of ability to cross realms. Of course, this wasn't the true meaning of crossing realms. After all, the Yin nest was only a half-independent space, and it couldn't be compared to the coordinate transmission ability of Yi Xian's system title that could cross realms. However, at the very least, it was completely possible for the Yin Emperor to stop Yi Xian from leaving when they were only a few thousand kilometers apart. From this, it could be seen that the methods and actions that Yi Xian had used to distract him were truly indispensable. If he hadn't been careful, it would have been very difficult for him to resolve the matter today. He would either be captured or forced into a corner, and he would have no choice but to take action as the headless corpse with the corpse lamp tattoo. At that time, Yin Emperor's greatest trump card would be completely exposed. Hong! Hong long long at this moment as Yin Emperor's figure appeared outside the Yin nest. He immediately soared into the sky without even turning his head. Behind him, a huge explosion suddenly rang out from the half-open passage. It was the sound of that huge dark green skull being blown apart by Yin Emperor's punch, and then the two energies colliding and wreaking havoc. In order to protect the corpse ancestor drought demon, Yi Xian had already used all his strength when he used the netherworld claw to condense the dark green bone. As for the Yin Emperor, a super old monster at the 16th realm, the Star Lord realm, his full strength was even more terrifying when he punched out in anger. The collision of the two energies caused a chain reaction in the Yin nest, and the void exploded. This was originally a half-open secret realm, and all the innate cold Yin spirit liquid inside had been taken away by Yi Xian, which caused the Yin nest's foundation to become unstable. Now, with such a level of energy roaring inside, the final result was that the entire Yin's nest exploded, turning into a void turbulence vortex full of countless small void cracks. The degree of danger was definitely not to be approached. Even if a powerful figure of heaven and earth stepped into it, he would be injured if he was caught off guard. Yin Emperor didn't care about any of this. The 2,000 clansmen guarding the Yin nest had already been killed by his palm in anger, and the other clansmen had already been abducted by the guy who had just escaped, and their whereabouts were unknown. He himself roared toward the sky and swore that he wouldn't return to the Yin nest until he killed the other party. Therefore, no matter how intense the explosion in the Yin nest behind him was, he didn't turn his head. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and he disappeared into the distant void in the blink of an eye, never to be seen again. From then on, he had embarked on a path of no return. A path of pursuit that spanned across all three universes. Universe 2, Nether Turtle Sea Star region. It had already been half a day since Yi Xian left, but this space was still filled with battleships. They were densely packed together and spread out across a vast galaxy. Several thousand battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes were present, but none of them had left. They were still in a circular formation, surrounding the lonely Black Lion battleship. In the void beside the Black Lion battleship, more than 10,000 clansmen of the Yin Demon clan shrunk their necks as they obediently lined up in formation. Including Yin Qi and the other two clan elders, none of them dared to take a deep breath. Even Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou were only at the late stage of void space, the 12th great realm, but there were 10 almighty experts of the universe glaring at them with resentment and unwillingness. It would be strange if they dared to jump around. The entire Black Lion had been searched several times, inside and out, but none of the 10 mighty experts had been able to find a single trace of it. Right now, they didn't even know if that damned young master of the netherworld had left using some unknown mysterious method, or if he had also used some unknown mysterious method that even they couldn't detect to hide himself inside the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress. Therefore, out of caution, not only did they not leave, but they also didn't turn off the space oscillators of the several thousand battleships and fortresses in order to avoid falling into young master of the netherworld clan's trap and being detected by him and teleported away. Like this, half a day had already passed. Among the 10 almighty experts of the universe, there were those who were proficient in arrays, and there were also those who had studied the laws of space. However, at this moment, they looked at each other and couldn't do anything but stare at each other. Basically, the starry sky experts in the fleets of most of the top forces of the three universes were the same. None of them were willing to leave, but they couldn't do anything if they stayed. They had to endure the buzzing sound of the space oscillators, which was extremely annoying. At this moment, an explosive piece of news suddenly came. Something big had happened to the Yin Demon's nest. It was in chaos. The news came from a small race near the Shadow Nest space zone, which immediately sent the shocking news to the interstellar network of all the races in the Federation of the Second Universe. The Shadow Nest had turned into an enormous void vortex, which was full of countless cracks of various sizes. Energy was raging inside, and a new dangerous place of the star state was born. It was said that the reason for this was because the patriarch of the Yin Devil clan fought with a mysterious existence. That guy was the one who pretended to be the ancestor of the Yin Devil clan, and called himself the Netherworld Young Master. The reason why the Een Emperor was awakened was because he had used up all the innate cold Een spiritual liquid in the entire Een pond. The final result of the battle was that the mysterious being had successfully escaped. The chief of the Een demons, Een Emperor, killed all the people who stayed in the Shadow Nest and left in a fit of rage. He hadn't even left the Shadow Nest space zone when he announced that the enemy should wash their necks and wait. Not everyone could withstand the pursuit of a super old monster at the Star-Lord state. As the news spread, that corner of the void in the Dark Turtle space zone fell into a dead silence. All the Star State experts, including the 10 almighty experts of the universe, were dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing, and their faces were full of confusion. After a long time, someone murmured to himself, "How is this possible? How long has it been? He has already arrived at the Shadow Nest and fought against Een Emperor?" Chapter 3465. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The four geniuses, after multiple confirmations and verifications, they finally confirmed that the news was indeed true. The 10 Universe Almighties were completely stunned. After a long time, someone finally pinched his nose and waved at Een Chi and the others, who were ecstatic, asking them to leave immediately in disgust. It wasn't that they were scared. Een D, the leader of the Een demons, had successfully achieved ancestral awakening and condensed a nether body, breaking through the 16th level and becoming a super old monster in the Star-Lord state. However, it wasn't as if there weren't Star-Lords behind the major forces. There might even be more than one. More importantly, they couldn't afford to be disgusted. The real master had already run away. Was there a need to keep those idiots around to vent their anger? That would only be a joke, not to mention that it would cause trouble. It was truly unwise. Soon Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiu led more than 10,000 clansmen and re-entered the Black Lion. Although this Starry Sky fortress belonged to the Battle Lion clan, their old nest had been blown into a void turbulence vortex, and there was no place for them to stay. Naturally, they would not let go of the Black Lion. They would have to rely on it to wander the universe in the future. So far, the storm in the Nether Turtle Sea had come to an end. That fake Netherworld young master became the only big winner. Not only did he take away the primordial treasure Luo Yan, but he also subdued a primordial almighty being, who had reached the peak of the universe realm. He even took away the Een Demon Clan's foundation, which was the vast Een pool in the depths of the Een nest. Not a single drop was left. Moreover, under the banner of the Netherworld young master and the deterrence of the Nether Turtle Patriarch, they wantonly extorted and plundered all sorts of treasures and cultivation resources in the Nether Turtle Sea, and they even called it protection fees. He had made a lot of money. However, at the same time, young master of the Netherworld clan had gotten himself into a lot of trouble. First, there was the pursuit of the Een demon race's patriarch, the Een Emperor. This was a 16th realm Star-Lord old monster. His tribesmen were abducted, his race was stolen, and even his home was blown up. He was absolutely filled with hatred. No wonder he swore publicly that if he didn't kill this person, he wouldn't return. It could be imagined that in the following days, Een Emperor's pursuit wouldn't stop, even if he had to search through the 3 universes and countless star fields. Once he was caught, he would definitely lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. That wasn't all. Aside from Een Emperor, the Dark Turtle ancestor and even the entire Dark Turtle clan had been used. If he hadn't used the banner of becoming sworn friends with the Dark Turtle ancestor, how could the fake Netherworld young master have the ability to run amok in the Dark Turtle Sea? Moreover, his identity was fake to begin with. This was a lie. No matter how good the temper of the Dark Turtle clan was and how they didn't ask about the affairs of the world, it was difficult for them to swallow this anger. Of course, there was also the Battle Lion clan, and the other races of the Second Universe's Federation. After this incident, almost all of them hated the fake Netherworld young master to the core. Even the forces and powerhouses from the First and Third Universes who had been collected protection fees felt the same way. Even the few forces who hadn't paid the protection fee secretly bore a grudge. This time they had made a trip for nothing, and they had even been tricked. How could they not hate him? This fake Netherworld young master was actually able to make almost half of the forces in the 3 universes gnash their teeth in hatred towards him. This fake Netherworld young master could be considered to be unprecedented in history. After this matter spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar. Someone exclaimed that the fourth peerless genius of the current era had appeared. The previous three peerless geniuses had been publicly acknowledged. The first was Prince Xian. Although he had been quiet recently, he had roamed the first universe alone and disturbed the Tianji clan to the point that they issued a warrant for his arrest in the first universe. Furthermore, he had shot up the Federation's heavenly ranking list at an inconceivable speed and method. He had entered the top 10 for a time and finally settled on the 11th place. He had become the idol of the entire Federation and was considered a genius. The second was the invincible war god, who was still bouncing around in the third universe's human cultivation camp. It was said that in order to hunt him down, the Tenju Celestial Palace had sent out 4 Universe Realm Vice Palace Masters. Among them, there was even a peak 9th rank Universe Realm Vice Palace Master, who was known as a half-step Star Master of the Earth Extinction Palace. But even so, the invincible war god was still at large. From time to time, he would jump out to cause trouble and annoy the powerhouses of the Tenju Celestial Palace who were chasing him. In the end, he would escape with injuries all over his body. The next time he came out, he was still alive and kicking and continued to cause trouble. With such means, he was indeed a genius. What was even more intriguing was that until now, the true identity of this invincible war god had yet to be determined. No one knew whether he was the clone of the 6th Palace Master of the Tenju Celestial Palace, Tianqianzi, or the clone of the Eternal Dynasty's Prince Xian. If it was the latter, then Prince Xian was really too terrifying. His original body's wisdom and means were monstrous, and his clone's combat power was heaven-defying. He was simply an unkillable cockroach. If they joined forces, who could be a match for them today? The third was naturally young Master Linghu. There was no need to elaborate on everything related to him. After all, it had just ended. Whether it was the powerhouses of the human race, the various races of the second universe, or even the Tianji clan of the first universe, their memories were still fresh. Unfortunately, this peerless genius, young Master Linghu, who was known as one of the 3 peerless geniuses in medicine, tools and arrays, had not been able to grow up. He died early and was banished to the endless void turbulence, never to return. At the mention of this matter, many people in the 3 universes sighed deeply. The fourth was even more mysterious. Until now, not only did all the forces in the 3 universes not know where he had come from, but he had suddenly appeared. They couldn't even be sure whether he was a human, another race, or a descendant of the Netherworld race. It was also because of this that when people mentioned the clan leader of the Yin Demon clan, Yin Emperor, their expressions would often be extremely strange. There was even a faint sense of pity and unwillingness to bear. A dignified Star Lord Old Monster of the 16th Great Realm had been angered to this extent. He had lost his home, lost his entire clan, and even had to be hunted down by the 3 universes. The most important thing was, this old guy didn't even know who he was hunting down. It was simply too tragic to speak of. Apart from clan leader Yin Emperor, Yin Shi and the remaining 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan were in a similar situation. Their home was gone, and they could only wander in the universe. They didn't even dare to look for clan leader Yin Emperor, because this time, the entire Yin Demon clan's face had been completely lost. Their entire clan had been abducted and carried through the streets of the starry sky with the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. From time to time, they would say that they would enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. In the end, they were kicked aside as scapegoats and became hostages of various great forces. This had long become the biggest joke in the 3 universes for 10,000 years. If they really went to look for them, clan leader Yin Emperor might really kill them all in a fit of anger. In any case, he had already killed over 2,000 of them. Chapter 3466. Translator. Nyerbo Studio Editor. Nyerbo Studio Eyebrowless treachery. As the Black Lion battleship left, the fleets of the top forces from the 3 realms of the universe also left one after another. The 10 supreme beings of heaven and earth also left as soon as possible. It was too embarrassing for them to stay here. They couldn't wait to leave as soon as possible. They didn't want to stay here for even 1 second longer. Henceforth, the storm in the Turtle Star zone of the Nether Sea in the second universe had completely come to an end. However, the follow-up storm caused by this matter was obviously far from over. It would be tormented for a long time. Jean Tu and the eyebrowless old ancestor were still together. They didn't separate and left together. However, the two old men's faces were very gloomy. They could probably squeeze out ink if they pinched each other. They thought that they had grasped the opportunity, and had already guessed the identity of the fake young master Netherworld. With the means of the two almighty experts of the universe, they would definitely be able to get what they wanted this time. They would capture young Master Linghu, seize the treasures in his hands, and dig out all his heaven-defying talents and various secrets. However, the result was very disappointing. Young Master Linghu actually left calmly under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was said that before leaving, he even recovered from all his injuries in the Black Lion battleship's independent secret cabin. This simply made them blush, especially when they thought about how the two of them had actually secretly withdrawn in advance, concealed their figures and auras, and lay dormant in the distant void while thinking that they were the Oriole behind the Oriole. The two old fellows felt like their faces were burning with panic, like they were being sliced by blades. It seems that this kid's secrets are not simple. He could actually leave calmly under the watchful eyes of so many people. If it were you or me, we wouldn't be able to do it. What's even more outrageous is that in such a short time, he directly appeared in the Een Demon clan's nest. This is simply unimaginable. Even a Star-Lord old monster of the 16th realm can't do it. It's too mysterious. After leaving the star field of the Nether Turtle Sea, the two old fellows flew through the void. Zhantu's eyes shone with a fierce light, and his tone revealed a strong sense of unwillingness. The entire void within a radius of 5,000 kilometers has been sealed. The effect of thousands of spatial oscillators is no joke. All teleportation, and other methods cannot be used. Even teleportation formations are ineffective. But the guy left without leaving any trace behind. It seems that he either has a teleportation magical equipment of the primordial era, or he has mastered some kind of unbelievable technique or secret art that is related to the rules of the void of the universe. Also, it is not something that is simply related to this level. This child cannot be allowed to live. Once he matures, it will be difficult to suppress him. Also, he seems to have more and more treasures and secret techniques. Just this time he showed the nether body, the nether claw, and this incredible teleportation ability. Not to mention you and me, even the 16th realm Star-Lords would be tempted. Speaking of this, Zhantu paused for a moment, and the old ancestor of the eyebrows, who was flying side by side with him, continued. His triangular eyes were full of fierceness. So what? No matter how talented he is, how many treasures he has, how powerful his techniques are, his cultivation is still his shortcoming. He is only at the 10th realm, Grotto Heaven rank 7. Who knows how long it will take for him to grow? You and I have plenty of time and opportunities. More importantly, we're the only ones who know his identity. Even some of the Star-Lords in the 16th realm are interested in him, but they don't have as complete information as we do. We still have the advantage. Next to him, Zhantu sneered. Cultivation is his shortcoming? Humph, don't forget about the Yanluo in his hand. Although only one of the powerful beings from the Antiquity era sealed in this treasure has awakened, it has the terrifying battle strength to fight against 10 powerful beings of the universe realm at the same time. It was said that not long ago, after recovering from the injury in the Dark Nest, it went one step further and is already a half-step Star-Lord who is infinitely close to the 16th realm. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we can't do anything to Linghu. Speaking of this, Zhantu suddenly thought of something and sighed faintly. I'm really unwilling to accept this. That kid must have a big secret. Otherwise, why would the corpse ancestor Hamba suddenly recognize him as his master? That's a mighty figure from the Antiquity age. Even if it's just a wisp of the origin of spiritual sense, it's abnormal enough to make such an existence submit. It's no small matter. That's why you and I can't stop, and we can't stop. Speaking of the corpse ancestor Hamba, the three cold eyes of the ancestor of the eyebrowless ancestor suddenly burst out a touch of lust. He laughed strangely and said, "Let me give you an idea. But let's make a deal. After we get it, the Yanluo will belong to me. As compensation, you have the priority to choose one of the treasures or divine skills on that kid." I like this kind of thing. I haven't played with the beautiful cultivators of the Antiquity era. It's just one side of the Yanluo. After all, it's a foreign object. You and I have known each other for many years. If you like it, just take it. Taking advantage of the moment when the eyebrowless old ancestor was slightly distracted, Jean Tu's eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. He pretended to reply casually and then asked, "But can the idea you mentioned really work? That kid is not easy to deal with now." It seems that you have forgotten about the three girls. Fortunately, I don't have other hobbies, but I am most interested in beautiful female cultivators. The three girls are all stunning. I have been thinking about them. As he spoke, the lustful look on the old ancestor's face became even more pronounced. If I'm not mistaken, the relationship between those three girls and that little thief Ling Hu should be extraordinary. They most likely know a lot of his secrets. As long as we capture them, even if we can't force that little thief Ling Hu to submit, we can at least gain a clearer understanding of his secrets and background. When that time comes, we'll have more options and methods to deal with him. It's just that the families and forces behind the three girls are extraordinary, but now there is no trace of the thief Ling Hu. You and I don't know where to start, so we can only plan on the three girls. It just so happens that I haven't tasted the ecstasy of a dragon and three phoenixes for a long time. Coincidentally, they are all stunning. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha. Seeing the eyebrowless ancestor raised his head and laughed, the lust on his face was no longer concealed. The contempt in the bottom of Jean Tu's eyes grew stronger, but this was indeed a good idea. He also agreed very much. After thinking for a while, he also laughed. At the same time, in the life black hole of the demon cultivator star field in the first universe, Xiu! An extremely faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure of Yi Xian suddenly appeared without warning. Then he turned around and looked around. After confirming that this was indeed the familiar life black hole of the first universe, his heart that had been hanging in his throat finally settled down completely. He then extended his divine thought to the surroundings. Chapter 3467. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Soldier Ladle Clan's danger. The Void Soldier Ladle Clan only existed in the black hole of the Demonkin Star region in the first universe. At the very least, they had only been discovered here. However, this clan actually had a lot of soldier ladles. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn clan had killed the 9-star ladle monarch, leaving behind 3 late-stage origin realm 8-star ladle monarch and tens of millions of soldier ladles. When Yi Xian left, he took 1 8-star ladle and 100,000 soldier ladles with him. There were still 2 8-star ladles and tens of millions of soldier ladles left in the black hole. Yi Xian didn't take them all with him because it wasn't necessary. On the other hand, he wanted them to guard the black hole here. After all, his interstellar coordinates in the first universe were imprinted here, and this place was like a secret realm. It belonged to a semi-independent space like the Een Demon clan's lair, and there were still some powers that coveted it. Yi Xian didn't want to discover that his surroundings were filled with unfamiliar existences when he activated his interstellar coordinate jump ability in the future. That would be too disgusting. Although the black hole was vast, there were tens of millions of void soldier ladles living here. If one patrolled here, they would be able to see some soldier ladles at regular intervals. Tens of millions wasn't a small number. However, at this moment, Yi Xian extended his divine sense, but he couldn't find a single void soldier ladle. To be precise, there wasn't a single living one. That's right. Although there weren't any living void soldier ladles, Yi Xian found at least hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladle corpses with his divine sense. They floated in the void inside the black hole. Most of them were broken and had no signs of life. Strictly speaking, the void soldier ladles weren't actually living beings. Like the superbrain, this clan was in existence between living and non-living matter. They were actually impurities expelled by the void marrow crystal during its condensing process. Even so, they were sturdy enough. The void marrow crystal was the product of a universe plane, or a massive independent star system that hadn't yet reached the level of a universe plane. It was formed after expanding to the limit and condensing. In the end, it would become a tiny origin. When this origin was condensed to the limit, once the conditions were met, it would explode again and enter a new stage of expansion. This cycle would repeat. Although the void essence crystal that Yi Xian had obtained hadn't condensed to its limit, it was still small enough. At the very least, a vast star domain had condensed into a small meteor-like crystal, which was enough to show its density. Even the impurities that were expelled during the condensation process were far from what ordinary minerals could compare to. It was so hard that it was jaw-dropping. These so-called impurities were the soldier ladles and ladles. They were the soldier ladle translation. And they were the ladle words ladle art translation. Right now, not only were the sturdy crystalline bodies of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the surrounding void shattered, but even the unique energy waves that they were endowed with had completely disappeared. It was as if the souls of living beings had been taken away, and they had completely turned into dead objects. Obviously, a fierce battle had taken place here. The hundreds of thousands of broken crystal bodies that Yi Xian had detected with his divine sense had all perished in that battle. Amongst these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, Yi Xian didn't find the 2 8-star king ladles that were left behind in the black hole of life. From this, it could be seen that they had led the majority of the other void soldiers out of the black hole of life to chase after the invading enemies. Otherwise, they had all been captured. The latter was more likely because the battlefield was clearly inside the black hole of life. Otherwise, the remains of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would not appear here. After the battle, how could the enemy send the remains of the soldiers to their nest? It was impossible for the soldier ladle tribe to clean up the battlefield themselves and bring their fallen brethren back to their lair, because the remains of the hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladle corpses had been randomly distributed. Since they had the strength to directly attack the Soldier Dipper clan's nest and use it as a battlefield, it was easy to imagine how powerful the invaders were. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the Soldier Dipper clan being captured was obviously more plausible than the possibility that they had left under the command of the 2 8-star royal ladles to pursue the invaders. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The Soldier Dipper clan was in danger. There were tens of millions of void Soldier Dipper clan, and hundreds of thousands of them had died while the rest had been captured. This was definitely a disaster for the entire clan. Yi Xian could not sit idly by and do nothing. The Tianji clan? As his eyes flashed, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and squeezed these 3 words out of his mouth. A formless aura of violence instantly surged out of his body. From the aftermath of the battle, although it was impossible that the invaders to invade the black hole of life were just a few powerful existences, there had to be at least a huge fleet. Yi Xian even caught the aura of the antimatter energy of the death ray cannons from the void. Moreover, it was quite complex, indicating that the enemy had not only used a void fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but also not just 1 or 2. There were at least dozens of them. This was the first universe. Whether it was the human clan or the various clans of the second universe's federation, it was basically impossible for them to send such a huge fleet here. Otherwise, the 3 universes would have been in an uproar long ago, and this was the prelude to an all-out war. Previously, the Everlasting Dynasty had withstood so much pressure from public opinion, and only allowed Naples to bring 2 void fortresses to the first universe for this reason. Within the first universe, among the various slave clans, there was no clan that had the strength to mobilize such a huge fleet at once, including the Demon clan. Only the Tianji clan, who dominated this universe, could do so. As such, the truth was as clear as day. The 2 missing 8-star royal ladles, and the tens of millions of Void Soldier Dipper clan had definitely been captured by the Tianji clan. Looks like they really came back at the right time this time. Judging from the traces on the battlefield and the energy aura left in the void, the great battle that took place in the black hole of vitality wasn't too long ago. It should have happened within a month. Since the Tianji clan chose to take the tens of millions of Void Soldier Dipper clan away instead of killing them on the spot, it means that they have other plans or uses for them. No matter what they are, at least one thing can be confirmed. It's only been a month, so the captured Void Soldier Dipper clan shouldn't have been dealt with yet. After all, it will take at least several months to return to the Tianji clan's main camp in the central region of the first universe. They should still be on the way. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and his target was the exit of the black hole of vitality. The murderous aura that surged out of his body became even denser. It's rare for me to come back. Last time I was a little regretful that I didn't pay a visit to that supervoid fortress that's said to have a diameter of more than 1,000,000 meters, which is more than 1,000 kilometers. The size is comparable to a planet. This time, I can't miss it no matter what. Chapter 3468. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Universe 1, Demonic Dweller Star Area. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was sailing leisurely in the void. It was the demon battleship that had just returned from Universe 3. In the battle in Tianqian Star Area under the rule of Heavenly Battle Empire. The demon battleship that represented the arrival of the Heavenly Fate race was defeated. Even Sha Baofeng, who had used the ultimate trump card of the core of the Heavenly Fate race, was beaten black and blue by Yi Xian's Wild Star ship. Not only was he in a sorry state, but he even had to limp when he walked. The disadvantage of this kind of mechanical fusion was that although the ship was damaged, the Heavenly Fate race clansmen who had fused with the ship would be affected to a certain extent. If it weren't for Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong of the Demonic Dweller royal family, Yi Xian might have killed him on the spot. At this moment, Sha Baofeng was in the central control room on the top floor of the demon battleship. His face was full of resentment. He looked at the void outside and gnashed his teeth. Ling Huchong, just you wait. I won't let you go. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. You've been exiled. Although the demon battleship had been repaired, or else it wouldn't have been able to jump through wormholes, and Sha Baofeng's injuries had been completely healed, the pain in his heart was still fresh. He had never forgotten it. This battle was simply a great humiliation. It made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Young Master Linghu was too monstrous. Not only did he master the 3 arts of medicine, tool, and array, but he also mastered the mechanical fusion art, which was only given to a few of the core members of the Heavenly Fate race. His attainment was even higher than Sha Baofeng's. Moreover, the young master didn't have any relationship with the Heavenly Fate race. Obviously, he had researched it himself. It was simply unimaginable. That was why Sha Baofeng had rushed back to Universe 1 as soon as possible after the demon battleship was repaired. He had to meet Patriarch De as soon as possible and report everything in detail. And now, after Demon Battlecruiser entered the first universe, it was heading straight for the Demon Emperor planet. It planned to stay there for a while before returning at full speed to the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical hive in the central region of the first universe, which was the supercosmic fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. At the same time, Sha Baofeng's eyes widened so much that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Through the transparent material on the ceiling of Devil Battleship, which was used to admire the starry sky, he saw a figure that should not have appeared, or at least should not have appeared here. It was Ling Huchong, whom he had been so angry with just a moment ago. At this moment, he who should have been wandering in some unknown turbulent void had actually appeared in the demon domain of the first universe. Moreover, he was not too far away from the demon battle cry, only a little more than 10,000 li. He was moving alone in the void at extreme speed. Although it was only a side view, Baofeng recognized him at a glance. He would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He had never hated someone so much before. After a short daze, Baofeng's eyes turned red. He raised his head and roared, "Damn it! Why is this brat so lucky? He was exiled to the turbulent void, but he is still alive. What kind of luck is this? He had actually found the void path to return? And it just so happens to be connected to the demon domain of the first universe? However, this is good as well. It should be the will of the heavens that I am destined to personally slay my enemy. After this great defeat, my cultivation base has made another breakthrough. I have also gained new insights into my mechanical fusion ability. If we fight again, I will definitely kill you. I can't wait any longer. Now is the time." While roaring, Baofeng's body melted like mercury and seeped into the alloy floor of the top cabin. Once again, he performed the mechanical fusion ability Kacha. Kacha? In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of machinery running inside the demon battleship. The internal structure of the demon battleship was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were rearranged. It was all the result of Sha Baofeng's control. He was now completing the perfect integration with the demon battleship at an even faster speed. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had gained intelligence and turned into a small fortress-level mechanical life form. The transformation process was extremely fast. First, the internal structure changed and rearranged. Then it extended to the outside of the ship. The shape of the entire demon battleship began to change. Steel limbs extended out one after another. There were also horns, tentacles, and giant mantis sword-like black blades. In less than a minute, the demon battleship had completely changed. The small fortress from before had disappeared, and it had completely turned into a mechanical warbug that looked similar to the blade-praying mantis. Just one of its arms was 10,000 meters long. Its body was terrifyingly large. In addition to the external changes, the internal structure was also developing toward the blade-praying mantis's innate attribute. It had terrifying jumping ability, and with a single jump, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Speed was extremely fast. The blade-praying mantis's arms were extremely sharp. With a single slash, a small fortress of the same level would be cut in half. This time, other than the original main cannon of the demon battleship, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade-praying mantis. A pair of giant wings appeared on the back of the mechanical blade-praying mantis, but they were not used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could form a complete energy shield that protected the entire body of the mechanical blade-praying mantis. There were also several hundred alloy spears with hooks on the back of the blade-praying mantis. Each spear could be fired and penetrated everything. In the previous battle with the demon battleship, the mechanical demon bug that had tortured it to death had a giant hammer scorpion tail. Now, the mechanical blade-praying mantis had alloy spears. Each had their own merits and they were all killer moves. In fact, he had learned these two moves from the mechanical demon bug of Yixian's Dragon's Field ship. He was inspired and became more confident. It was also at this time that Yixian, who was flying in the void ahead, finally noticed the changes here. His expression became strange. After rushing out of the black hole of life, he had recovered his identity as young Master Linghu. Because it was not appropriate for the identity of young Master Netherworld to appear here, it would make people think that he had the ability to teleport across the universe. On the other hand, young Master Linghu, who had been exiled to the void turbulence, suddenly appeared in the first universe, which would not arouse suspicion. The turbulent void was filled with all kinds of unknowns to begin with. It was possible to accidentally find a void crack that connected to the first universe. This was very normal. Although the probability was so small that it was almost negligible, no one dared to say that it was impossible. However, what Yixian did not expect was that not long after leaving the black hole of life, he would actually encounter the demon battleship. It seemed that the other party had just returned from the third universe and was rushing toward the Demon Emperor planet. Chapter 3469. Fight or Torture. Yixian was slightly taken aback when he saw the Devil battleship. While lamenting that enemies often cross paths, his expression immediately turned gloomy. Inside the Devil battleship, Sha Baofeng had clearly seen it. He immediately activated his mech race fusion ability and transformed the Devil battleship into a gigantic blade mantis. Compared to the last time, it looked even more formidable. There was a dense layer of alloy spikes on its back, and it even had a shield of light that could be used to attack and defend. This was clearly something that it had learned from the Starfield. I was just worried that I couldn't find the Heaven's Legacy race to vent my anger on. Since you came knocking on my door, this young master will reluctantly give you another beating. The change in the Soldier Dipper clan had already caused Yixian to be extremely angry. Now that he met Sha Baofeng, the other party actually took the initiative to reveal his fangs, so Yixian naturally wouldn't be polite. With a cold smile, he waved his hand and took out the life stronghold that was within the undying world within his body. This time, he didn't even intend to give face to a Mo Qigong. He had to capture Sha Baofeng no matter what. In an instant, as Yixian stepped into the Starfield battleship, the entire life fortress started to emit cracking noises. At the same time, the Starfield battleship's outer appearance started to change. Long mechanical arms extended from its body, and the shape of the battleship rapidly changed. In just 10 breaths' time, the battleship had completely transformed into a gigantic mech warbug. It was still the same as before. It had the terrifying sharp mouth of a mosquito, the sharp arms of a mantis, the long legs of a spider full of barbs, and the huge tail of a scorpion like a pair of scissors. The pair of antimatter death rays on its back that could be used to attack and defend also stretched out. Apart from that, The blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. It also had 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will and became the energy cannons of the death ray cannons, used for long-range attacks. Its appearance could be said to be extremely strange and ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various space combat bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Even the mechanical blade mantis, which had made great progress and improvements, could not compare to it. Compared to the mechanical transformation of the Devil battleship, the Starfield battleship was a true life fortress. Its transformation was completed in less than a minute. Then, under Yi Xian's command, this gigantic mech warbug suddenly spread its wings and bounced up. Like a cannonball fired from a barrel, it rushed toward the mechanical blade puppets in the void opposite. Chi! Chi! Boom! Rumble! As the mechanical demon bug's body rose, the 2 enormous energy lights on its back vibrated at an extremely fast speed. Together with the terrifying jumping force of the mechanical legs, it actually traveled several thousand kilometers in an instant, shooting all the way, leaving behind a string of reverberating rumbles and ripping sounds in the void behind it. This was the resonance reaction of the void being torn apart. Under such extreme speed, it approached the blade mantis in less than half a breath's time. This was very useful for the energy beams. They were originally in the form of energy, so they could be retracted and released at will. When retracted, they would disappear in an instant. When released, they could cover a distance of 50,000 meters like 2 stretched energy blades. Because they were formed from black antimatter energy, they were practically indestructible. When stirred, they had the effect of increasing speed like a propeller. This was not used in the previous battle because the battlefield was only so big. But this time the mech warbug displayed the terrifying speed of the black energy beams, which immediately shocked the blade mantis. Sha Baofeng, who was still in the mechanical fusion with the Devil battleship, suddenly had a bad feeling. Although he seemed to have improved, his opponent did not seem to be slacking either. Either it was holding back last time or it also had a breakthrough. Boom! At the same time a huge roar sounded. The scorpion tail at the mech warbug's tail was like a cold meteor hammer. Its speed was faster than a meteor as it shot forward, even tearing the void apart. In the blink of an eye, it blasted one of the blade mantis's legs. Without any suspense, it bent down at a strange angle. Although it was not directly broken, it was heavily damaged. Even if it could be repaired, at least this leg would temporarily lose a part of its function. How could this be? Sha Baofeng was completely dumbfounded by this sudden and rapid attack. He roared crazily from within the blade mantis. He was once again on the verge of going crazy with anger. The mechanical puppet was like a part of his body. At this moment one of its legs was broken. Although it was the Devil battle horn that was damaged, Sha Baofeng was the one who had to bear the pain. In the previous battle he was beaten black and blue. This time one of his legs was broken the moment he met his enemy. It was simply humiliating. Ling Hu Chong, I'm going to kill you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The great humiliation made Sha Baofeng furious. His roar was as loud as thunder. Almost at the same time, the huge energy beams on his back closed and protected his body. However, before this, the several hundred giant sharp alloy spears that were also located on the mechanical blade mantis's back were fully activated, turning into a rain of spears that shot out before Guangji closed in, directly shooting towards the mechanical demon bug. Not only do you have energy beams, but you even grew alloy spears? You've made some progress. Unfortunately, that's all. Trash will always be trash. No matter how much progress you make, you're still too weak to take a beating. Also, Xueping, who you secretly learned from you, isn't that good? Although this pair of protective light shields looks good, you clearly only learned the surface. You haven't understood the true meaning of this kind of mechanical transformation. It's useless. Facing Sha Baofeng's roar, Yi Xian sneered. The mech warbug cooperated with him and swung a chopping arm at the blade mantis's protective energy beams. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out at an extremely fast speed. This incomparably sharp severed arm instantly broke through the black light enveloping the mechanical puppet's body and slashed in without any suspense. It was like cutting through a thin layer of paper. Although there was some resistance, it was not very significant. The huge body of the blade mantis was directly torn open. A gash as long as 100 meters was immediately produced and dazzling sparks flashed. Boom! Ouch! Ling Huchong, I'm going to kill you. Boom boom. He was still being abused. Even the protective energy beams he secretly learned were just for show. They were flashy but useless. He had not grasped the essence at all. This was too unbearable. Sha Baofeng was furious. His roar resounded through the void. At the same time, the huge mech war bug attacked again and again. It was no longer chopping but bombarding. The blade mantis, which was close to being crippled, was blown away again and again. It was completely abusing it. Chapter 3470. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nayerbo Studio Stronghold skull facing this kind of beating, especially the psychological humiliation and torture, Sha Baofeng was quickly unable to endure it. The enormous yet scarred mechanical blade leaped thousands of kilometers away, then took advantage of the fact that Yixian hadn't given chase and immediately began to change again. The giant alloy body of the mechanical puppet expanded and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, it had returned to the size of a small stronghold, and it continued to do so. In the end, it had shrunk to a diameter of around 2,000 meters. The interior space had been compressed, leaving only a small space in the center for the demon dwellers to reside in. As for the rest of the ship, it was all made of a dense and compact super alloy. Even though the surface was already riddled with holes, with quite a few areas caved in, looking extremely unbearable, its resistance to beatings was impeccable. Even if the mechanical demon bug's scorpion tail hammer smashed into it, there wouldn't be a large dent or any cracks in the ship's hull. It was as if a huge hollow ball had evolved into a small solid ball. This move was something that Sha Baofeng had secretly learned from Yixian. Previously, when he was in the Heavenly War Star region of the Third Universe, the Starfield ship had used this method to forcefully withstand a blow from the supreme expert of the universe. Seeing this, Yixian inside the mechanical puppet was stunned for a moment, but then he grinned and said, Sha Baofeng, in this young master's opinion, you should change your surname. Steel is more appropriate. Of course, donkey is not bad either. You actually used a move that you secretly learned from me to fight this young master. Saying that you are as stupid as a donkey is an insult to donkeys. With a sneer, not only did the mechanical puppet not chase after him, it even stopped in the void. Then Yixian's voice was heard again. Do you really think this young master can't do anything to you after you transform into a solid ball? How stupid. Why don't you think about it? This move was thought of by this young master, and I've already used it in battle before. You must have learned it, and as an opponent who also has this kind of mechanical fusion ability, it is very likely that you will imitate it. If that's the case, how can this young master not consider a countermeasure? It's rare for us to meet again on such a narrow road. This young master will show you what true mechanical transformation is. Rumble. Kacha kacha. As Yixian's words fell, the gigantic mechanical devil bug's body once again emitted a series of mechanical noises, densely packed and even more intense than before. Its appearance rapidly changed. Its extended limbs and slashes were all retracted. Even the pair of black death rays on the back of the demonic bug disappeared. It seemed like it was returning to its original form as a starry sky fortress, but in reality that was not the case. In less than a minute, although the mechanical demon bug had transformed into an almost circular shape, it was not a starry sky fortress, but a giant alloy skull. It malevolently opened its ghastly wide mouth, revealing a deep and gloomy darkness within, causing one's hair to stand on end when looking at it. All of this was completed in a short amount of time. The originally abnormally powerful mechanical demon bug actually turned into a giant alloy skull. Although its appearance was sinister, its combat strength was clearly much weaker. It didn't have any severed arms, nor did it have any light. Even the 4 soft mouthparts like death ray cannon barrels had disappeared. The only thing that possessed a bit of offensive power was that ghastly wide mouth, which was simply useless. Seeing this scene, not only was Sha Baofeng confused, even the demon emperor Uncle Mo Qigong, and the other demon cultivator experts, who were hiding in the small space inside the solid steel ball, were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Yixian's actions meant. This gigantic skull only has a wide mouth that has offensive power. Could it be that it is planning to chew on the demon battle cry that has turned into a solid steel ball with a diameter of 2,000 meters? Amidst the shock, the imperial uncle Mo Qigong muttered to himself, "This is the top-grade alloy used in Starry Sky fortresses, and now it is in a compact form. How could it have such a good mouth?" Unfortunately, he was right in fact. Screech! An earth-shattering screech sounded, and the starry sky that had turned into a gigantic alloy skull directly performed a space jump. When it reappeared, it was already thousands of li away, appearing in front of the solid steel ball that the demon battle cry had turned into. It then swallowed the solid steel ball, but it did not chew on it, only closing its huge mouth. In fact, Yixian did not plan to let the starry sky chew on the solid steel ball that the demon battle cry had turned into. If that was the case, the imperial uncle Mo Qigong inside the sphere would also be affected. He was planning to use a similar method to dissolve the enemy. The transformation of the starry sky into this gigantic steel skull was not just a change in appearance. Its internal performance was the true key. It was originally a life fortress, and its entire body was made up of countless micromolecules from the world insects. These micromolecules possessed extremely strong penetrative abilities, and even the sturdiest of battleship alloys could be slowly penetrated like melting ice, breaking down the internal molecular structure and achieving a similar melting effect. While the solid steel ball that the demon battle cry had turned into was gigantic with a diameter of 2,000 meters, when faced with the countless micromolecules from the world insects, the most it could do was delay the process a little longer. The entire sphere, starting from the outermost layer, would eventually be completely melted away from the inside. In fact, Yixian didn't need to wait that long. This was because during this process, the Heavenly Fate clan's upper echelon Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the demon battle cry, would definitely be the first to be unable to endure it. If nothing unexpected happened, that fellow would surrender not long after this decomposition began. After all, in this state of complete fusion, the melting of every inch of the demon battle cry was the same as enduring the pain of his body slowly melting away. This was not something an ordinary person could endure. No matter how strong one's will was, there would still be a moment when they would break down. As for all this, Yixian reported to Sha Baofeng as soon as the alloy skull swallowed the demon battle cry. He did not want to waste too much time. This was a psychological attack, and if nothing unexpected happened, Sha Baofeng would collapse on the spot after the melting process began. Not saying anything, huh? That's fine. This young master has plenty of time. Since you like to be tortured before you beg for mercy, then I'll do as you wish. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Yixian sneered and did not say anything else. At this moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered a life form that can be devoured. Sha Baofeng, mechanical life form. Evolution level medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately?" Huh, that works. Since when could the system devour even the heavenly legacy race? Even when he encountered Ying Tai, this notification had not appeared. Chapter 3471. The system's new ability. Congratulations, host. You have discovered an intelligent life form that can be devoured. Sha Baofeng, mechanical life form. Evolution level medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Although the system's notification was short, the information it revealed was not simple. Yixian could not help but be slightly shocked. First of all, it meant that the devouring system in Yixian's body could already devour mechanical intelligent life forms like the heavenly legacy race. Just like how Yixian absorbed the source of mental energy from the magic core in the demon cultivator's head, the devouring of this kind of mechanical intelligent life form would definitely bring about great benefits to the devouring system. Yixian was the system's host, so the benefits the system obtained were actually the same as the benefits he obtained. It was of great significance. In addition, this kind of devouring towards mechanical intelligent life forms hadn't appeared before, but now it had suddenly appeared. There must be some key factor that Yixian had unintentionally overlooked. He could carefully recall this point afterwards, and from this, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of some of the system's characteristics. After all, although the devouring system was also an intelligent life form, it was too old-fashioned and followed the rules. It would not reveal many things to Yi Xian in advance until it was in front of it. For example, this time it could suddenly devour mechanical life forms. Another example was that the system's database would only display information about an unknown substance after it came into contact with that substance. For Yi Xian, this was extremely inconvenient and restricted too many opportunities and choices that he could have obtained. If Yi Xian could gain a deeper understanding of the system's rules, he would be able to better exploit or use the system's abilities to solve problems in the future. This was no small matter. Furthermore, this system notification was able to devour a mechanical intelligent life form. In other words, Sha Baofeng's appraisal result was a medium level of evolution. This sentence also imperceptibly allowed Yi Xian to gain something. One had to know that Sha Baofeng was one of the core members of the Heavenly Fate tribe. Not only was his strength equivalent to the late Void Dimension realm, but he also had the ultimate secret skill of the Heavenly Fate tribe, the mechanical fusion ability. This was an extraordinary ability. Once activated, the Tianji clan member's entire body would disintegrate into mechanical components, bioenergy, and so on. These components would fuse into the important parts of the Devil battleship, such as the AI core and the propulsion system, granting the entire battleship a temporary life. It was as if the battleship had gained sentience and intelligence, becoming a battleship-level AI robot. Although Sha Baofeng and Mo Qigong, the royal uncle of the demon tribe, had only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters when they arrived in the third universe of the human race, his status and authority in the Heavenly Legacy clan were far greater than those of Ying Tai and Shan Bo, who had owned Thunderbolt, a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. At the very least, Ying Tai and Shan Bo, who had been killed by Yi Xian, definitely did not possess such a powerful mechanical fusion ability. Even the original owner of the dark purple mecha that Yi Xian had fused with the indestructible glaze armor, who was a top member of the Heavenly Fate tribe and had been killed inside the mecha by Yi Xian, who was at the Cosmic Light Realm, the 14th Great Realm, probably did not possess such an ability. Otherwise, when he was in the Death Star Vortex, he would have used this ability and fused it with a fortress. If that was the case, perhaps he would not have died. According to Yi Xian's guess, this mechanical fusion ability should be one of the core abilities of the Heavenly Fate tribe, which was controlled by Patriarch De. It would not be given to anyone other than his direct subordinates. How could a member of the Heavenly Fate tribe, who was chosen by Patriarch De and accepted as a direct subordinate, be an ordinary person? At the very least, he had to be at the level of the Heaven's Pride, the successor of the major human sections. To put it simply, he had to have great potential and outstanding talent. This kind of genius among the mechanical AI race was only evaluated by the system as having an intermediate level of evolution. Then what kind of monster would an existence with a high level of evolution be? Yi Xian immediately became vigilant because he was about to head to the Heavenly Fate tribe's base camp. This unintentional association was not a small matter, and Yi Xian's mind, which had been clouded by anger, immediately cleared up a little. However, he still had to go to the Heavenly Fate tribe's base camp. If one did not enter the tiger's den, how could one obtain the tiger's cub? Moreover, he would not give up on the entire soldier Jiao race no matter what. Otherwise, it would definitely affect his Dao heart in the future. Back then, Yi Xian had made a promise to the consciousness in the void essence crystal that had fused with his undying world. As the disintegration process unfolded, Sha Baofeng's pleas for mercy could be heard from the giant skull that had transformed the Wild Star Fortress. However, Yi Xian did not care. He no longer needed the other party to surrender. Since it was beneficial to the system, it was necessary to devour him. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye several days had passed. Fortunately, although the Wild Star Fortress had changed its form, its concealment function could still be activated and was not affected. During these few days, several demonic race battleships passed by in the nearby void. If not for the Wild Star Fortress's concealment function, it would have been exposed or at least disturbed. The Wild Star Fortress clearly did not have much offensive capabilities at the moment. In the end, when the solid alloy ball in the skull's giant mouth was decomposed by the micromolecules derived from the world bugs until it was only about 500 meters in diameter, the mechanical consciousness of Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Heavenly Legacy clan that had completely merged with it, was finally completely devoured. At this moment, The system's familiar notification sounded in Yixian's mind. A new system ability had been activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a mechanical AI life form. You have obtained a mechanical intelligence core. The system's notification was brief, and did not mention the new ability that the system had obtained after devouring the Heavenly Fate Tribe's member, Sha Baofeng. It only mentioned that the system had obtained a mechanical intelligence core. Yixian had a good understanding of the system's character. It would not directly notify him of certain things, but since he had already come into contact with the mechanical intelligence core, the system's database should have already shown all sorts of information related to it. Yixian immediately checked and found that it was indeed so. The so-called mechanical intelligence core looked like an ordinary crystal on the surface, but in reality, this crystal was the crystallization of a mechanical AI life form. The Heavenly Fate Tribe evolved from the self-consciousness of intelligent robots. Their bodies were not made of flesh and blood, nor were they born naturally. Instead, they were perfected step by step after they were born. Their true core was actually a series of electronic consciousness similar to data. It was like the primordial spirit consciousness of a human, or the mental strength of a demon. Chapter 3472. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation. Like the help of God, the cultivators in the universe, no matter which race or species they were from, their physical bodies had long been reduced to mere appearances. Even a crystal life form could change its appearance and possess a human body. As for the races of the Second Universe Federation, although they were not humans, they generally appeared in human form on a daily basis. After all, humans were the primes of all living things. The human race had a considerable influence in the various dimensions of the universe. This race's reproductive ability was too strong, and they possessed high intelligence. Their creativity was even more astonishing, and this was publicly acknowledged. Even the Tianji race, although they weren't made of flesh and blood, had transformed themselves step by step on the path of evolution. In terms of physical appearance, they were also developing toward the human race. However, this was only the appearance. Inside, every life form and race was in fact completely different. This was the foundation. Once it changed, it would no longer be the original life form. For example, although the demon looked like a human, its essence and foundation was the spirit source core in its brain. This was the unique characteristic of the demon race. Although Yixian was a human, after grasping this unique characteristic of the demon race and condensing a demon core in his brain, he was able to move about the demon race with ease. He didn't fear being exposed at all. Similarly, if a demon powerhouse coincidentally possessed the primordial spirit and consciousness of a human, they could also blend into the human race. Even if someone suspected their identity, they wouldn't be afraid. Once they extended their consciousness, they would be able to shut the other party up in an instant. This was because everyone knew that demons didn't have souls, or primordial spirits. Naturally, they didn't possess consciousness. The unique characteristic of the Tianji race was their electronic consciousness. This was an existence similar to the spiritual power of the demon race and the consciousness of the human race. Moreover, this kind of electronic consciousness would only appear after the electronic intelligent machine had developed self-awareness and evolved into a mechanical life form. Every electronic consciousness stream was different from the others, just like the source code of every intelligent computer was unique. No human or demon could possess electronic consciousness. Therefore, no outsider powerhouse had ever infiltrated the headquarters of the Tianji race. Compared to the human race, the demon race, and all the other races in the universe, the Tianji race was a mechanical life form. This was inseparable from the fact that they were the most united race. However, this publicly acknowledged fact was about to be disrupted. After completely refining this mechanical intelligence core, the devouring system would be able to give Yixian the unique electronic consciousness of the mechanical race through it. He would be able to infiltrate the headquarters of the Tianji race without a hitch. Furthermore, he would be able to use the identity of the Tianji race's trusted aide, Sha. As long as his body wouldn't Yixian translation, he wouldn't be exposed. But who would do that? The mechanical intelligence was already the best security code. It was far more reliable than dissecting the body. And the mechanical intelligence core. And of in the information. And and in other words, as long as he gave the order to the system and used this mechanical intelligence core to bestow him with the electronic consciousness of the Heavenly Fate clan, then Yixian would be able to instantly transform into the reincarnation of Sha Baofeng. As for his body and appearance, it was too simple. He just had to change into Sha's appearance. After figuring out all this, Yixian immediately became excited. He didn't expect to meet Sha in the demon race's star field. He was planning to infiltrate the headquarters of the Tianji race to rescue the soldier ladle race. He didn't expect to receive such a significant benefit before he even set off. It was like a divine intervention. Yixian immediately flipped through Sha Baofeng's memories and quickly understood the situation. It turned out that this guy had come for young Master Linghu. It seemed that he deserved to be killed. In addition, as a core member of the Tianji race, Sha naturally had his own warship. It was also a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was called Baofeng, but he didn't bring it with him this time. Instead, he left it in the headquarters of the Tianji race. It was said that the Tianji race had made a new research and development breakthrough in warship construction technology. Therefore, as a direct subordinate of Patriarch Di, Sha and some other high-ranking members of the Tianji race had the opportunity to enjoy it first. The reason why his Baofeng was left in the headquarters of the Tianji race was to be modified by this new warship technology. Apart from that, although some members of the Tianji clan knew how to use the magical treasures of other races, Sha Baofeng was not very interested in them. As for the rare minerals, materials, and energy crystals that were used to perfect the flesh shell, he put them all in the Baofeng ship. He had come to the demon race from the headquarters of the Tianji race alone. Then, together with his imperial uncle Mo Qigong, he drove the demon war battleship into the third universe of the human race. In other words, if there were no accidents, he would be returning to the Tianji race alone. But before that, his imperial uncle Mo Qigong and the others had to settle down first. There were more than 2,000 demon experts in the demon battle horn, and they were all squeezed into the narrow space in the middle of the alloy ball, which was only about 500 meters in diameter. Although Sha Baofeng had died, they were completely unharmed due to the protection of the alloy ball. Yixian immediately activated the starfield ship and spat out the solid alloy ball that was about to be completely decomposed and melted. Then its shape changed, and with the sound of mechanical friction, the enormous alloy skull finally returned to the original appearance of the starfield life fortress. With a wave of Yixian's hand, it was absorbed into the undying world within his body. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a figure suddenly jumped out of the alloy sphere spat out by the skull. It was the imperial uncle Mo Qigong. Although the demon war battleship had lost almost all of its functions not long after it started decomposing, and even the demon race experts couldn't see what was happening outside through the holographic screen, imperial uncle Mo Qigong was a demon race expert in the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. He had powerful mental strength. Even with the high density of the alloy sphere, he could still extend his mental strength to investigate everything outside. Therefore, he knew what was happening outside. Seeing that Yixian was about to leave, he immediately stepped out of the battleship and called out, "Stinking brat, you know that this old man is here, but you turned and left. Are you humans really so heartless? Have you forgotten how this old man took care of you on the Demon Emperor planet?" Chapter 3473. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations The Demon Dwellers Rebellion. You also know how to feel awkward? Brat, you're quite capable. The entire demon dwellers have been fooled by you. Even today, most of the demon dwellers in the 8 tribes and the Demon Emperor planet still don't believe that the genius holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe is actually Prince Xian of the human clan. Seeing Yixian stop, imperial uncle Mo Qigong rolled his eyes and walked over in large strides. Even this old man still hasn't figured out how you did it. However, forget about the Demon Emperor and the others, this old man took care of you back then. You should at least have an explanation for this matter, right? You keep running away. Aren't you afraid that you'll feel uneasy? If I tell you that I came to the first universe by accident, and everything that happened after that was because I had no choice but to survive, would you believe me? Yixian smiled bitterly. He could hear the questioning in Mo Qigong's words, but he didn't take it to heart. Mo Qigong was right. Back then on the Demon Emperor planet, Mo Qigong had helped him a lot. Yixian could ignore the others, but he had to explain it to Mo Qigong face to face. Otherwise, after a long time it would affect his state of mind. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? You're just unbelievably lucky. Otherwise, with your cultivation at that time, no matter how solid your foundation was and how bold you were, how could you dare to come to the first universe alone and behave so atrociously? What surprised Yi Xian was that Mo Qigong actually believed him without the slightest hesitation. He must have thought about this matter a long time ago, so he continued. But then again, even if you were forced to do so, you still lied to this old man in the end. You feel guilty about this matter, so you have to repent, compensate, and… Stop. Black lines appeared on Yi Xian's forehead. He could tell that this old fellow didn't care about those things at all. He was wholeheartedly thinking about how to knock on his bamboo pole. This kind of thing had always been done by Yi Xian to other people, but today it was the other way around. He was being taken advantage of by someone else, which really made him speechless. With a bitter smile, Yi Xian spread out his hands like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Apologizing is fine, but as for extortion, I'll give you nothing, but I'll give you my life. F***ck you cheapskate. Let's not talk about what happened a long time ago. Just this time in the second universe, how many benefits did you get? Most of the top-notch forces in the 3 major planes have been scammed by you. Yet you're so stingy. You're infuriating me. Mo Qigong was very dissatisfied. He jumped up and scolded Yi Xian, but in a moment of carelessness, he let it slip. What? Yi Xian's face was full of shock. He cried out involuntarily. Old thing, could it be that you also have a dog's nose? You even know about this? Not only that, this imperial uncle knows even more. He, the invincible war god who's still messing around in the 3rd universe of the human race, should also be your doppelganger, right? He has nothing to do with the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates, Tian Qianzi. That old thing was really screwed over by you. Seeing Yi Xian so surprised, Mo Qigong's face showed a smug expression. He looked at Yi Xian up and down and said in a mocking tone, My brother, you're amazing. The 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age are all you. If this matter were to spread, the 3 major planes would be completely blown up. This is unprecedented news. For unparalleled evildoers of the present age? Yi Xian frowned. He had only heard of the 2 unparalleled evildoers of the human race, the invincible war god and young master Linghu, and they were both him. However, he really didn't know what the 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age were. The 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age was a theory that was put forward after young master Netherworld appeared. In addition to the 2 unparalleled evildoers of the human race, Prince Xian and young master Netherworld were also included. Mo Qigong immediately explained. Previously, this imperial uncle had suspected that young master Linghu was Prince Xian because your small fortress more or less had some traces of the original Wild Star ship. However, this alone wasn't enough for me to be sure. However, after the theory of the 4 unparalleled evildoers of the present age appeared, this old man put the 4 of them together and immediately found something fishy. First of all, their style of doing things was extremely similar. Secondly, these 4 people had never appeared at the same time. When one of them appeared here, there would definitely not be any news or clues of another person appearing at the same time in other star fields or even in the universe. Of course, this was with the exception of the invincible war god, who had already been proven to be a doppelganger. In addition to some other small clues, this imperial uncle was basically able to confirm this matter. However, just now it was still just a final test. In the end, you were careless and gave yourself away. F***ck you old man? Yi Xian gloomily cursed, but his face had already turned gloomy. Mo Qigong's words had reminded him, and made him suddenly understand. He had always thought that he had been very careful, but now it seemed that he had indeed left some clues. If Mo Qigong could come to this conclusion with the intention of carefully thinking about it, others could also do the same. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a strong sense of alarm and became extremely vigilant. Seeing that his face was full of worry, Mo Qigong obviously misunderstood and rolled his eyes again. Brat, don't tell me you don't even trust this old man? If this old man wanted to sell you out, why would this old man say this in front of you? However, seeing Yi Xian smile bitterly again, Mo Qigong changed the topic and changed his tone in the blink of an eye. However, This old man now has something that can be used against you. Coupled with the previous deception, this old man doesn't need your explanation. Just help me do one thing. Hehe, that Sha Baofeng guy must have been killed by you using some mysterious method, right? Based on your style, if you didn't have a plan, you wouldn't have wasted your efforts. If this old man didn't guess wrong, you most likely have set your eyes on the Tianji clan. This time you're planning to go there and wreak havoc? You are right. The races of the second universe and the humans of the third universe have all been harmed by you. Only the demons of the first universe have been harmed. The real overlords of the first universe, the Celestials' legacy race, haven't had a taste of your scourge yet. It's time for them to wander around. Moreover, you can even use the mental power of the demons, so the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan shouldn't be too difficult for you. So, speaking up to this point, Mo Qigong's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. So this imperial uncle believes that the time for the bitter slaves of the demon race to make a comeback should be here. Counting the time since the first demon emperor, the entire demon race has been enslaved by the Tianji clan for tens of thousands of years. It is time for all of this to end. Huh? You want to rebel? The entire demon race? Chapter 3474. Past grudges, at least you have some self-awareness. To Yixian's surprise, Mo Qigong actually threw out such a sentence in response to his rejection. He rolled his eyes and said, as the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan has enslaved countless races in the first universe. Back then, even the human race was defeated by DE. If their hegemony could be overthrown so easily, how could they have stood tall in the first universe for tens of thousands of years? Even our demon race, although we have thoughts of rebellion with our current strength, we don't even dare to reveal such thoughts. Otherwise, we will be exterminated. The opportunity for the slaves to turn the situation around is only to ask for your help in rescuing the generations of imperial uncles who are being held hostage in the Tianji clan's headquarters. As long as this matter is successful, my devil cultivator race will no longer have anything to fear, and everything that follows can be immediately activated. Of course, in the short term, it can only be done in secret, and even the news that the royal uncles have returned to the devil cultivator star domain cannot be leaked out. But for the Tianji clan, the power to overthrow their hegemony has finally begun to sprout. In time it will grow stronger. When that time comes, we can openly cause trouble. Speaking of this, Mo Qigong suddenly thought of something and asked Yixian, that's right, what did you mean by rescue? The Void Soldier Ladle. Yixian nodded and did not hide anything. You know that Prince Xian has an 8-star king ladle. In fact, the entire soldier ladle race is related to me. But now the entire black hole of life is empty. Tens of millions of soldiers have disappeared, leaving behind only a few 100,000 soldiers. Besides the Tianji clan, is there any other power in the first universe that can do this? The entire soldier ladle race? Tens of millions? Mo Qigong jumped in fright. Have you lost your mind, kid? He cried out. How big of a commotion is this? After all, there are only a dozen or so devil emperor uncles who are still alive. It is still possible to quietly rescue them, but you have tens of millions of soldiers. That's right. I'm talking about saving them in the dark. After all, there are only a dozen or so devil emperor uncles who are still alive. F***CK. Such a huge commotion would definitely alert the entire Tianji city. If they wanted to bring them out, they would have to declare war. That's not right. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'll just have to take one step at a time. In any case, I'm confident that I can successfully infiltrate Tianji city. As for the Bingdiao tribe, I won't give up. As for the past generations of imperial uncles of your demonic tribe, as long as there's a chance, I'll do my best. Yixian had a serious expression on his face and immediately expressed his stance. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly asked, right, how much do you know about Wenxing? Previously I thought he was only in the Grata Heaven realm, the 10th Grand Realm, but now it seems that if he was also in the Void Realm, the 12th Grand Realm like you, then the accident in the Black Mosquito Star Zone would not have killed him on the spot. I have a feeling that something is not right about this. How could that old fellow die so easily? You guessed right, he did hide his cultivation. Not only me but even the Demon King knows about this. We even know that he is a double agent of both the Thousand Luo Federation and the Tianji tribe. Hearing Yixian mention Wenxing, Mo Qigong immediately sneered. Oh right, there's another guy, commander of the Demon King Guards, Chanas. The imperial family already knows about that guy's background. Let's talk about all this after we return to the Demon King planet. And about the Void Soldier Ladle race, I haven't been in the demon race during this time, so I don't know much about it. But if it was really the Tianji tribe that did it, the Demon King will definitely know the details. We can ask him and he'll know. You want to go to the Demon King planet? Yi Xian frowned, obviously a little repulsed by this. The Demon King Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong didn't mind what happened before, but it didn't mean that the Demon King Mo Wentian was the same. Although Yi Xian was no longer the same as before, the Demon King planet was his territory after all. As the imperial family of a race, Yi Xian didn't believe that the true strength of the Demon King's bloodline was only what they showed on the surface. It was impossible that they didn't have a Star Lord level old monster that surpassed the mighty figures of heaven and earth. In this way, if the Demon King Mo Wentian really had evil intentions towards him, Yi Xian's life would not be in danger when he went to the Demon King planet, but at least he would be restrained. It was very likely that he would be forced to show some methods that he didn't want to reveal. Don't worry, brat. Although the Demon King isn't as open-minded as I am, he can still see the big picture. You are now a rare commodity worth hoarding. I've never heard of anyone who could sneak into the Tianji clan's main camp. If it weren't for the fact that you successfully deceived all the demons before, even I wouldn't believe that you have a way to show the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan. Seeing Yi Xian hesitate, Mo Qigong smiled and said, under such circumstances, even if the Demon King is still wary of you, he will definitely convince himself to let go of the past, seeing that the dozens of generations of imperial uncles still need you to rescue them. Besides, although you lied to us before, you didn't cause too much damage and impact to the demon race in general. Instead, you contributed quite a lot. At least, the divine sense crystals you brought out of the Holy Land, especially the 8-eyed silver crystal, are very significant to the entire demon royal family. In addition, if this matter succeeds, our demon race will no longer have to be afraid. Although it's not the time to openly rebel against the Tianji clan, some secret preparations must be fully carried out. In the future, cooperation with the Third Universe's human race and even the Wanluo Federation is inevitable. However, we don't have any reliable and trustworthy people there. Moreover, your identity is not ordinary. You are a prince of the immortal royal family. With your methods, you will most likely be the one to seize the throne of the empire in the future. Under such circumstances, you will naturally become the best partner of our demon race. Since we are partners, it's natural for us to express our sincerity. Therefore, you must go to the Demon King planet this time, the demon royal family, and you have some important matters to discuss in secret. At the end, Mo Qigong patted his chest and said, although I know that you have nothing to fear, even if our demon royal family mobilizes our true strength, which is the Star Lord realm old monsters that surpass the universe realm, you will still be able to escape unscathed. After all, it's not like this hasn't happened before. An emperor was tormented by you enough. Even now, he is roaring and madly looking for you. However, this old man still has to pat his chest and guarantee that the demon royal family has no intention of scheming against you. If what I said is false, this old man is willing to bear the calamity of the demon heart torment and be destroyed in body and soul. Since he'd already said it to this extent, and what he said was indeed reasonable, if Yi Xian were to continue hesitating, it wouldn't be justifiable. Chapter 3475. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Super Big Bomb indeed. We can't let too many people know about this. What this old man means is that apart from you, me, and the Demon King, we can only let no more than 3 people know about this. Following Yi Xian's finger, Mo Qigong glanced at the alloy bead in the distance and nodded. As for them, since the Devil battleship is almost completely destroyed, the ship's surveillance system is completely paralyzed. They don't know anything about our meeting, and no one has extended their spiritual power to investigate. This old man has been secretly watching, so I can be sure of this. Didn't you say that you had absolute confidence in sneaking into the Tianji clan's headquarters? At this point, Mo Qigong grinned. If that's the case, then let this old man see what you're capable of. If even this old man can't find fault with you, then you'll have no problem hiding it from them. Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile. then waved his hand to set up a concealment barrier before disappearing. In fact, he was also looking forward to the new ability of the devouring system. If not for Mo Qigong's sudden appearance, he might have already tried it out in a hidden corner of the void. After a short while, the concealment barrier was removed by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand, and his figure reappeared in the void. In terms of appearance, Yi Xian had already transformed into Sha Baofeng's appearance. In terms of the essence of his body, he used the new ability of the devouring system in his body to use the mechanical wisdom core that was condensed from devouring Sha Baofeng. He now had the same electronic consciousness as Sha Baofeng. Of course, this electronic consciousness was formless and intangible, just like the human race's spiritual power and the demon race's spiritual power. Only mechanical life forms like the Tianji clan could sense it. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian summoned the Starfield Fortress in his body again. He directly used the devouring system to input all the performance data of the Devil Battleship Fortress stored in the system's database into the World Insect Life Center of the Starfield Fortress, which was also the AI control center of the fortress. At the same time, Baofeng's electronic consciousness was also imprinted into it, making it the ultimate authority. Previously, this life fortress only had two ultimate authorities. One was Yi Xian's spiritual imprint, and the other was his consciousness imprint. Now, there was an additional electronic consciousness imprint. In this case, even if Yi Xian was in the headquarters of the Tianji race and couldn't use his psychic energy or spiritual sense, Sha Baofeng could still control Life Fortress with his electronic consciousness. Although this electronic consciousness previously belonged to Sha Baofeng, it now belonged to the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. After Yi Xian activated this new system ability, a crystal appeared in his body. It was the mechanical intelligence core that he had condensed when he devoured Sha Baofeng. However, it was not located in his sea of consciousness. Instead, it was located in his right chest, corresponding to his heart on the left side of his chest. Immediately after, he used his electronic consciousness to order changes to Life Fortress. The target of the changes was the Devil Battle Trumpet, completely changing it from the inside out. All of this was done in front of the Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong. When Life Fortress began to change, and its appearance gradually developed into the Devil Battle Trumpet's original appearance, even with Mo Qigong's experience as an Imperial Uncle of the Demonkin race, he couldn't help but slowly open his mouth. With a dazed expression, he muttered to himself, "Heavens, this is too miraculous. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this old man definitely wouldn't have dared to believe it. Stinking brat, how did you do it?" Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he cried out involuntarily, and the expression on his face became even more shocked. Life Fortress? This is the legendary Life Fortress left behind by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. It's the wild dragon trumpet that you took away from Demon Guard Yi's star dock. It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's grown to this extent, becoming a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters? That's right, it's the wild dragon trumpet, but now I've changed its name to Wild Star Trumpet. I didn't expect you to see through it. Didn't you find it familiar before, so you were suspicious of me? Yi Xian bitterly smiled and shook his head. I was too careless. I thought that after changing its name and increasing its size so much, it wouldn't be a problem if it only had a slight shadow of its original appearance. I didn't expect you to see through it. Mo Qigong suddenly understood and subconsciously nodded. No wonder it could transform into a mechanical devil insect like Sha Baofeng's Devil Battle Trumpet. You should know that this is one of the ultimate abilities of the Tianji race. Since it's a life fortress, it's not strange that it can do this. Previously, it also devoured Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. Now, Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness has been temporarily transferred into my body, so I can use Sha Baofeng's identity to return to the Tianji race's base camp. No one will notice anything strange because this electronic consciousness originally belonged to Sha Baofeng. Like the mental power of the demons, it can't be faked. Taking advantage of these words, Yi Xian directly blamed everything that the devouring system did on the life fortress, which was a reasonable explanation. Then he pointed at the alloy ball in the distance again. As for that, I'll use Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to invade it. Although it's damaged a lot and its functions are basically paralyzed, it's still possible to build a short-distance transmission array. All the demons in the Devil Battle Trumpet will be collectively transferred to the Wild Star Trumpet without them noticing. Then, you and I can return to the demonic Emperor planet. From then on, the Wild Star Trumpet will be the Devil Battle Trumpet, and I will be Sha Baofeng. At this point, Yi Xian grinned. As for the Devil Battle Trumpet's remaining body, after all, the kinetic energy cabin, the space oscillator, and the antimatter light energy generator are still there. With a little modification, it can be turned into a giant alloy bomb. Once it explodes, the kinetic energy cabin, antimatter light energy generator, and space oscillator will all work at the same time. Should be quite powerful. F***CK. Brat, you're not planning to let it explode in the Tianji race's base camp, are you? Even if you don't die, you'll still lose some skin. Emochigong shuddered. He had finally witnessed Yi Xian's ability to cause trouble. It was completely at his fingertips. How could he use the Devil Battle Trumpet's damaged body like this? It had to be known that this was originally a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The shipboard kinetic energy cabin, space oscillator, and antimatter light energy generator were all very expensive to build. It was acceptable to use them to build a small fortress, but if they were only used to build a one-time use super large bomb, that would be too wasteful. No one in history had ever done that before. Chapter 3476. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Back to the Demon Emperor Star. Everything was done quickly. The thousands of Devil Cultivator experts within the damaged alloy ball were all silently transferred to the Starfield Life stronghold by the temporary teleportation formation that Yi Xian had activated within the alloy ball. During this process, all of their senses were sealed by the formation, so they didn't notice anything unusual. As for the alloy ball, Yi Xian took it into his body and threw it to the devouring system for modification. Yi Xian had a lot of resources in his hands, so he let the devouring system use them. In short, he only had one request. The more powerful the alloy bomb after modification, the better. Then Yi Xian entered the Life Fortress, which had been transformed into the Demon Battleship, with Imperial Uncle Emochigong, and rushed to the Demon Emperor Star at full speed. Since the Holy Sun trial, Yi Xian had not come to the Demon Emperor Star again. This was the second time he came to this star. Thinking of the scene when he came here for the first time, Yi Xian sighed. In less than a year, too many changes had happened. He was not referring to the Demon Emperor Star, but Yi Xian himself. At that time his cultivation was too weak. Now, he was an expert of the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven Realm, the 10th level. Moreover, he had so many trump cards that even he could not describe them clearly. The gap between before and after was like the gap between heaven and earth. Now, not only was his cultivation high, but he also had abundant trump cards. This time he came to the Demon Emperor Star with an important identity. He was Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Tianji clan, and a confidant of Patriarch Di. For the Demon Emperor Star, he was equivalent to an imperial envoy visiting and inspecting. Therefore, the Demon Emperor Star had a very high standard of reception. After the demon battleship arrived at the Demon Emperor Star, it docked in the star dock outside the atmosphere of the star. Then all the demon dwellers left. Yi Xian, accompanied by Imperial Uncle Emochigong, was the last one to walk out of the cabin door. He waved his hand and took the demon battle ship into his body. Yi Xian had seen the several demon dwellers' royal family on behalf of the Demon Emperor last time, but he was not familiar with them. However, there was one figure that surprised him. Among those who came to greet him was the commander of the demon guards of the Demon Emperor City, Chanas. This fellow was in charge of guarding the Demon Imperial City, so he didn't need to come to greet the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race. It had nothing to do with him. Seeing Yi Xian glanced at Chanas, Uncle Emochigong explained, "Chanas Baofeng. This guy was trying to get close to Baofeng." The Baofeng Baofeng. Baofeng Baofeng. Baofeng Bao. When Baofeng came from Baofeng from Tianji Yunofeng's Baofeng was. Although Emochigong didn't continue speaking, Yi Xian instantly understood. From the looks of it, this fellow still hadn't given up. He eagerly wanted to climb up, hoping to gain the favor of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Yi was for him was. Despite his disdain, he didn't pay any attention to him. Under Emochigong's lead, He entered the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet and headed straight for the inner city of the Demon Emperor. At this moment, no one knew Yi Xian's true identity except for Mo Qigong. Even the Devil King Mo Wentian thought that he was the real Sha Baofeng of the Tianji clan. Therefore, for the rest of the banquet, Mo Wentian was very respectful in front of Yi Xian. Although he was the Demon Emperor, the Demon tribe was only a servant tribe of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. They had long been enslaved. Strictly speaking, every member of the Heaven's Legacy tribe who came here could call themselves the Master. Of course, no one from the Heaven's Legacy race would actually do such a thing. At the very least, Sha Baofeng would not do such a thing. Therefore, the banquet was quite harmonious. On the surface, the atmosphere was quite good. Subsequently, Sha Baofeng sent a star message to the headquarters of the Heavenly Fate clan through the star network of the Demon Emperor Star, giving a brief report on the battle that had taken place in the Heavenly War Star area. The reply he received was that he should return to the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy tribe as soon as possible. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted, so he decided to leave tomorrow. However, there was something else he needed to do tonight, which was to have a secret talk with the Devil King Mo Wentian. Yi Xian needed to know more about the changes in the black hole of life. 4 hours later, Yi Xian was led by Mo Qigong to a small side hall in the inner city of the Demon Emperor Star area. There were no Demon Imperial guards inside or outside the small side hall. The guards here were some young members of the Demon Imperial family. It must be an important place related to the Demon Imperial family. Then the two entered a secret room. There were already 2 figures waiting inside. They were the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the other Imperial uncle of the Demon Imperial family. Mo Qigong had revealed Yi Xian's true identity to the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian before bringing him here. Therefore, when he saw Yi Xian again, the light in his eyes was completely different from before. There was a strong sense of strangeness in his eyes. "Lord Demon Emperor, we meet again." Yi Xian clasped his hands. Before the Imperial uncle could say anything, he continued, "I didn't deliberately hide the matter of the Black Mosquito Planet's Saint Child. I was forced by the situation. I was forced to come to the Demon Imperial Planet step by step. I forced myself to enter the Holy Land. It's really you?" Demon Emperor Mo Wentian seemed to have some doubts at first. Now that he saw Yi Xian admit his identity, he was surprised. In the end, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. I didn't expect that there would be such a rare talent in the human race. Not only does he have the mental power of the Demon Imperial family, he even has the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan. It's amazing. Alright, it's good to talk things out. It's not the first time we've met. We're all familiar with each other. Let's sit down and talk." On the side, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong mediated. He invited Yi Xian and the other 2 to sit down. Then, he led the conversation to the main topic. He took the initiative to help Yi Xian ask about the personal details of the incident with the black hole of life. The Demon Emperor did know about this matter. He immediately explained it to Yi Xian. The latter quickly figured out the details of the situation. In fact, the Demon Imperial family was also involved in the incident with the black hole of life. Of course, it was under the orders of the higher-ups of the Tianji clan that they sent a fleet to assist. Not long after Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng left the First Universe, a fleet of the Tianji clan that was originally patrolling outside the Demon Imperial Star area received orders from the headquarters. They turned around and came to the Demon Imperial Star area. Their goal was very clear. They went straight to the black hole of life. They sent a fleet to cooperate with the operation on the Demon Imperial planet and attacked the black hole of life together. In the end, after killing hundreds of thousands of Void soldiers, the 2 8-star King Ladles were captured. Then the entire Ladle soldier race fell into the hands of the Tianji clan. They were taken away by the powerful fleet of the Tianji clan and left the Demon Imperial Star area in a hurry. Chapter 3477. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio Visit by Chana's Void Marrow Crystal? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his brows furrowed even tighter. It seemed that the Tianji clan had figured out the ins and outs of the Void Soldier Ladle clan. Even Yi Xian used to call these ladles the Void-swallowing beasts. In the Devil domain, the original name of the black hole of life was the Void-swallowing black hole. Now, even the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had changed his name and called the Void Soldier Ladle clan the Void Soldier Ladle. Obviously, he had learned all this from the Tianji clan. Besides, the latter even knew about the existence of the Void Marrow Crystal. This made Yixian very uneasy, because every Void Soldier Ladle clan corresponded to a Void Marrow Crystal. This time, the fleet of the Tianji clan entered the Black Hole of Life, and did not get the Void Marrow Crystal that had fallen into Yixian's hands. If Di was angry, the entire Soldier Ladle clan would be in danger. The reason why the fleet of the Tianji clan that invaded the Black Hole of Life took the entire Soldier Ladle clan away was obviously to track down the whereabouts of the Void Marrow Crystal. If there was no result, all the Void Soldier Ladle clan would be killed by Di in anger. This made Yixian even more determined to leave tomorrow. He felt that he did not have much time left. If he delayed any longer, the Soldier Ladle clan would be in danger. After that, Yixian asked the Devil Emperor and others some other questions that puzzled him, such as the origin of the wretched Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Unfortunately, even the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian did not know anything about this, which made Yixian very disappointed. However, Yixian had learned everything about the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn through the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian. He knew that this thing was related to the first Devil Emperor. He had taken it out of the Desolation Ancient Cage, set up a formation altar, and placed it in the underground Weeping Soul Cave on the Black Mountain Star. This solved one of the doubts in his heart. As for why old Devil Wenxing had captured the Weeping Soul Beasts, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian did not know either. However, he suspected that it had something to do with the Tianji clan. This was because Wenxing's true identity was a double agent for both the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy clan. That old man was very mysterious and had secret connections with both the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy clan. However, even the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian didn't know which side he was on. However, there was one thing that he was extremely sure of, and that was that old ghost Wenxing had not died. He should have gone to the Heaven's Legacy race's main camp. So you're saying that on this trip to the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters, there's an extremely high chance of encountering old ghost Wenxing? Yixian once again frowned. Even now, he still had some apprehension towards old ghost Wenxing. This old man was truly too mysterious. Last time he had actually faked his death and then went to the main camp of the Heavenly Fate race. He had even abandoned his position as the chief high priest of the Demonkin race. The purpose of this action was truly worth pondering. His scheme was definitely not a small matter. Yixian smelled a very thick scent of conspiracy. In fact, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others also felt the same. Hearing Yixian mention old ghost Wenxing, the expressions of the three became serious. After exchanging glances, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian suddenly said, "Regarding Wenxing, young friend, if you encounter him in the Heaven's Legacy race this time, you should do your best to be on guard. That old man is not simple. Although he is a demonkin and has risen step by step from the saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe to the chief high priest of the demonkin race, and then came to the demon imperial city and stayed right under my nose, even now, I am unable to determine whether he is a member of the Myriad Luo Federation or a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, since he didn't go to the Myriad Luo Federation after faking his death, he went to the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race instead. We can deduce that he is on the side of the Heaven's Legacy race after all. This time he faked his death. His ultimate goal is most likely to be the Myriad Luo Federation or the human race. As for his specific plan, no one except the Heaven's Legacy race knows about it. This time when you go to the Heaven's Legacy race as Baofeng Sha, you may have the opportunity to learn about this. Be careful, but you must first make sure that old ghost Wenxing doesn't see through your identity. That old guy is too shrewd." Yixian nodded and didn't say anything more. Then, he left the side hall and returned to the hotel in the inner city of the Demon Imperial City. To his surprise, not long after he returned, the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Chanas, came to visit him. Yixian couldn't help but laugh. He didn't refuse and let Chanas into the hotel. "Lord Sha, I have very important information to report to you. It has something to do with the foundation of the Demon Imperial family, the Demon Imperial secret realm in the Forbidden Valley." As soon as he entered the hotel, Chanas approached Yixian with a bashful smile. As he spoke, he took out a small space box and handed it to Yixian. he said mysteriously. Take a look. Hearing that it had something to do with the desolate ancient cage, Yixian was immediately interested. He subconsciously took the small space box. After opening it, he was speechless. Inside the small space box were the multi-pupil sense crystals. There were about 100 of them. Most of them belonged to the 6 or 7 pupils. Among them there were 2 8-pupil silver crystals. They were part of what Yixian had swindled when he was on the Black Mosquito Star. Puzzled, Yixian frowned and looked at Chanas. This is only a very, very small portion. The Devil Emperor and the several imperial uncles have even more. Not to mention the 6 pupils and the 7 pupils, just the 8 pupils alone have dozens of them. All of them were obtained from the Devil Emperor's secret realm. Seeing that Yixian was very interested, Chanas was overjoyed. He continued flatteringly, I got these not long ago. They are all good stuff. I'll give them to you as a gift. And the situation I want to report is related to these multi-pupil sense crystals. As you know, the Demon Imperial family has always been very nervous about the Demon Imperial's secret realm. They specially sent 2 royal uncles to guard it all year round. Although any demon can enter, in fact, other than the Imperial family and some important officials in the court, only the priests, commanders, and holy sons of the 8 major tribes can enter. Even I have only entered once. I didn't have time to explore a large area before the time limit was up. I was forced to teleport out. Like all the other people who entered over the years, although they did gain something, it wasn't shocking. It's better than nothing. But that place is obviously not ordinary. Lord, you should know that Prince Xian of the human race's eternal dynasty entered the secret realm as the trial holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. In the end, he brought out a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals. There were dozens of 8-pupil silver crystals alone. The rest were even more. And this was what he handed in. It's easy to imagine how many more he kept. I suspect that there are more resources in that secret realm. Prince Xian was just lucky and happened to explore one of them. This is a big secret. The Demon Imperial family kept it a secret and never mentioned it to the higher-ups. I think they have ulterior motives and are disloyal. Lord, when you go back, you should report this to the higher-ups. We have to be careful. Chapter 3478. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios head of the 10 Perilous Lands, are you willing to return to Tianji City with me? Yixian sighed to himself. He quickly regained his composure and asked Chanas. Leaving this guy in the Demon Imperial City would be a hidden danger. He was too much of a good-for-nothing. He only wanted to hug the thighs of the Heaven's Legacy race. If he was allowed to stay, he would definitely secretly report back to the Demon Imperial City like he did today. Taking him away would be equivalent to removing a malignant tumor. Hearing Yixian's question, Chanas was stunned at first. Then he was overjoyed and nodded. This was the reason why he had purposely tried to curry favor with Yixian. How could he not be willing? All right, then follow me on the journey tomorrow. Inform Mo Wentian about this yourself. Then hand over the tasks at hand. Just say that it's my idea. Yixian nodded and did not say anything else. He kept the small space box containing the dozens of multi-eyed sense crystals and turned to walk into the inner room. Thank you for your advice, Lord Shah. Behind him, Chanas was so excited that he was about to cry. His voice was filled with gratitude. Lord, you have given me a new lease on life. When I reach Tianji City, I will definitely serve you with all my heart. Don't worry, when you reach Tianji City, you will definitely have the chance to serve me with all your heart. Yixian's voice came from afar. When Chanas heard this, the excitement on his face suddenly froze. He was stunned on the spot, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. In the long star journey from the Demon Imperial Star Zone to the central region of the First Universe, although there were many natural wormholes that could be used to jump through wormholes, some of the more important wormholes had higher strategic value. The entrances were guarded by the Tianji clan's main fleet all year round. Even if one were to jump through these wormholes, it would still take a month to reach the destination. On the way, one would even have to pass through the root of all evil. The root of all evil was a danger zone. Moreover, it was a danger zone at the level of a middle plane in the First Universe. In the First Universe, it was known as the number 1 danger zone under the starry sky. The black hole of life and the starry sky thunder tomb that Yixian had previously explored could only be regarded as a large star field-level danger zone. The root of all evil was a level higher than them, so its degree of danger could be seen from this alone. The source of all evil was not in the Demonkin star field or its surroundings. It was extremely far from here, located near the central domain of the first universe. It was only 6 or 7 days away from the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Heaven's Legacy City. From the Demonkin star region to the Tianji City, even with a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, traveling day and night at full speed, and jumping through wormholes along the way, it would still take more than half a month to arrive. This time on the way to the Tianji City, Yixian just so happened to pass by the root of all evil. However, he had no intention of exploring it, even though he would have to go there sooner or later. Back when he first obtained the saint, in order to find the devouring origin, Yixian had secretly lurked around the Demonkin star field and searched for the signal of the Demonkin star field starry sky network. Then, he had immediately issued an order to connect to his personal communication system. He had directly used this network to log into the Heaven's Legacy race's main network, which was one level higher, and started a conditional search. At that time, the search condition he had given was precisely the devouring origin. Considering that the name might be different here, Yixian had even described the characteristics of the devouring origin in detail. Although the devouring system knew about this, it would not take the initiative to use it as a search condition and issue an order to its auxiliary communication system. After the order was issued, the communication system immediately executed and hacked into the Demonkin Starfield Starry Sky network. About 10 minutes later, Yixian had already received the search results from the Heaven's Legacy race's main network. The suspected origin of the devouring origin really did exist in the first universe. It was the root of all evil. However, the situation at that time did not allow Yixian to explore it at all. After that, he was brought back to the third universe by Naples. Since he had returned this time, he had to explore the root of all evil. After the last system exchange, he had very little devouring origin crystals left. In the future, if he took a fancy to a certain treasure in the system exchange shop and needed to exchange for it, he would not have the ability to do so. However, this matter could only be carried out after the trip to the Tianji city. Otherwise, if it was delayed for too long, Yixian was worried that the Void Soldier Ladle race would be in danger. Demon Battleship, in the command cabin on the top floor. Unlike other small fortresses, the command cabin on Demon Battleship was currently empty. There was almost no one in sight except for Yixian and Chana's. The Heaven's Legacy race's battleships were basically only manned by the ship's master himself, as well as some intelligent robots who acted as attendants or mechanical maintenance workers. Unlike the human race or other races, a battleship required many people to divide up the work in order for it to operate smoothly. The Heaven's Legacy race had electronic consciousness that could be extended. They could operate the battleship as they pleased. A single person was equivalent to an entire battleship operating team. This was the unique advantage of their race. However, Demon Battleship was not Sha Baofeng's personal ship, so it was impossible for intelligent robots to be in the battleship. This time only Yixian and Chana's were on this trip. Therefore, all the work that should have been done by the attendants fell on Chana's head. Although the Heaven's Legacy race was not made of flesh and blood, since they tried their best to pursue the appearance of humans, they naturally would not miss out on the various pleasures that humans could enjoy, such as food and drink. Among the Heaven's Legacy race, some of the more highly evolved clansmen would make various modifications to their bodies. They had artificial digestive systems similar to humans, and even had taste buds. Therefore, these high-level Heaven's Legacy race clansmen could even taste fine wine and delicacies like humans. Of course, they did not need the energy after the food disappeared. It was merely a desire for good food. After leaving the Demon Emperor planet, Chana's had been busy with Yixian's daily life. He took on multiple roles and almost never had a break. This was because before leaving the Demon Emperor planet, Yixian had restocked the Demon Battleship's food storage cabin with a large amount of top-grade ingredients. After all, he was helping the Demon Imperial family this time. It would be a waste not to take them. In the end, it was Chana's who had to cook all kinds of top-grade delicacies for Yixian every day. Furthermore, it was not just 3 meals a day. Now Yixian's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. He needed a large amount of energy to replenish. No matter how much he ate, he would not feel full. It was possible for him to eat 17 or 18 meals a day. In less than a month, Chanas had lost a lot of weight. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes all day long. He had a severe lack of sleep. Because he had no time to sleep, he was basically busy cooking delicacies for Yixian. Chapter 3479. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Interstellar Raider. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Dangerous star field discovered. Appraisal result. Dangerous star field. Danger source. Unknown. Danger factor. SSS. Do you wish to explore immediately? Hint. If the exploration is successful, there is a certain chance of upgrading the system title. System current title. Level 4. Interstellar Pathfinder. System next title. Level 4 Interstellar Raider. Interstellar Raider. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Pathfinder, a brand new system ability will be added, randomly activated. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 1 to 2. Ding! System explanation complete. Do you wish to explore immediately? As the system notification in his mind ended, Yixian immediately fell into deep thought. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he appeared to be deeply worried. The reason he was worried was not because of the system's appraisal result, nor was it because of the SSS level danger factor. After all, this was the source of all evil, a planar level space danger zone. In the first universe, it was known as the most dangerous place under the stars. Yixian had long been mentally prepared for its degree of danger. In fact, before they even arrived at this place, Yixian had already vaguely guessed that once they got close, it was extremely likely that the system's subsidiary title quest would be activated. After all, of the previous 4 titles, other than the first title that the system had given them, the other 3 titles were all conditionally triggered by encountering such a dangerous place in space. They were the Black Hole of Life, the Star Thunder Tomb, and the Unknown Transmission Array in the 3rd universe's Death Spiral. This time, on his way to the Tianji city, the headquarters of the Tianji clan, he would have to pass through the most dangerous star field under the stars of the first universe. The probability of triggering the system's supplementary title was more than 80%. This was Yixian's previous guess, and now it had been confirmed. The reason why he was so worried now was because he was hesitating whether to accept the system's exploration mission this time. If he accepted, the benefits naturally went without saying. First of all, the number of interstellar coordinates he could imprint on any universe plane would increase from the previous 1 to 2. In other words, once this exploration was successful, he would have 2 choices when he launched his interstellar coordinate exploration in every universe plane. This was very significant. However, this was obviously not the main point. The main point was a new system ability that was randomly activated. In order to activate any ability of the devouring system, the prerequisites had to be met. Before this, Yixian did not even know what the prerequisites were for activating certain abilities of the system. For example, when Yixian obtained the fragment of the superbrain, he received a notification from the system telling him that the conditions to activate the system had been fulfilled. Before this, Yixian didn't even know that the devouring system in his body had gained such an awesome supplementary ability after entering the starry sky. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was for the system to activate a new ability. Yixian's current system abilities, other than the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was bound to his system title, there were only the fusion system and the personal interstellar communication system. He didn't know anything about the other systems and abilities, let alone the conditions to activate them. Therefore, the system's exploration mission this time was too tempting for Yixian. He simply could not reject a new ability of the system. If he rejected it, he would most likely miss the opportunity. Even if he returned to the source of all evil, he might not be able to activate the system's title mission again. In the previous 3 times, Yixian had accepted the mission on the spot. He had never rejected it temporarily and tried again the next time. According to his estimation, there should be a prerequisites for the activation of the system's title mission. It might not work the second time. In other words, if Yi Xian rejected the system's title exploration mission this time, he would most likely miss the opportunity. Who knew when the next opportunity would appear? This made him feel conflicted and hesitant, because the crisis of the Void Soldier ladle race could not be delayed. Sir Sha, a fleet has appeared over there. It seems to be another Sir from the Tianji race. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, Chana suddenly reminded him. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the giant holographic 3D screen of the Devil Battleship's top-level command cabin. Sure enough, he saw a fleet appear in the void of space to his right. The scale of this fleet was not bad. There were a total of 6 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and 2 large fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters. From the shape of the ships, these 8 fortresses were clearly from the Tianji race and not the other slave races of the first universe like the Demonkin race. Yi Xian's brows furrowed even tighter because the direction of the other party's advance was very clear. They were heading straight for the source of all evil. They wanted to enter it. This was known as the most dangerous place under the starry skies of the first universe. Basically, no one would be so reckless as to charge into this place for no reason. And yet, this fleet from the Tianji race had done just that. This reminded Yi Xian of the Black Hole of Life. Although the Black Hole of Life was not considered a planar danger zone in the first universe, it was only 1 level away. At the very least, it could be considered a large starfield level danger zone. However, the Tianji race fleet still invaded on a large scale and eventually captured the entire Void Soldier ladle race. Was everything that was happening before his eyes related to this? The Tianji race fleet would never enter this kind of danger zone for no reason. They clearly had a purpose for going there. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly jumped. Almost as if he had a stroke of luck, he subconsciously replied to the devouring system in his body. He had decided to accept the system's title exploration mission. He didn't know what was going on inside the origin of all evil, but there was one thing that Yi Xian was sure of. That was, with the entry of the Heavenly Fate clan fleet in the distant void, everything inside the origin of all evil would definitely be destroyed to a certain extent. In this situation, if Yi Xian refused this title exploration mission, there was a 99% chance that he would not be able to activate the same mission the next time he came. He did not want to miss this opportunity. At the same time, he was very interested in the mission of this Tianji race fleet that was about to enter the origin of all evil. After everything was settled, Yi Xian received a confirmation from the system that he had accepted the title exploration mission. After the system notification sounded again, he immediately ordered the Devil Battleship to change course and enter the origin of all evil. Chapter 3480. Heavenly Secret Crown Prince Thish. Thish. 2 ear-piercing sounds of breaking through the air rang out. From one of the 200,000-meter-long space fortresses in front of the Heavenly Legacy clan fleet, 2 energy pillars with a diameter of 1,000 meters shot out from the Star Destroyer cannon, heading straight for the small stronghold that Yi Xian was in. The main cannons of this 100,000-meter diameter fortress were antimatter death ray cannons with diameters of 20 to 30,000 meters, and they were also equipped with quite a few thousand-meter diameter conventional star-obliterating cannons. The enemy had not activated their main cannons, only their secondary cannons. It was clear that they did not really want to destroy the Devil Battleship, only drive it away. This was because these secondary cannons could be easily avoided even if they were only 50,000 meters in diameter. The conventional 1,000-meter diameter star-obliterating cannons had limited speed. Yi Xian immediately sent out his electronic consciousness, controlling the Devil Battleship to dodge, instantly traversing several dozen li and easily avoiding these 2,000-meter diameter conventional star-obliterating cannons. But Yi Xian's expression darkened. Too arrogant. Was this enemy treating him like an expert from some other slave race? But even so, a normal upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race wouldn't be so domineering. After all, even if it was an expert from a servant race, the fact that they could control a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters meant that their status in the race couldn't be low. How could they allow someone to casually expel them? But this enemy had completely ignored all this. Just who was the commander of this fleet? Just as he was about to explode with rage, the holographic screen on the top floor of the Devil Battleship suddenly flashed, and then an image appeared. The enemy had taken the initiative to connect to the Devil Battleship's internal network. Yi Xian sneered and let go of his authority. He just happened to want to see who this enemy was. Soon the holographic screen changed, and an image appeared. It was none other than the image of the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship. A young man in his early 20s with rosy lips and white teeth was sitting on a long soft sofa with half of his body nestled in it. A beauty was pillowed on his thighs, and there were a few people squeezed behind and to his right. They were all carefully massaging him or letting him play with them. It was unknown if these beauties were intelligent robots, humans, or demons. This could not be seen through the 3D holographic screen. However, the arrogant-looking young man sitting on the sofa was definitely a genuine member of the Tianji clan. Furthermore, he seemed to have quite a high status because he recognized Yi Xian at a glance when the call connected. Even so, his figure remained nestled in the long, soft sofa, showing no intention of moving at all. The expression on his face was still languid, and there was even a hint of disdain. "Oh, this young master was wondering who it was," he said sarcastically. After all this time it turned out that he was just a sand loser? What was going on? Look at how dark your face is. Could it be that you've been beaten by this young master like a dog? Are you still not convinced? Swish! 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 Before he finished speaking, the 100,000-meter-tall fortress opened fire again, and 3 energy beams from the star-obliterating cannons with a diameter of 1,000 meters blasted over. At the same time, the arrogant young man's arrogant laughter was heard again. "Haha, sand loser, your dodging posture is pretty good. Give this young master 2 more. By the way, what's the name of this move? Yellow dog wagging its tail or tortoise flipping its shell? Haha, F***CK. This was not just arrogance, it was arrogance and disdain. Yi Xian was about to explode. For the past half a year, he was the one who bullied others. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Even though he recognized the identity of the arrogant young man in front of him with a single glance and knew that he had the strength and qualifications to treat Sha Baofeng like this, Yi Xian was still so angry that he wanted to flare up on the spot. However, before he could react, the arrogant young man on the other side had already started mocking him again. This time, the provocation in his tone was less, but there was a strong sense of disdain. "Sai, this is too boring. A loser will always be a loser. You've been bullied by this young master like a dog, but you can still hold it in and not make a sound. You're such a coward, there's no fun in bullying you. Get the hell out of here. This young master has a mission in the source of all evil. If you dare to disturb me again, this young master will kill you on the spot. Even the patriarch won't hold you responsible." Humph! Trash! The last cold snort was heard. The other party had already cut off the communication. The holographic 3-dimensional screen on the top floor of the Devil battleship flickered and instantly lost the image of the other party. "Wahaha, I'm so pissed off. Kill him, I must kill him." Yi Xian exploded on the spot and flew into a rage. He once again activated the demon battle horn to avoid the bombardment of the 3-star obliteration cannon's energy beams. He roared like thunder and immediately wanted to retaliate. At this sight, Chanas was scared out of his wits. He had been watching from the side, not daring to make a sound. After all, these were 2 upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race. To him they were both gods. When gods fought, a little brat like him could only cower on the side. But now, the little immortal was about to kill the great immortal, and he was still in the little immortal's warship. Something was definitely going to happen. Either the little immortal was killed, and he was buried with the great immortal, or the great immortal was killed or injured. When the great immortal was blamed, he would also be in trouble. No matter what, he could not let this happen. He had to keep the peace. Otherwise he would not end up well. Either way he was going to die. At this thought, Chanas immediately rushed toward Yi Xian. His face was pale, and he was obviously scared out of his wits. He hugged Yi Xian's arm and tried to persuade him. "Sir Sha, impulsiveness is the devil. We must not be impulsive. That is the crown prince of the Tianji race. You know his temperament. He is used to being arrogant and domineering. Let's bear with it and it will be over. Otherwise, something big is definitely going to happen." The so-called crown prince of the Tianji race was naturally referring to the young patriarch of the Tianji race. That was the arrogant young man just now. His name was Di Xiaofeng. The Tianji race was not made of flesh and blood. They did not have the ability to reproduce. Therefore, this crown prince, young patriarch, and the patriarch of the Tianji race were not related by blood. However, because he was more talented and evolved at a higher level, he had awakened his self-awareness at about the same time as Sha Baofeng. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Genesis realm, which was the 13th Great Realm, far surpassing Sha Baofeng's 12th Great Realm, the late stage of the Void Realm. Therefore, he was highly favored by the patriarch of the Tianji race. A few years ago, he had announced to the entire race that he would be made the young patriarch and given the name Di Xiaofeng. Yi Xian knew all of this. Chapter 3481. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios kill him. Bulsh * T Crown Prince. Not only did Shanasi's reminder not calm Yi Xian down, it made his expression even more ferocious. He gritted his teeth and sneered. He was appointed as the young clan leader by the clan leader De. To put it bluntly, it's just that he has amazing talent and is favored by the clan leader. If we can take him down, the clan leader will appoint another young clan leader. This is allowed in the Tianji clan. It would be fine if he didn't provoke me, but he asked for it today. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shanasi was completely dumbfounded when he heard these words. His face turned even paler, and his lips trembled. He looked at Yi Xian in a daze and asked, Sha, Lord Sha, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. What else can I mean? Didn't you see how arrogant that guy was just now? Yi Xian sneered again and gritted his teeth. I don't mean anything else, just 2 words. Kill him. Plop. Shanasi's face turned green when he heard the words kill him. He fell to the ground and stared blankly. He was in complete despair. If the gods wanted to fight, he didn't have the ability to stop them at all. He was definitely going to be implicated today. What kind of sin did he commit? Rumble. Rumble. At this time, there was a sudden sound of energy roaring in the void in front of them. Yi Xian's gaze was attracted to the holographic 3-dimensional image screen. The scene that entered his eyes was the scene of the 8 interstellar fortresses of various sizes moving at full power toward the dark source of all evil star region. In the blink of an eye, the 8 interstellar fortresses of various sizes disappeared and entered the source of all evil star region. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately sent an affirmative reply to accept the tidal exploration mission to the devouring system in his body. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tidal exploration mission has been successfully initiated. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance to upgrade the system title. System's current title. Level 4, Interstellar Pathfinder. System's next title. Level 4 Interstellar Raider. Interstellar Raider. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Trailblazer, a brand new system ability will be added and activated randomly. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from 1 to 2. System quest completion requirements. Find the source of all evil, devour and refine it. Punishment for failing the exploration mission. System title will be downgraded by 1 level. F***CK. Failure of the exploration mission would also automatically lower the system's subsidiary title by 1 level. Wouldn't that mean that he would directly fall back to a level 3 Starry Sky Explorer? If that was the case, then Yi Xian would lose the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates that he had just obtained. Realizing this, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. There was no way out. This time, the system's title quest had to be completed. The conditions for completing this quest seemed to be very simple. There was only 1 sentence. Find the source of all evil, devour it, and refine it. Sounded simple, but in fact it wasn't. Yi Xian thought for a moment and realized that it was definitely not a simple task. The source of all evil mentioned here definitely didn't refer to the entire star field. If that was the case, Yi Xian could just turn around and leave. This was a huge star field. How could he refine it with his current ability? Even a Star-Lord old monster who surpassed the universe state wouldn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, the source of all evil that the system was referring to should be the true core of this star field. It would not be easy to find the core of such a huge star field. Moreover, The system also required Yixian to devour and refine the target after he found it. Refining it wouldn't be too difficult. As long as the target was successfully devoured by the devouring system, refining it would only be a matter of time. Even if you find the core of this star field, the source of all evil, do you have the ability to devour it? This was a planar-level star field in the first universe. It was known as the most dangerous place under the stars. How could it be simple? As these thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind, his mood couldn't help but become heavy. However, it was too late to say anything now. There was no way out. He had already accepted the quest, so Yixian's only choice was to charge forward. Moreover, not long ago, young Emperor Xiaofeng had led 8 large and small star fortresses into the star field. Even without this quest, Yixian would have definitely followed them in. He couldn't swallow this anger. He had to settle the score with that guy. Although the other party was the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, and this place wasn't far from the Tianji clan's headquarters, Tianji City, it would only take 7 to 8 days of flight. However, the star field was a planar-level star field. After entering this star field, all the signals sent out by the star field's supercomputer couldn't be transmitted. Under such circumstances, even if Yixian and young Emperor Xiaofeng had a falling out, as long as the other party didn't escape, this matter wouldn't be exposed. Thinking of this, Yixian's face became ferocious again. He sneered and muttered to himself, "So what if you're the young patriarch of the Tianji clan? This time you're the one who's courting death. You took the initiative to provoke me. After provoking me, you actually dared to barge into such a dangerous place in the starry sky. Even the starry sky network's signal can't be transmitted. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." After he finished speaking, Yixian directly ignored Chanasi's expression of despair. With a thought, he activated his electronic consciousness. In an instant, the kinetic energy cabin of the demon battle cry rumbled loudly, turning into a black ray of light that pierced into the source of all evil star domain not far away. Whoosh! As the demon battleship entered the star field, the light source dimmed. Although the visibility was still there, it was dimmed by more than half. At the same time, a very ear-piercing sound burst out. A huge void fissure appeared in front of the devil battleship, and it was still moving. The huge void fissure was like a black saber that slashed towards the devil battleship. This scene was too dangerous. The void fissure was simply indestructible. If the demon battleship was hit by this void fissure, it would definitely be split in two. Even Life Fortress couldn't be used again in a short period of time after such a heavy blow. It would need a long time to recover. Chapter 3482. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations Great Discovery Swish. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yixian immediately extended his electronic consciousness and controlled the demon battle horn to move horizontally, narrowly avoiding this enormous void crack that was over 10,000 meters long. Before he could catch his breath, Chanas had already shrieked, "Right, there's another one coming from the right." Yixian immediately turned around and happened to see a slightly smaller void crack coming from the right. Without thinking, he used his electronic consciousness to control the demon battleship to dodge again. However, as soon as he did that, Chanas screamed in despair again. "Below, there's another one below. Oh my god, what the hell is this place?" Just like that, Yixian extended his electronic consciousness and moved horizontally more than 10 times. Finally, the demon battleship stopped quietly in a part of the void, no longer needing to dodge the void cracks. At this moment, Yixian and Chanas finally found the time to look around. Their mouths were wide open as soon as they saw it, and their expressions gradually became sluggish. No wonder they had to dodge more than 10 times as soon as they entered. This was not a normal space at all. It was more like a big ragged bag that was riddled with holes. The space was densely filled with countless space cracks of different sizes, and one or two would appear every once in a while. Moreover, those void cracks were obviously not fixed. They were moving slowly in some unknown pattern. Fortunately, they were not moving very fast, or this place would become a dangerous place in space where no one could step into. Even Star Lords who had surpassed the universe state would have a hard time coming here. At this moment, the demon battleship was hovering in the void. Seemed safe, but in fact it was not. Whether it was moving forward, backward, up or down, it would soon encounter other void cracks of different sizes. Even if it stayed there without moving, it would not do because the void cracks around it were moving slowly. The corner of the void where the demon battleship was at was safe at the moment, but as time passed, some void cracks would definitely move there. By then, if they did not dodge, they would only end up being cut in half. F***CK. No wonder it is called a planar level space danger zone. This is clearly a space turbulence zone. The entire star field is like this. It is full of void cracks that are moving slowly. This is simply a killing field on the level of a star field. Any existence or matter that enters it will be crushed if they are not careful. Looking at the scene before him, even Yi Xian was terrified, and he cried out involuntarily. Beside him, Chenasi's face had turned green, and he kept urging, Sha, Lord Sha, let's retreat. This is not a place for humans. If we are not careful, we will be doomed eternally. Indeed, it's not a place for people to stay. However, since this place is so dangerous, young Emperor Xiaofeng still rushed in with his fleet. This means that the benefits inside are definitely not small. At least it's worth the risk. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was thinking about something else. Although he sounded like he was replying to Chanas, he was actually muttering to himself, "That's strange. They only came in for a while. Why are they all gone?" A total of 8 large and small fortresses. In this environment, it's impossible for them to move at full speed. Why did they all disappear so quickly? Whoosh! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, there was a sudden movement in the void on the right, which attracted his attention. A gigantic blade mantis that was thousands of meters in size was leaping up. It nimbly passed through 2 void cracks and landed in a corner of the void further away. It lay dormant for about a few seconds, then it bounced up again and moved forward. This blade-praying mantis was clearly transformed from a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The fact that it could be reduced to such a small size showed how compact its internal machinery was. Even Sha Baofeng could not easily achieve such a level of mechanical fusion. With his mechanical fusion ability, if he fully integrated a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the most he could do was shrink the size of the mechanical battle bug to about 5,000 meters. So that's how it is. Seems that these guys came prepared. They must have explored this route of all evil star field many times before. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to think of this method so quickly if it was their first time here. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood, and his eyes lit up. Obviously, the giant blade mantis he saw just now was one of the 6 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that followed young Emperor into the root of all evil star field. The moment the enemy fleet's 8 fortresses rushed into the root of all evil star field, the upper echelons of the Tianji clan operating the warships immediately activated their mechanical fusion ability and turned the 8 fortresses into 8 mechanical battle bugs of different sizes. Then they spread out, using the extremely nimble and agile nature of the mechanical battle bugs and their super elastic jumping ability to avoid the void cracks while rapidly advancing forward. This discovery made Yi Xian once again realize the extraordinariness of the root of all evil star field. This was because in the Tianji clan, not just any core upper echelon could have this mechanical fusion ability. 2 conditions had to be met. First, they had to be the direct subordinates of clan leader D. Only then would they be able to use this most powerful secret technique of the Tianji clan. Second, they had to have a certain level of talent. Otherwise, even if they were the direct subordinates of clan leader DE, they would not be able to use this secret technique if they were not talented enough. It could be said that any member of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race who had grasped the machine fusion secret art, even if they had only grasped part of it to varying degrees, would have an extraordinary status within the Heaven's Legacy race. And now young Emperor was leading a fleet into the root of all evil star field. Including him, 8 fortresses of different sizes were all using this mechanical fusion method to advance into the depths of the star field. This meant that including young Emperor, the Tianji clan had mobilized 8 extremely talented direct subordinates of the clan leader this time. Yi Xian had now completely taken over Sha Baofeng's memories. Based on his understanding of the Tianji clan, the so-called young clan leader, young Emperor, definitely did not have the ability to ask 7 other upper echelons who had the mechanical fusion ability to help him with this exploration. Therefore, if there were no surprises, their operation this time should be under the orders of clan leader D. In other words, the Tianji clan leader D needed the object in the depths of the star field. Chapter 3483. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. A sudden change. Yi Xian did not know what the Tianji clan's leader, Di, wanted to do. First, he made a move on the black hole of life to search for the void essence crystal. Now he sent a powerful core high-level team of the Tianji clan into this star field, the source of all evil, to search for something in the depths of this star field. But since it was something that Di wanted, he had to fight for it. The other party was the leader of the Tianji clan. How could something useful to him be ordinary? Moreover, the Tianji clan was the ultimate enemy that he needed to destroy. Ruining the other party's plans would only benefit Yi Xian. What's more, this was the source of all evil star field. The thing that Emperor Xiaofeng was looking for was very likely the same thing that Yi Xian's system exploration mission required. In this case, Yi Xian had no other choice. Not only did he have to snatch it, but he also had to succeed. Otherwise, the price of failure would be too great, and Yi Xian could not bear it at all. I'd like to see what you're looking for at the risk of entering the source of all evil star field on such a large scale. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. This was because there were already two spatial rifts of varying sizes slowly approaching from the right side of the void. At most, they would arrive in front of the demon battle cry in a few minutes. At that time, they would probably have to dodge in this void that was filled with countless void cracks like before with a huge and bloated body. He immediately ordered the demon battleship to transform into the mechanical demon bug state. Kacha! 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 The next moment, a large number of crisp and dense kacha sounds suddenly came from inside and outside the body of the demon battleship. The kacha sounds continued for about a minute, then suddenly became louder. During this process, the entire demon battleship's interior and exterior changed. The changes inside the battleship could not be seen, but the changes on the exterior of the battleship were extremely clear. Even Chanas, who was beside Yi Xian, could see the entire process through the holographic screen. As the mechanical arms extended, the shape of demon battleship rapidly changed. In just 10 breaths of time, it had completely transformed. It no longer looked like a small fortress, but a giant mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp mouthpart of a mosquito, the sharp arms of a mantis, the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, and the scissor-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battle bug's entire body. At this moment, these two gigantic wings formed a complete circular energy shield, enveloping the mechanical battle bug's entire body. Demon battleship's original diameter was 50,000 meters, but now that they needed to operate in a star field filled with void rifts, the smaller the better. Therefore, under Yi Xian's instructions, the countless micromolecules of the world bug's body began to operate. The entire battleship's interior and exterior didn't change at all. The 50,000-meter diameter battleship transformed into a mechanical battle bug that was only 1,000 meters in size. It was simply condensed to the extreme. Even the mechanical battle bug that Yi Xian saw when the Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon used the ultimate mechanical fusion technique was only 5,000 meters in size. From this point of view, the other party was clearly far inferior to Yi Xian in terms of mechanical fusion ability. Of course, Yi Xian didn't have this ability at all. Everything was done by the life fortress on its own. As a living space fortress, no matter how powerful the mechs were, they couldn't compare to the life fortress on its own. Heavens, a 50,000-meter diameter small fortress actually turned into a 1,000-meter long mechanical battle bug in the blink of an eye. Is this the Heaven's Legacy race's ultimate mechanical fusion technique? Lord Shah, you are truly too amazing. On the side, Chanas, who had witnessed all of this with his own eyes, was already stunned. Only when the demon battleship's transformation was complete did he let out a cry of surprise, the ashen expression on his face clearly easing up. At the very least, after shrinking from a 50,000-meter diameter to a 1,000-meter body length, the chances of the mechanical battle bug being accidentally struck by a void fissure were infinitely lower. Since he no longer had to worry about his life, this old fellow was naturally able to relax. Following the demon battleship's transformation, its original 50,000-meter diameter had shrunk to a mere 1,000 meters. Thus, the space left for Yi Xian and Chanas naturally shrunk infinitely. Originally, The top floor of the Demon battleship was an enormous space so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. Because the interior used the space folding technique, all the key points and details regarding this technique were listed in the data vault of the devouring system. Thus, the world bug spawn race was also able to use the space folding technique within the ship. But now, the space the two of them were in was only 10,000 meters in diameter, and this was the result of using the space folding technique. Otherwise, 100 meters in diameter would already be considered not bad. Commander Chana, sit tight. The other party has already gone far away. We need to catch up. The battle is about to begin. After the Demon battleship completed its mechanical transformation, Yixian immediately turned to Chana's and gave the order to advance at full speed without hesitation. Whoosh! In the next instant, the mechanical demon bug suddenly leaped up, covering a distance of a kilometer in the blink of an eye. The entire process was in a meandering curve, like a shooting star that streaked across the void, avoiding at least 100 spatial rifts of various sizes. The entire process was so fast that even Yixian couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The massive 50,000-meter diameter ship, after shrinking down to its current size of 1,000 meters, regardless of whether it was the mechanical demon bug's jumping ability or agility, they all increased by far too much. With this type of speed that could cross 1,000 li of void space in the blink of an eye, even though it was still far from being able to compare to the 50,000-meter diameter small fort at full speed, in this type of vile environment it was still extremely impressive. At the very least, the Tianji race mechanical blade mantis that Yixian had seen previously still needed to hibernate for a few breaths of time, after leaping over 100 li before it could perform a second leap. In comparison, the mechanical demon bug could cover 1,000 li in a single leap, continuously avoiding over 100 spatial rifts of various sizes without stopping. This was simply an ability on a completely different level. Heavens, this is too terrifying. Sha. Lord Sha, can we slow down a little? This is a turbulent void filled with countless spatial rifts of various sizes. Beside him, Chanas had long been scared silly, his face once again turning green as he stuttered to look at Yixian, his knees trembling slightly. Chapter 3484. A black worm. In the outer region of the root of all evil Starfield, in the void near the buffer zone of the hinterland. Whoosh! 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out, followed by several huge figures bouncing up from different directions, nimbly avoiding the large and small void cracks in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they moved one after another, collectively pushing forward hundreds of miles. There were a total of 8 figures. They were the mechanical battle insects transformed from the 8 small and large fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race. Of the 8 figures, one was big while the other 7 were small. The big one was about 7,000 meters long. It was clearly a transformation from one of the 8 fortresses, which had a diameter of 100,000 meters. As for the other 7 mechanical insects, they were all around 5,000 meters in diameter. Among them, 6 of them were transformed from 6 5,000-meter diameter small fortresses. As for the last one, it was transformed from young Emperor Xiaofeng's large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. After a mechanical fusion, it was transformed from both of them. A large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters, after activating the mechanical fusion ability, could transform into a mechanical battle insect with a minimum diameter of 5,000 meters, which was the same as the other 6 small strongholds. Just from this point alone, one could see young Emperor Di's talent. They were all using the machinery fusion ability, but his understanding of this ability was clearly higher than the other 7. Young Emperor Di Xiaofeng was very proud of this. This was because in the entire Heaven's Legacy race, amongst the younger generation of patriarchs, he was the only one who could fuse with a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters and create a mechanical war insect that was around 5,000 meters long. If it was a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, then young Emperor could even control the size of the transformed mechanical battle bug to around 2,500 meters. Whoosh! Right at this time, an incomparably sharp sound of air splitting sounded from behind. Immediately afterwards, there was a streak of extremely fast black radiance that was like a shooting star, cutting through the fan-shaped formation formed by the 8 mechanical battle bugs, piercing straight through, actually continuously avoiding 20 to 30 void cracks with a type of shocking nimbleness, stopping in the void several hundred li ahead in the blink of an eye. It was a mechanical battle bug, but its appearance was a little strange. He had never seen it before. More importantly, the body length of this mechanical battle bug was only about 1,000 meters. After young Emperor used mechanical fusion, he could also shrink the size of the mechanical battle bug to about 1,000 meters, but that required him to fuse with a 10,000-meter diameter fortress. However, in that case its offensive and defensive performance would be greatly reduced. How could the kinetic energy of a 10,000-meter-long fortress compare to a 50,000-meter-long fortress or a 100,000-meter-long fortress? If he really wanted to fuse with a 10,000-meter-wide fortress, although the resulting mechanical battle bug would only be around 1,000 meters long, it would be able to nimbly avoid the slow-moving void crevices in this dangerous area filled with void crevices. However, in that case there would be various shortcomings in other aspects. Not to mention other things, just the jumping ability alone was far from satisfactory. If he were to encounter other dangers, he would most likely fall. Therefore, when young Emperor's group of 8 started this operation, the smallest fortress they chose to fuse with was a 50,000-meter diameter fortress. In order to ensure that when they encountered other dangers, their combat strength wouldn't be a disadvantage, they specially prepared 2 100,000-meter diameter fortresses. Among these 2 100,000-meter diameter fortresses, not to mention the one that was around 7,000 meters long, just the one that young Emperor fused with was no different from the other 6 fortresses in terms of appearance, with the same size of 5,000 meters, but in a real battle it would definitely be able to fight 1 against 6. Its jumping ability, offensive power, and defensive power were all far superior to the other 6 mechanical battle bugs of the same size. After all, their foundations were different. How could a 50,000-meter-tall fortress fused with a 100,000-meter-tall fortress fused with a 100,000-meter-tall fortress be mentioned in the same breath? Precisely because of this, when they suddenly saw a strange mechanical battle bug that was only around 1,000 meters in size, young Emperor and the rest of the Tianji clan's upper echelons didn't think much of it at first. Their first thought was that some reckless fellow had created a huge fortress, or even a 5,000-meter diameter fortress, and after fusing with machines, fled to the root of all evil star field. And the latter was more likely. After all, even a supremely talented genius of the Heaven's Legacy race like Emperor Xiaofeng would only be able to create a mechanical insect that was 1,000 meters long after fusing with a 10,000-meter-wide fortress. If it was any other Tianji clan's upper echelons, unless they were experts of the older generation, if the mechanical battle bug of the younger generation was only 1,000 meters in size, they would definitely choose to fuse with a 5,000-meter diameter fortress. That would be courting death. One had to know that this root of all evil star field didn't only have a large number of slowly moving void rifts. Void rifts only existed in the outer regions, and in front of them was the buffer zone between the outer regions and the inner regions. There were quite a number of powerful and terrifying creatures in this several million-kilometer buffer zone. After breaking through the buffer zone, even more terrifying void beasts would appear. Be it the former or the latter, none of them were things that a 5,000-meter-wide fortress transformed from a 5,000-meter-wide mechanical battle bug could handle. Even a 10,000-meter diameter fortress wouldn't have any chance of surviving. As the young clan leader, he naturally had the obligation to warn this reckless fellow. After all, in the Tianji clan, those who could receive the mechanical battle bug fusion ability, regardless of whether they were experts of the older generation or members of the younger generation, had to be direct subordinates of the clan leader D. In other words, the other party was definitely one of their own. If he really died here, it would be a loss for young Emperor. He had always considered himself as the future clan leader of the Tianji clan. Wouldn't the current clan leader's trusted subordinate be his future subordinate? Thinking of this, young Emperor immediately wanted to warn De. It was also at this moment that a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled the scene where the other party came from in the void behind him like a meteor. Also, when he passed through the center of the formation of his 8 mechanical battle bugs and arrived at the void several hundred li away in the blink of an eye, the nimble movements of dodging 20 to 30 void rifts could be said to be as smooth as flowing water. Even young Emperor himself couldn't do it. Chapter 3485. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It's me. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The pitch black, odd-shaped, An only 1,000 meters long mechanical battle insect made Emperor Xiaofeng feel uncomfortable, because he suddenly thought of a possibility even though in his opinion, it was simply like a fantasy and was completely impossible. But from the looks of it, there was at least an 80% chance that this was the truth. The dexterity displayed by this black mechanical bug could still be explained by experience, but its speed was only affected by the basic performance of the warship. In other words, the mechanical bug before them that was only 1,000 meters in size definitely wasn't a small fortress of 5,000 meters in diameter, but at the very least a small fortress of 50,000 meters in diameter. Among the younger generation of the Tianji clan, there was no such terrifying character. Even Emperor Xiaofeng, who was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation, after performing a mechanical fusion with a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the mechanical battle insect he transformed into was only around 2,500 meters long, which was much larger than the opponent. Only a few almighties of the older generation of the Tianji race would be able to fuse with small fortresses of 50,000 meters in diameter to produce mechanical insects that could reach 1,000 meters in size. But Emperor Xiaofeng was very familiar with those powerful figures, and even knew what they were doing now. Most of them had been in seclusion for many years, and only 2 of them had been active in the past century. One of them had been sent by the clan leader, Emperor Yi, to explore an unknown universe plane. The other one was in the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city. It was impossible for him to appear here. In other words, this fellow who was suspected to have performed mechanical fusion with a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and finally managed to control the size of the mechanical combat insect to around 1,000 meters, was definitely not one of the powerful older generations of the clan that he knew of. In addition, the pitch-black color of the warship was exactly the same as the demonic fortress that Emperor Xiaofeng had encountered before entering the root of all evil star field. This made him subconsciously think about it. The guy who performed mechanical fusion with the 1,000-meter-long mechanical battle insect couldn't be Sha Baofeng, right? If it was really that trash, then this matter would truly pierce through the heavens. To young Emperor Yang Feng, this was like a bolt from the blue. If Sha Baofeng could perform mechanical fusion with a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the mechanical battle bug he produced could shrink to a size of 1,000 meters. How terrifying would his mechanical fusion ability be? This kind of breakthrough was simply unimaginable. Di Xiaofeng didn't even dare to think about it. Even with his full strength, he could only shrink to 2,500 meters at most. Previously, Sha Baofeng's limit was 10,000 meters. Now that he had suddenly reached such a height, how shocking was his breakthrough? This could even affect his position as the young patriarch. After all, Patriarch Di only cared about talent. Although young emperor was the young patriarch in name, he had no blood relationship with Patriarch Di. In the dictionary of the Tianji race, there was no such thing as blood relationship. Thus, the young clan head was simply someone who could stand and withdraw at will. It was for this reason that young Emperor Yang Feng had been working very hard. He had to ensure his growth speed. At the very least, he couldn't let his peers surpass him. Before this, he had indeed done it, and he had done it very well. He had single-handedly suppressed everyone else in the younger generation of the Tianji race. But today, a freak like Sha Baofeng had appeared out of nowhere. His comprehension of the machine fusion technique, which was the ultimate ability of the Tianji race, had increased exponentially. This was a fact that he could not accept. Impossible, I don't believe it. It can't be you. Because he was too shocked. The mechanical battle bug that young Emperor had formed after he merged with the great stronghold actually began to subconsciously mutter to himself at this moment. It carried a trembling intent, as well as a hint of fear and madness. His voice wasn't soft, and it spread through the void. Whether it was Yi Xian or the other 7 Tianji race higher-ups in the mechanical battle bugs, they all heard it clearly. In the next instant, a lazy voice came from several hundred miles away. It was Yi Xian replying to young Emperor Yang Feng's mutter. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Your guess is completely correct. Isn't it this great uncle? What do you mean by impossible? Just because you don't believe it, it won't happen? It truly makes one speechless. The grand young patriarch of the Celestials' legacy race doesn't even have the courage to accept reality. If this matter were to spread, who knows how many experts in the 3 universes would laugh their heads off. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Following Yi Xian's words, young Emperor Yang Feng's guess was finally confirmed. This made him feel despair, and he was too unwilling. His emotions were instantly stirred up, and he completely went berserk. The mechanical battle bug's body began to emit frenzied roars. In the surroundings, the other 7 mechanical insects maintained their silence, because they were also shocked. As members of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race who had also grasped the mechanical fusion ability, they naturally understood just how difficult it was to fuse with a small fortress of 50,000 meters in diameter and control the mechanical insects created by the fortress to a distance of 1,000 meters. Even among the older generation of the Tianji race, there were only 10 powerful existences who could do this, and all of them were existences comparable to the Star Lords of the Myriad Luo Federation who had surpassed the universe realm. But at that moment, a young descendant of the Heavenly Legacy clan, just like them, had such a terrifying understanding of the mechanical fusion ability. What a terrifying talent! He was comparable to the Star Lords who were beyond the cosmos state. That alone was enough to shock all the members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Sha Baofeng, you are simply outrageous. How dare you call yourself young master in front of this young clan head? After a moment of anger, young Emperor Yang Feng's heart was filled with a strong killing intent. The terrifying understanding of mechanical fusion displayed by Yi Xian really scared him. If he was allowed to return to the Tianji race's base camp, there was no doubt that young Emperor Yang Feng's halo would be taken away as time passed. In the end, even his stable position as the young clan head would eventually change hands. From then on, he would not be able to rise again, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire Tianji race. Rather than that, he might as well take the risk and kill Sha Baofeng, this genius of the Tianji race who had just appeared in the cradle. After all, this was the root of all evil star field, and the interstellar network's signal couldn't be transmitted. Even if he went overboard, Sha Baofeng wouldn't be able to ask for help. Moreover, Sha Baofeng was so arrogant just now that he had given young Emperor Yang Feng a handle. Chapter 3486. O Sha Baofeng, how dare you call yourself this young master in front of this young patriarch? As his killing intent stirred, young Emperor Xiaofeng's voice from within the 5,000-meter-long mechanical battle bug became incomparably sinister, emitting a dense cold intent. This is clearly looking down on and insulting Lord Clan Leader. This young Master Clan Leader definitely cannot sit by and watch. Today I will definitely kill you. At this point, a series of mechanical grinding noises suddenly came from the mechanical insect's body. It turned its head and gave an order to the other 7 mechanical insects on both sides of its body. Listen up, this guy is disrespectful to the clan leader. Now, as the young clan leader, I order all of you to immediately surround and annihilate Sha Baofeng. Regardless of life or death, kill him on the spot. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the mechanical bug that Emperor Xiaofeng had transformed into suddenly shook and stood up like a human. Then with a huge roar, a black beam of light with a diameter of 2,000 meters shot out from the bug's abdomen. It directly bombarded the mechanical bug in the void several hundred kilometers in front of them. The antimatter energy deathlight cannon required a certain amount of time to recharge, at least a minute or so. Now, as soon as young Emperor D finished speaking, the deathlight cannon's energy beam had already shot out, which meant that it had already started charging. If there were no surprises, it should have been when he had guessed. He was too shrewd and his way of doing things was too ruthless. Just as he was suspicious of the identity of the black mechanical demon bug in front of him, he immediately started charging the death ray cannon. Realizing this, the other 7 mechanical battle bugs couldn't help but glance at young Master D. Clearly, they were all shocked and vigilant. Even so, the 7 mechanical battle insects still moved in the end, because young Emperor D had caught Yi Xian's disrespect towards Patriarch D. They couldn't ignore this point, otherwise if it were to reach Patriarch Di's ears, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them and they would fall into a passive situation. Moreover, there was no benefit to them if Sha Baofeng didn't die. They might as well take this opportunity to do young Master D a favor and get some benefits later. After all, young Master D had dealt with this matter too harshly. He actually wanted to kill a genius who had just appeared in the clan and hadn't had time to mature yet. In order to prevent this matter from being leaked, he had to pay a price to keep it a secret. At the thought of this, The 7 Tianji clan upper echelons who were fusing with the mecha immediately came to a decision. The 7 gigantic warbugs almost simultaneously shot out from different directions, heading for the black mecha bug, several hundred li away in the void to encircle it. They hadn't had time to recharge the antimatter death ray beam, and could only fly over and engage in close combat. But even so, in a 7 versus 1 situation, it was definitely enough to suppress Sha Baofeng. What's more, young Master Di Xiaofeng didn't just stand by and watch. He also joined in the battle. The moment the black antimatter death ray beam shot out from the mecha battlebug's underbelly, the 5,000-meter-long mecha battlebug already leapt out, charging towards the black mecha devilbug in the void ahead. 8 versus 1. This was clearly a prelude to killing Sha Baofeng. All of you? That's good. This great master won't have to waste time dealing with you all one by one. Today this great master will fight 1 against 8, 1 against all of you. Seeing the 8 mechanical bugs rush over at the same time and surround him from behind in a fan shape, there was even a 2,000-meter diameter black antimatter death ray cannon energy beam shooting over at an extremely fast speed. However, Yi Xian was fearless, and a hearty laugh came from the body of the 1,000-meter-long black mechanical bug. He even said that he was going to fight 1 against 8, 1 against all of them. Immediately after, the spherical energy beam covering the entire body of the black mechanical bug suddenly split apart from its abdomen, giving up on defense and directly transforming into a pair of small light beams on the back of the mechanical bug, abruptly flapping. Hum! A faint buzzing sound that sounded like the vibration of the void rang out, and the void where the black mechanical insect was seemed to ripple with circles of void ripples because of this. Then, the body of the black mechanical battlebug that was about 1,000 meters long shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it entered a state of extreme speed. It even made more than 10 slight adjustments along the way because there were more than 10 void rifts of different sizes blocking its path. However, after these dozen or so slight adjustments, the black mechanical devil bug that was like a cannonball, in less than a breath of time, already crossed several hundred li of space, directly appearing above the mechanical battlebug that young Emperor Xiaofeng transformed into after merging with his mount. Immediately after, without the slightest pause, the black mechanical demon bug's body once again stopped moving from extreme speed. The mechanical hammer behind it that was like a scorpion's tail, however, instantly shot down with a loud bang with the strange sound of clanking chains and the sound of mechanical movement. Boom! Rumble! A huge boom sounded, and a large part of the back of the mechanical battlebug that was 5,000 meters long instantly caved in, close to the base of the main mantis arm on its right side. This directly affected the mantis arm's nimble movement, and it was originally moving toward the mechanical battlebug above, but at this moment it suddenly paused midway. Then, young Emperor's miserable howl that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came out from the mechanical battlebug. Awoo! Sha Baofeng, how dare you hurt this young master? Awoo! After roaring angrily, young Emperor howled miserably again. There was no other reason other than that it was too painful, and he couldn't bear it at all. Although howling like this was still painful, it was at least a way to vent. If he forcefully held it in, he would probably go crazy. It was very possible that he would be directly forced out of this mechanical fusion state. Although the Tianji clan wasn't a life form of flesh and blood, they had always been imitating humans. This might be a psychological problem that caused many of the Tianji clan members to think of ways to modify themselves, even for the taste buds that humans use to taste delicious food. Needless to say, it was needless to say for physical pain, touch, and so on. Moreover, young Emperor was now fusing his electronic consciousness that represented the source of his existence with his mount, turning into a 5,000-meter-long mechanical battlebug. It was equivalent to a human cultivator fusing his primordial spirit with a battle weapon. Chapter 3487. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Yuri, the one I beat up. Awoo! Sha Baofeng, how dare you injure this young master? Under the immense pain, Emperor Xiaofeng screamed crazily. He was on the verge of going mad with rage. In the next instant, the other 7 mechanical bugs on either side of him suddenly paused and turned around to surround him. Unfortunately, although their movements were fast, the size of the black mechanical demon bug that Yi Xian's life stronghold had transformed into was simply too small. It was only around 1,000 meters long, several times smaller than them. However, its foundation wasn't weak at all. It was also a small fort with a diameter of 50,000 meters, which was only slightly weaker than Emperor Xiaofeng and the other Qianji race upper echelon's 100,000 meters large fort. This type of foundation was condensed into such a delicate body, directly making this black mechanical devil bug's jumping strength and spiritual sharpness terrifying to the extreme. To Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 8 mechanical bugs, Yixian's mechanical bug had terrifying jumping ability and agility. It was like the netherworld, and they couldn't even touch its shadow. Rumble! Boom! The 7 mechanical bugs swarmed over at the same time. On the surface, it looked like they were surrounding Emperor Xiaofeng's mechanical bug and Yixian's mechanical bug, but in reality, this kind of encirclement was meaningless. Just as the 7 mechanical bugs swung their mantis blades or spikes at the same time to attack the black mechanical demon bug, a black arrow light suddenly flashed. The mechanical demon bug that was so nimble that it was almost abnormal had already shot out from between the 2 huge mantis blades, decisively breaking out of the encirclement. At the same time, the 7 mechanical bugs immediately changed their moves. Unfortunately, one of them couldn't control its spikes and directly smashed the head of the mechanical bug that Emperor Xiaofeng had fused with. A huge boom was instantly heard. This blow was so fierce that it directly smashed into the back of the head of the mechanical bug that Emperor Xiaofeng had fused with, creating a large patch of sparks. As a result, in the next moment, a miserable howl that was even more mournful than a pig being slaughtered rang out once again without any suspense. It resounded throughout the vast expanse of space, bringing with it an echo that did not disappear for a long time. Oh! Facing all of this, the other 7 mechanical bugs surrounding young Emperor were instantly dumbfounded. Their huge bodies were directly petrified in the void. They were all young geniuses who had grasped the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion technique, so they naturally knew what it meant for the mechanical bugs to be attacked after the fusion. Although the hammer had hit the mechanical battle bug's head, it was no different from hitting young Emperor's head. That large amount of dazzling electric sparks was clearly equivalent to the large amount of blood that splashed out from the back of young Emperor Feng's head. From this, it could be seen how painful and miserable this blow was. The 7 fellows all shuddered. The grand young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race was directly smashed in the head, causing a rain of blood to splash out. This matter was simply too horrifying. It was hard to imagine the grievance young Master Emperor was feeling right now. The key point was that one of his own people had accidentally smashed him. This matter. He probably wouldn't be sad even if he was f***ed by a dog. Why young patriarch, I didn't do it on purpose. That brat's speed is too fast. The fellow who had swung the heavy hammer was already scared silly. At this moment, a stuttering voice came from the mechanical battle bug he had transformed into. He hurriedly explained to young Emperor Feng. Without waiting for the howling young Emperor Feng to reply, Yixian's sarcastic voice came from the void not far away. You brat, what's there to explain? If you beat him up, then beat him up. You dared to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? The grand young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race is howling like this after taking a few hits. Those who don't know would think that you're killing a pig. Not to mention you, even this uncle is angry after hearing this. I want to give him a few more hits. This kind of coward, the one I beat up is him. Brother. What's your name? You really made everyone happy this time. Later we'll cooperate and find a chance to give him a few more hits. PFFF. Upon hearing these words, the young Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon member, who had just been explaining, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he couldn't vomit blood because he was in the middle of fusing with the fortress and taking the form of a massive mechanical warbug, he could clearly hear the sound of blood gushing out from within the mechanical warbug's body. Immediately after, this fellow's flustered and exasperated curses came out. F***ck. Wu surname Sha, can you not speak nonsense? What do you mean by making everyone happy? What do you mean by killing a pig? Who's angry? I was clearly careless just now and didn't stop for a moment. Yes, you didn't stop. It doesn't matter if that cowardly young patriarch behind you believes it or not. In any case, this uncle believes it. Yixian once again ridiculed, holding back his laughter. Big brother, we'll do this again in a moment. Remember, no matter who it is, we'll bite them to death. In any case, you didn't stop. It's the same for the other brothers. Everyone has a time when they didn't stop. We'll use this excuse 100 times. Don't worry about it being the same. I. What the F***ck? After being blocked by Yixian like this, that fellow was even more furious. After mumbling for a long time, he finally started cursing and scolding, completely on the verge of going berserk. Idiot, why are you still saying this to him? Surround him and kill him for this young patriarch. Without waiting for that fellow who was almost driven crazy by Yixian to finish speaking, young emperor, who had finally stopped howling, started scolding sternly. At the same time his body suddenly bounced up, and the gigantic mantis blade on his left that was still extremely agile was raised up high, wanting to press down like Mount Tai and split the mechanical devil bug in half from the top. Coincidentally, at this moment, the fellow who threw the spiked heavy hammer and smashed it on young emperor's mechanical devil bug's head just so happened to swing the spiked heavy hammer at the tail of his battle bug. This fellow had originally woken up after hearing young emperor's scolding. He thought that the best explanation was to atone for his mistake by using his actions to prove himself. As such, he wanted to swing the spiked heavy hammer at the tail of his battle bug, to heavily injure the black mechanical devil bug that Yixian was on. He roared out as if he was explaining himself. Young patriarch, watch me use my actions to prove myself. Pong pong. Rumble. Oh. Before he finished speaking, a huge trembling sound was heard, followed by a series of explosions and electric sparks that burned people's eyes. This fellow swung the spiked heavy hammer from the tail of his battle bug. In the process of swinging it, he actually accidentally hit the back of young emperor's mechanical devil bug's head, causing it to stagger and almost fall from the sky. Chapter 3488. Translator. Transin editor. Transin poison in the mouth. Well done, brother. You've proven yourself once again with your actions. On the other side, young Emperor Feng's mournful howls were still ringing out. Including the one who had done this, the other 7 mechanical bugs were all petrified. On the other side, Yixian's voice of schadenfreude, which was obviously filled with laughter, once again sounded out from afar. However, we can't be too honest. Brother, remember, no matter what, we still have to bite the bullet this time. No matter when and where, there's only one explanation. It wasn't intentional, so we don't want to cause trouble, do you know? I really didn't do it on purpose. Yixian had just finished speaking when from within the body of the mech bug that had dealt the fatal blow, a clearly sullen voice sounded. However, this time, he stopped abruptly after a short explanation. He must have felt that he was in the wrong. Not only that, it seemed that he had been cooperating with that damn Sha Baofeng all this while. This was simply a case of yellow mud falling into one's crotch. Even if it wasn't *T, it would be hard to explain. With this thought in mind, this young member of the Heaven's Legacy race was so angry that he was about to go mad. A frenzied roar came from that mechanical insect. Sha Baofeng, you son of a bitch. Your mouth is poisonous. F***ck. Brother, that's not very kind of you. Without waiting for him to finish his furious roar, Yixian's teasing words came again. Didn't I teach you that all you have to do is insist that it wasn't intentional? How stupid are you to push the blame onto me? That's not reliable at all. Even if my mouth is really poisonous, is your brain full of *T? What did I tell you to do? You really did smash when I told you to. Are you retarded? In other words, he was clearly implying that the tragic guy had indeed smashed it on purpose. Although he had done so because of Yixian's words, it was still intentional. I don't want to live anymore. Sha Baofeng, I'm going to kill you. This time the opponent was completely enraged. With a thunderous roar, the giant hammer on the back of the mech bug began to swing again. Coward young clan leader, be careful. This brat is preparing to play dirty again. Don't let him hit you a third time, or else you'll suffer a concussion. Also, the brat who did this, your brother, is not honest. Slandering me like this, aren't you afraid that the next hammer will hit the back of your head? You deserve it if you really get hit. You're such a jerk. Just as the mechanical battle insect swung its gigantic bone-piercing hammer and bounced towards the space where the mechanical demon insect was, Yixian's mocking words were once again heard. However, this time, they were directed at young Emperor Feng, who was still howling miserably. In the end, he even ridiculed the guy who had done this twice. What made people speechless was that young emperor had already gone mad from being hit 3 times in a row, of which the last 2 were done by his own comrade in less than a minute. Or perhaps it was because the last 2 hits had hit his head, which really shook his electronic consciousness to the point where it was equivalent to a concussion. At this moment, when he suddenly heard Yi Xian's mocking words, he immediately stopped howling miserably and loudly warned, "Chu He brat, if you dare to do that again, this young clan leader will destroy you, or else I'm not human." In other words, he more or less believed Yi Xian's mocking words. He began to suspect that the young Tianji clan leader called Chu, he was secretly taking revenge on him. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Even Yi Xian didn't think that it would have this kind of effect. He was just casually mocking them, but he didn't think that it would actually succeed in creating a crack in the other party's camp. Among the other 7 mechanical battle bugs, the 6 that had nothing to do with this matter suddenly trembled. They were clearly affected by young emperor's words. At the very least, they became more cautious. As for the mechanical battle bug that had injured young emperor twice, its reaction was clearly even more intense. Its body had just jumped up, and the huge bone-spiked alloy hammer connected to its tail was also waving at full strength. It was prepared to jump up and get close to Yi Xian. Then it would immediately use all its strength to heavily injure the other party. At this moment, as young Emperor Feng's obviously suspicious warning entered his ears, this guy's mind shook violently. His jumping figure suddenly stopped in the void, completely panicking. Unfortunately, even though its body came to a sudden stop in midair, the huge bone-spiked alloy hammer behind the mechanical battle bug's tail was still rapidly spinning. This type of spinning had a powerful centrifugal force, so it wouldn't stop even if the mechanical battle bug's huge body suddenly stopped. As a result, that rapidly spinning huge bone-spiked hammer, under the centrifugal force of the spinning motion, as well as another type of force that originated from the mechanical battle bug's body, fiercely smashed into the back of the mechanical battle bug's head. Hung long long. Chi la la. Oh. This attack was originally launched with hatred, and its power was pushed to the limit. At such a close distance, it fiercely smashed into the back of that guy's head, immediately releasing a huge explosion sound. Immediately after, a wave of electric sparks that were even more eye-burning than the one that hit young Emperor Li's head appeared. In the end, a mournful howl that was almost the same as young Emperor Li's resounded through the entire void. This guy actually really fell for Yi Xian's last words. As if he was cursed, he really swung this huge bone-spiked hammer at the back of his head. This scene was too strange. In the distant void, young Emperor Li's miserable howl suddenly stopped. The huge mechanical battle bug's body was suspended in midair, instantly stunned by the lightning. As for the other 6 mechanical battle bugs, their bodies trembled once again. After no less than a few breaths, one of the mechanical battle bugs mumbled to itself like it was in a dream. He really hit him? This kid's mouth is really poisonous. In fact, this kind of result was something that even Yi Xian didn't expect. At this moment, in this small black mechanical battle bug's central domain, Yi Xian, who was originally looking at the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of him, had his eyes wide open. His gaze was blank, and his mouth was slightly open. Clearly, he was also quite shocked. As for the commander of the Demon Royal Guards behind him, the expression on his face was even more exaggerated. In the end, he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian's slightly open mouth. He suddenly remembered what Yi Xian said to him before, that when they arrived at Tianji City, there would definitely be a chance for him to sacrifice his life. Chapter 3489. Behead One First Rumble. Chi la la. Awoo. Chu He's attack was filled with hatred, and his strength was pushed to the limit. At such a close distance, it smashed into the back of his own head. In an instant, there was a huge explosion, followed by an electric spark that burned people's eyes. A mournful howl resounded through the void. After his body suddenly stopped, he temporarily lost control and fell down from the void. Seeing this scene, a light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately gave the order to the life stronghold to snipe. At this moment, the other 7 mecha battle machines, including young Emperor Xiaofeng, were still in a daze. This was the perfect opportunity to kill one of their opponents first. Xiu. Without waiting for Chu He's mournful howl to end, the small black mecha battle machine had already leaped, its entire body turning into a black stream of light, streaking across the void with a whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was above Chu-Hee's figure. Shio! Chi-la-la! In the next instant, the mecha battle machine made its move. It didn't use the scorpion tail hammer behind it, nor did it use the 4 death ray cannons that had been shrunk countless times. Instead, it directly waved the pair of energy beams on its back, chopping down at the neck of the mecha battle machine that Chu-Hee had transformed into by fusing with his mount. There was originally a large amount of electric sparks flickering there, and at this moment, after being chopped by the mecha battle machine's energy beam, the sparks instantly blazed. In less than half a breath, the mecha battle machine's head was directly chopped off by the energy beam. At this point, Chu-Hee's mournful howl came to an abrupt end. Rumble! Kacha-kacha! The body of the mecha battle machine that had lost its head suddenly let out a huge rumbling sound, and a large amount of mechanical grinding sounds rang out, densely packed and deafening. In the blink of an eye, the body of the mecha battle machine, which was originally only about 5,000 meters long, turned into a large oddly shaped irregular sphere with a diameter of 30 to 40,000 meters. Meanwhile, the head of that mechanical battle bug that was only several hundred meters long didn't change at all. This was because the main body of Chu-Hee's electronic consciousness was within the head of the mechanical battle insect. Due to Yi Xian activating the mechanical battle insect, he chopped off the head of the mechanical battle insect with a single slash, causing the mechanical battle insect's body to lose control of Chu-Hee's electronic consciousness. It should be known that this mecha battle bug was originally a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After activating the mecha fusion ability under normal circumstances, its size would not change too much. Even if it transformed into a mecha battle bug, it would still be 50,000 meters in size. Under such circumstances, even if its head was chopped off, its body would not change too much. It would only lose control. However, under the extremely condensed state, a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters would shrink down to only 5,000 meters due to the suppression of Chu-Hee's mechanical fusion ability. Under such circumstances, if the suppression of the electronic consciousness was still present, the mecha battle bug's body could be controlled effectively. However, once the head was chopped off, the body would lose the suppression of Chu-Hee's electronic consciousness. The originally condensed internal machinery would instantly collapse, and it would collapse in a chaotic manner. In the end, it would become a mecha battle bug that was neither a mecha battle bug, nor a mecha battle bug. It could be considered completely destroyed. Right at this moment, in Yi Xian's mind, a familiar system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have discovered an intelligent life form that can be devoured. Chu-Hee, mechanical life form, evolution level, medium. Do you want to devour it immediately? This was clearly because cutting off the head of the mecha battle bug had turned Chu-Hee into a toothless tiger, heavily injured and waiting to die. Could be easily devoured. Otherwise, young Emperor and the others were also intelligent life forms that could be devoured. But the system didn't give the corresponding notification. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now, although this mecha battle bug's body was already in a mess, it had grown to a diameter of 30,000 to 40,000 meters. With Yi Xian's current size of around 1,000 meters, he couldn't devour it at all. However, this mecha battle bug's brain was still in a condensed state due to its electronic consciousness. It was only 200 meters long, so even if it was a 1,000-meter long mecha battle bug, it could still be swallowed. Yi Xian immediately took action. A series of mechanical grinding sounds rang out from within the mecha battle bug's body. The 4 cannon barrels on its lower abdomen moved horizontally, revealing a giant mouth that was 200 meters long. It opened its mouth angrily and directly swallowed the mecha battle bug's head. Following that, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to devour and refine Chu-Hee's electronic consciousness. All of this had been done once before, so it was a walk in the park for him. Furthermore, Chu-Hee was still in a state of dizziness from being smashed on the head. His electronic consciousness did not have any resistance at all, so the refining process was extremely smooth. During this process, the mecha battle bug didn't attack again, but it didn't leave either. It kept bouncing around in the void, dodging the encirclement of the other 7 mecha battle bugs. After a short minute, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Chu-Hee's electronic consciousness was finally completely absorbed and refined. Ding! Congratulations to the host. successfully devouring an intelligent life form, obtained a mecha intelligence core. The so-called mecha intelligence core looked like an ordinary crystal on the surface, but in reality, this crystal was the crystallization of an intelligent life form's intelligence core. The Tianji race evolved from intelligent robots that developed their own consciousness. Their bodies weren't made of flesh and blood, nor were they born naturally. Instead, they evolved step by step after they were born. The real core was actually a series of electronic consciousnesses that were similar to data, like the primordial spirit and divine consciousness of humans or the mental strength of demons. This mecha intelligence core was the condensation of such electronic consciousnesses. It was equivalent to the demon core in the demon's brain or the human's soul. Yixian only had one mecha intelligence core, which belonged to Sha Baofeng. Now, he had another mecha intelligence core crystal which belonged to Chu He. In other words, he was equivalent to controlling the primordial spirits of two human cultivators. If necessary, he could change his identity at any time, from Sha Baofeng to Chu He. This was because the electronic consciousnesses of the Tianji race were all unique. They were similar to the genetic sequences of flesh and blood lifeforms like humans, but the key genetic strands were different. To him, this was of great significance. After all, he was going to the headquarters of the Tianji race, the Tianji city. If he only had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness, he would be restricted in many matters and wouldn't be able to move freely. However, if he had a few more high-level electronic consciousnesses of the Tianji race, the situation would be completely different. Chapter 3490. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' the second head. However, Chu He's death was witnessed by 7 other higher-ups of the Tianji race, including Emperor Xiaofeng. If Yixian wanted to use Chu He's electronic consciousness, he had to shut the 7 of them up. This was the source of all evil star region, so they couldn't send any information out. Yixian had plenty of chances to kill them one by one. When the time came, he wouldn't just obtain Chu He's electronic consciousness, but the other 7 as well. There was even the young patriarch Emperor Xiaofeng among them. With his identity, his authority in Tianji City was unimaginable. If Yixian could obtain his electronic consciousness, it would be extremely convenient for him to enter Tianji City. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately became excited. In his eyes, all the 8 higher-ups of the Tianji race in this fleet, including Emperor Xiaofeng, had become prey. Yixian was completely confident that he could kill them all. Then let's start with the second prey. Muttering to himself, Yixian's eyes swept across the holographic electronic screen in front of him, looking for the second target. Behind him, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who had yet to recover from the shock of Chu He's death, trembled violently again. His face turned green as he stammered, Sha. Lord Sha, you're not thinking of killing them all, are you? Oh my god, Emperor Xiaofeng is the young patriarch of the Tianji race. This is the rhythm of breaking the heavens. If others find out, you're really done for. What? Are you planning to tell on me? Yixian glared at Chanas. The latter was so scared that his neck shrank back. With a bitter expression on his face, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was now in the same boat as Yixian. If he really told on him, he would probably be done for along with Yixian in the end. Since he was already on the pirate ship, he could only follow him to the end. Seeing Chanas shaking his head and smiling bitterly with a dejected expression, Yixian found it funny but didn't pay him any more attention. His eyes turned back to the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of him. At the same time, in the surrounding void, the other 7 mechanical battle bugs led by Emperor Xiaofeng finally recovered from the shock of Chu He's death. They leaped up and charged at the mechanical battle bugs again, roaring crazily, resounding in this part of the void. Baofeng, you actually killed Chu He. Do you know how serious this is? The Tianji race's rules of the Demon Royal Guards allows us to compete, but not kill. You violated the rules. In addition, you were disrespectful to the clan leader and humiliated the young clan leader many times. Now we suspect that you are planning to betray the clan. Baofeng. That's right. There's no need for the clan leader to do anything. The 6 of us can assist the young clan leader in enforcing the clan's rules and kill you here. Boom Studios boom. Boom Studios boom. As the roars rang out, The surrounding void rumbled violently. 3 or 4 of the mecha bugs even directly activated the ship's antimatter energy death ray cannons. 3 or 4 gigantic black antimatter energy light beams with a diameter of 2,000 meters shot out, intending to kill the mecha bugs on the spot. What a joke. You speak as if you didn't attack me before. Yixian sneered. His words were full of disdain and sarcasm. But even so, didn't I still kill one of your battle bugs? Since you don't know what's good for you, then the next one will be the second one. Today all of you will die here. I'm not in a hurry. Line up and I'll take care of you one by one. Shio. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical battle bug suddenly jumped up. Its small body that was only 1,000 meters long was as agile as a butterfly. It passed through the 3 or 4 antimatter energy light beams and turned into a black stream of flowing arrow that tore through the void. In the blink of an eye, it was above another mechanical battle bug. Shio. Two rapid sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical devil bug's 2 arms instantly struck the mechanical battle bug's body, splitting open 2 cracks. For a moment on the back of the mechanical battle bug, a burst of dazzling electric sparks immediately flickered. Just like that, 200-meter-long gashes appeared on its huge body. It looked incomparably ferocious. There were even familiar mournful cries that resounded through the void. At the same time, the other 6 mechanical battle bugs, including Emperor Xiaofeng, turned around and once again surrounded Yixian. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. No matter which one of the mechanical battle bugs Yixian chose as the target, the other 6 mechanical battle bugs would be able to immediately come to their aid. They definitely wouldn't give Yixian the chance to kill them in one fell swoop. The mechanical battle bug didn't continue to fight. Yixian's hearty laughter rang out from its body. With a jump, it turned into a black stream of flowing arrow that rapidly shot into the distance. It easily passed through the 6 mechanical battle bugs' blockade and rushed out of the encirclement. Facing all of this, Emperor Xiaofeng and the others' flustered and exasperated roars rang out once again, accompanied by the mournful cries of the mechanical battle bug that had 2 large gashes on its back by Yixian. This large area of void was disturbed. Too passive. This brat's body is only 1,000 meters long. He's abnormally agile, and it just so happens that he's transformed from a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. His kinetic energy isn't inferior to ours in the slightest, but his speed and agility far surpasses ours. It's simply too stifling. The key is that there are too many restrictions in the surrounding environment. There are large and small void cracks everywhere, and they are moving slowly. Our bodies are too big, so we have to be careful of these void cracks while we fight, but they are more agile. Under this situation, our advantage is infinitely weakened. We can't keep going like this, we really might be defeated by him. We have to use our full strength and kill this brat as soon as possible. Shio! Chi la la! Without waiting for those fellows' angry roars to fall, the mechanical demon bug turned into a black stream of flowing arrow again. Ling Xiu broke through the blockade and arrived behind the injured mechanical battle bug again. The giant scorpion hammer at its back quickly swung out and smashed into the death-light cannon at the mechanical battle bug's abdomen. The latter was shocked and wanted to retreat. It was also at this time that the pair of energy lights on the mechanical demon bug's back suddenly trembled. Zhizhan was only 1,000 meters long, but it suddenly grew, reaching 3,000 meters in the blink of an eye. One of the lights suddenly became straight, turning into a giant half-transparent energy blade. Taking advantage of the other side dodging the scorpion hammer, it slashed down at its neck. Chapter 3491. Just as the second head was swallowed by the mechanical demon bug, a familiar system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Congratulations, host. You have discovered an intelligent life form that can be devoured. Hong 2. Mechanical life form. Evolution level. Medium. Do you want to devour it immediately? This was the 3rd time he had been devoured and refined. Yixian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Then, he turned into a black arrow and quickly fled, avoiding the attacks of Emperor Xiaofeng and the other mechanical demons. Rumble. Kacha kacha. Almost at the same time, the body of the mechanical demon bug that had lost its head suddenly let out a loud roar. A large number of mechanical grinding sounds were heard, densely packed and deafening. In the blink of an eye, the body of the mechanical demon bug, which was originally only about 5,000 meters long, turned into a large oddly shaped irregular sphere with a diameter of 30 to 40,000 meters. Because this process was too sudden, and because Emperor Xiaofeng and the other mechanical demons rushed over in anger, the sudden expansion of the headless body of the mechanical demon bug almost injured one of the mechanical demons. In the end, the mechanical demon bug just barely dodged. At this time, the mechanical demon bug was already far away, and in Yi Xian's mind, the system notification that the refinement had been completed sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured an intelligent life form. You have obtained a mechanical intelligence core. After some investigation, Yi Xian found that there were 2 fist-sized semi-transparent crystals in his body. They were the mechanical intelligence cores of Chu He and Hong Tuesday. At this time they had been refined by the devouring system, including the memory data of these 2 fellows, all stored in the database of the devouring system. Yi Xian could look at them at any time. As for the high-level identities of the Tianji clan that he could use, there were 3 of them: Sha Baofeng, Chu He, and Hong Tu. However, this was far from enough. Yi Xian's goal was to kill the other 6 mechanical battle insects, including Emperor Xiaofeng, one by one. At that time, with the addition of Sha Baofeng's mechanical intelligence core, he would have 9 high-ranking members of the Heavenly Fate clan that he could change at any time. With this level of authority, one would be able to move about unimpeded within Tianji City. Any operation could be completed quietly. There were still 6 prey left, and the task was difficult. Yi Xian was not happy about this, but became vigilant because he realized a problem. After Chu He and Hong Tu were killed one after another, the other 6 fellows were very likely to feel fear, and might even try to escape. Thoughts. As long as one of them managed to escape from the root of all evil Star region, everything that Yi Xian had done would be exposed in an instant. He would never be able to return to Tianji City again. He would be walking right into a trap. This was something that Yi Xian would never allow to happen. Otherwise, all that he had done would be for naught. At this time, Emperor Xiaofeng and the others were crying out in anger again. Just as Yi Xian expected, although the 6 of them were angry, they were more shocked and shocked. Yi Xian had killed 2 mecha battle bugs in the short time it took to drink a cup of tea. Not only was he not injured at all, but he had also killed 2 mecha battle bugs. Moreover, he had done it with incomparable ease. Such a battle record in bloody reality made Emperor Xiaofeng and the others finally wake up. Their minds that had been clouded by anger had completely returned to normal. Damn it, Hong Tu also died in battle. Things don't seem to be right. It has already gotten out of our control. If this continues, we will definitely be killed one by the other. Did you notice? Every time he killed an opponent, the head of the mecha battle bug, where the electronic consciousness was, would be swallowed into the stomach of Sha Baofeng and the black demon bug that he had transformed into. What is he trying to do? There must be a reason. Otherwise, that Sha guy would not do such a boring thing. Could it be that his ultimate goal is the electronic consciousness in the heads of the 2 mecha battle bugs? It should be about right. This might be closely related to the sudden increase in his understanding of the mecha fusion ability. This guy has mastered some kind of forbidden technique that can devour the electronic consciousness of his own race and peek into the memories of our electronic life forms, including our various understandings. Yes, that must be it. This is an earth-shattering secret of great importance. Young clan leader, I suggest that we immediately end this exploration mission and evacuate at the same time. We must ensure that one of us can escape from the source of all evil and report this matter to the clan. Otherwise, Sha Baofeng will definitely become a malignant tumor. This kind of thing that can devour the electronic consciousness of his own race and turn it into his own is simply unheard of. This is simply too frightening and a great threat to our Tianji race. Evacuate immediately. This young patriarch orders that this exploration mission is temporarily cancelled due to the sudden change in circumstances. Everyone cover me and help me evacuate. As these cries of alarm rang out, the 6 mechanical bugs all stopped their attacks, retreating instead of advancing, retreating back the way they came. They had already entered the depths of the outer region of the source of all evil, and in front of them was the buffer zone between the outer region and the inner region. Now that they were suddenly retreating, this gave Yi Xian a huge headache. No matter what, he could not allow these 6 fellows to escape, otherwise there would be huge trouble. 6 mecha battle bugs, 1 in the front and 5 at the back. Young Emperor was at the front, and he could not possibly stay behind to cover the rear. He ordered the other 5 mecha battle bugs to cover him, while he used extreme speed to escape towards the edge of the source of all evil. Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. The mechanical demon insect also moved at an extremely fast speed, transforming into a black arrow that streaked through the air. It didn't pay any attention to the 5 battle insects that were in charge of covering the rear. It tightly locked onto young Emperor Feng, who was running in the air in front of it, and quickly chased after him. At this moment, the advantage of the mecha battle bugs was vividly displayed. Of the 6 mecha battle bugs, 4 of them were transformed from small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. In terms of kinetic energy, they were completely inferior to the Starfield Fortress. Although the outer appearance of the Starfield was only 50,000 meters, in reality, it was Yixian who limited its growth at that time, which was why it was controlled to such an extent. If it wasn't for that restriction order, even if the Starfield couldn't grow to the size of a 100,000-meter stronghold, it would at least be 70 to 80,000 meters long. As for the portion of the mecha battle bugs that could have been used to increase the size of the Starfield Fortress, they were all used to strengthen the interior of the fortress. Chapter 3492. The Kinetic Energy of S.W. Starfield Life Fortress wasn't much weaker than a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to begin with. Even in the safety of the void, when it unleashed its maximum speed, it could still compete with these 6 mechanical bugs, 4 of them even being left behind by it. And now, in this abominable environment filled with void cracks like the root of all evil, the mechanical demon bugs had the advantage of nimble bodies. The 6 mechanical battle bugs, however, were simply unable to move at full speed due to their massive bodies. In the occasional burst of speed, they even met head-on. When they encountered void cracks, they had to slow down and avoid them. Under this situation, the advantage of the mechanical demon insect was not just a little bit. In just a few breaths, it had turned into a black arrow and passed by the 5 mechanical battle insects that were in charge of protecting it. Then, a few breaths passed, and even Emperor Xiaofeng, who had been running for his life in front, was left behind by Yixian. In the next instant, the mechanical demon bug's figure suddenly paused and stopped in the void. Then it turned around. The 4 antimatter energy death ray cannon barrels with a diameter of 100 meters all turned at the same time and aimed at the approaching young Emperor Xiaofeng and the mechanical demon bug that he had transformed into. Battle insect. Xiao! Xiao! An ear-piercing sound rang out. 4 black energy beams of antimatter death ray cannon shot out from the 4 barrels, all aimed at the mechanical battle insect that Emperor Xiaofeng had transformed into. The 4 antimatter death ray cannons of the Starfield Life Fortress were all 20,000 meters in diameter. At this moment, in the battle insect form under extreme condensation, the caliber of these 4 antimatter death ray cannons was also compressed to the extreme, only about 100 meters. The result of the diameter being compressed to the extreme was that the density of the death ray cannon's energy beam was greatly increased. Even though the ratio of the energy beam to the diameter was not proportional, its power was greatly increased, and its speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, these 4 black death ray energy beams were already in front of them. At the same time, Emperor Xiaofeng's scream of fear suddenly sounded. Goddamn, how can it be so fast? There are actually 4 barrels. Since when can the shipboard death ray cannons fire in unison? This is exactly the same as young Master Linghu's Star Sky Black technology. The Tianji clan of the First Universe had also received news of the shocking battle that had taken place in the heavenly battle star field of the Third Universe. Although they didn't know the details, they had a general grasp of the situation. At the very least, the shocking news of young Master Linghu having 4 20,000-meter death ray cannons was still within their grasp. After all, this was too subversive and did not conform to the current warship manufacturing technology. To put it bluntly, it was simply unscientific. The mechanical demon bug had shown 4 long tubes, but because it didn't fire the death ray cannon energy beam, Emperor Xiaofeng and the others didn't realize that the 4 tubes were actually 4 tubes of antimatter energy light cannon. Only now did young Emperor Xiaofeng come to his senses. Immediately after, an idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to have thought of something because of this. and let out a horrified scream. No, this is not right. In the news that came, young Master Linghu's mechanical demon bug also seemed to have 4 soft pipes like this. Heavens, this is not true. Sha Baofeng, you're actually colluding with the humans? You're in cahoots with young Master Linghu. It had to be said that this guy's mind was very flexible. He had realized the problem and almost guessed the truth after the mechanical demon bug had fired the antimatter death ray cannons. This one sentence was earth-shattering. Whether it was the Tianji clan higher-ups in the mechanical demon bug responsible for covering the rear, or the Demon Royal Guard Commander Chanas next to Yixian, they were all stunned. The latter even turned to look at Yixian at this moment with a face full of shock. He trembled. Don't tell me you're thinking the same thing? You're a moron. Yixian didn't pay attention to this guy at all. He rolled his eyes and muttered, if this uncle was related to young Master Linghu, I would have dealt with them all already. Why would I wait until now? That guy has the star sky black technology that even the Tianji clan doesn't have. Too fascinating. Sigh, it's a pity we have no fate to meet. In other words, if he had the chance to get acquainted with young Master Linghu, he really wanted to collude with him and betray the Tianji clan. Realizing this, Chanas was so anxious that he wanted to cry on the spot. He had really boarded a pirate ship. Was he blind? Why did he choose to curry favor with this guy? Thinking about how he and the other party were grasshoppers on the same rope, Chanas instantly felt like he was in a mess. His whole body felt unwell again. Whoosh! Rumble! A woo! The sound of boiling oil splashing water rang out. The huge explosion was accompanied by a large amount of sparks, followed by Di Xiaofeng's crazy howl. Out of the 4 antimatter death ray cannons, he had only dodged 3 of them. This was still very dangerous as he had almost touched a void crack not too far away. As for the last one that he hadn't dodged, it had pierced through the mechanical battlebug's tail. The characteristic of the antimatter energy beam was that it was indestructible. Everything that came into contact with it would be melted away. A large hole appeared on the mechanical battlebug's tail. Although it was only a meter in diameter, it had pierced through without any suspense. That kind of pain was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Di Xiaofeng's miserable howl was extremely mournful, far more so than before. This guy was truly frightened by the bombardment. Not only did his figure abruptly stop, he didn't even dare to move forward and quickly retreated. The 5 mechanical battlebugs that were originally behind him were also the same. The mechanical battlebugs were extremely fast and nimble. In this kind of environment they could catch up to them at any time. At that time, the 4 antimatter death ray cannons' energy beams would be able to seal off all paths of retreat. Not all of them would hit, but it was guaranteed that 1 or 2 energy beams would hit the target. It was still possible. If this kind of situation happened several times in a row, they would clearly be killed on the spot. Instead of that, it would be better to retreat to the buffer zone of the root of all evil domain. After entering the buffer zone, although the environment there would be more dangerous, and some powerful star beasts would appear, this kind of danger would be the same for Sha Baofeng. Perhaps he would have an opportunity to take advantage of those star beasts. Kill them. Chapter 3493. The root of all evil star field was incomparably vast. It was divided into the core region, the outer region, and the buffer zone between these 2 regions. The outer region only had countless void rifts of various sizes. And in the buffer zone, apart from the void rifts, there were also some extremely powerful space beasts that were extremely rare in the outer universe. As for the inner region, these space beasts were even more powerful. And there were also some unknown dangers. The 3 regions, each more dangerous than the other. But at this moment, with Emperor Xiaofeng in the lead, the 6 Tianji clan mechanical battlebugs chose to retreat to the middle region. In the outer region they were restricted by the void rifts, but the small and nimble mechanical battlebugs didn't care at all, and could use all of their strength to deal with them. After entering the buffer zone, the danger they faced increased. Apart from the void rifts, there were also various astral beasts. However, the same was true for the mechanical demon bug. Under the suppression of the astral beasts, it couldn't fully focus on the battle against Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. At that time, the 6 of them would wait for an opportunity to make use of those space beasts, to kill the mechanical battlebugs in one fell swoop. At least, compared to staying outside in the outer region where they couldn't do anything to the enemy at all, their chances were much higher. Regarding this point, Yixian was also well aware. Although he wasn't afraid and didn't take it to heart, Yixian could basically guess that the danger in the buffer zone ahead was definitely not something the outer region could compare to. And now there were still 6 opponents. No matter what, before all of them entered, he had to think of a way to kill 1 or 2. That way he would enter later with less pressure. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately issued an order to the life fortress of the Wild Star Field, locking onto that 7,000-meter battle bug. Because it was the largest, its movements were extremely clumsy, and because it had to be constantly vigilant of the slow-moving void rifts, it was the best target to hunt. Shio! 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 Different sonic booms sounded. The mechanical bug suddenly leapt up, its body turning into an undulating black arrow. With extreme speed and nimbleness, it avoided several dozen spatial cracks of varying sizes, arriving in front of this mechanical bug in the blink of an eye. At the same time, 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of meters arrived, locking onto 4 different parts of the mechanical battle bug's body. Combined with the void fissures around its body, it directly cut off any possibility of it escaping in any direction. The latter immediately noticed the situation. Realizing that it was in a dead end and that it was impossible for it to dodge, the war bug's body suddenly let out a crazy scream full of fear. Baofengsha, what are you doing? Didn't they agree that whoever retreated would die? I haven't retreated at all. I'm clearly moving forward. You don't keep your word. Chi-la-la. Awua. Before he could finish his words, that strange sound like boiling oil splashing water already sounded, followed by an extremely mournful howl. Of the 4 energy beams, apart from 2 that were used to coordinate with the void fissures around its body to lock onto its body, preventing it from escaping in any direction, the other 2 energy beams that were aimed at its body all hit the target. Without any suspense, 2-meter diameter holes were left on this mechanical battle bug's body. One was on its back, the other was on its right shoulder. The black holes were extremely frightening. At the same time, the mechanical battle bug that had already arrived in front of it, after a quick jump, extended its pair of translucent energy wings that originally covered its entire body. One of them quickly straightened and extended, turning into a several 100-meter-long energy light blade. Aiming at this mechanical battle bug's neck, it viciously chopped down. Hiss! Crackle! After a clear tearing sound, accompanied by a large amount of electric sparks, its neck was directly cut off. The mechanical battle bug's huge head rolled off its body, and its body also instantly exploded. A 70 to 80,000 meters in diameter, but the surface was jagged as if it had been gnawed by a dog, and there was simply no trace of it at all. It was impossible to tell that it was a huge iron and steel object that lay across the void. Within this 70 to 80,000 meter range, there were many void fissures of varying sizes. At this moment, this huge alloy object suddenly appeared, and was immediately cut into dozens of alloy lumps of different sizes by these void fissures. The entire void fissures was damaged to the point where it couldn't be damaged anymore, completely destroyed. Only the head of the mechanical battle bug that was about 300 meters away was undamaged, and it was currently rolling down towards the void. Yixian immediately gave the order. The mechanical battle bug jumped at full speed, avoiding some of the void fissures, and caught up to it. Immediately after, the lower part of its abdomen wriggled again, and the originally 200-meter wide mouth opened a little wider, barely swallowing the rolling mechanical head in one gulp. Congratulations, host! You have discovered a life form that can be devoured. Equal to heaven. Mechanical life form. Evolution level. Medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Just as the familiar system notification sounded in Yixian's mind, in 5 different directions, the frenzied roars of young emperor and the other 4 Qianji race higher-ups could be heard one after another. Ah! Sha Baofeng, you will definitely die this time. Once the patriarch finds out that you killed 3 people of the same race, he will definitely torture you for tens of thousands of years. Just you wait, we won't stop here. If you have the ability, follow us in. This buffer zone will be your burial ground. Don't run, you must follow us in. Otherwise, we will circle around and leave the buffer zone to enter the outer regions. Then we will open the source of all evil and report everything you have done to the race. At that time you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Come, you little bastard, you have no way out. Either you kill the 5 of us or you can wash your neck and wait for death. Although their roars were filled with hatred and fury, the 5 of them did not dare to stay in the outer area for even a second. Their figures did not stop for even a moment as they charged directly into the buffer zone of the root of all evil region ahead of them with monstrous resentment. Yi Xian didn't chase after them, and instead stayed where he was. At the same time, he gave the system an order to immediately absorb and refine at full speed. A minute later, the second system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured a mechanical AI lifeform. You have obtained a mechanical AI core.